Lake Karapiro in Waipa, the District of Champions plays host to the Maadi Regatta, the largest secondary school sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. Crews have come here from all over the country to showcase their boat speed. They will set off from the boat park towards the southern end of the lake. In the warm-up zone, they will execute their final preparations for the pinnacle of their season. The start zone is for the courageous. The grind zone is for the mettle. And the finish line is for the victor. Welcome to Karapiro. Welcome to the Maadi Regatta.
For under-18s, the Maadi Regatta is extra special. It's the last time they'll represent their high school and be part of a school crew. We asked them about what it means. Find out more at rowinghub.co.nz.
For us, going to Maadi is like a senior privilege, so I don't know, it just feels weird that that's kind of like my last one, especially with these girls, yeah.
Eve, your last Maadi Cup. What do you think about that?
It's kind of weird, it's end of an era, but it's so exciting to finish it off, hopefully finishing on a high as well.
Yeah, it's a bit sad to be honest. Just a lot of great memories there over the past couple of years.
I love Maadi because it's an opportunity to see other places, row other places and meet new people.
I like Maadi Cup because it's somewhere you can show your skill in front of the country, and I love the teamwork and camaraderie amongst the teammates.
What do you think you've learned over the last few years?
I guess how to work as a team, enjoying even like the little moments.
Just to like get out there and give it a go, like even if you're a bit unsure of how the race is going to go, you just give it your everything.
You learn a lot about never giving up and just going for it no matter where you are.
Rolling with your mates, it's a pretty tough and lovely sport.
Maadi Cup's like such a special event. It's so cool to be a part of, and I think there's like so many highlights you can always take away, no matter the result. Like it's all about like making fast boats and just like having a good time.
Is it going to be a bit emotional?
Yeah, probably.
Last Maadi Cup, how badly are you going to miss this team?
Really, really badly.
How important is nutrition for a rower? Well, it turns out it's very important. We find out from the experts.
Some of them probably don't realise how much they need to eat, particularly because they train so much as well, and they can be out on the water for quite a long period of time. And if they're younger and they're growing as well, or they're doing other activities, it just adds on actually how much you need to fuel.
Yeah, nutrition, incredibly important for fueling our athletes. And actually, about 6 years ago, there has been a change in the nutrition in Wellington Girls, and we really saw that change resulted in happier athletes, more resilient, we had fewer injuries, less illness, and then of course we've had increased performance as well, which has been really great.
I ate tons of food, pesto pasta. We eat a lot of that. All of our parents are really lovely. They make good quesadillas.
Tasty food that the girls will eat rather than perhaps some more standard food. So if the food's there, it's tasty, looks good, the girls are going to go for it.
As a parent, I always, at home, getting the nutrition sorted out is really important, because without the right fuel, you can't row to your potential.
Cream rice? Yeah, very good. Yeah, one of your favourites. Nice. Good recovery.
Yep. What to eat?
The food is absolutely lovely here. Yeah, it's a pizza split half and half pepperoni, half ham and cheese.
So what would you say to parents that have just got a novice rower that's just started?
Great challenge for them. I suppose just checking in with them and just asking, have you had your breakfast before you go out to row? What are you taking out on the water with you? Do you have some, some snacks, some food, bananas? Up and goes yogurts for afterwards. Okay, what are you having for your lunch? Just keep asking the question and checking in that they are eating.
How's the Milo, fellas?
All good. Amazing.
Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah, so the 4 hours of recovery, particularly after you've done a training session. So we want to refuel. So we want to refuel the muscles. We want to fill up the fuel tank in the brain as well. We want to repair. So repair with high protein foods. We want to rehydrate, particularly if it's been hot. Drinking those fluids, and we want to revitalise. So that's making sure you're getting in your fruit and veg, those different colours, keeping your body running.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan conservative, balanced and active growth funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
With the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Champs around the corner in April at Orewa, we speak to David Ballance about the new sport that's creating such a buzz.
There's running, there's sprinting on the beach, there's turning around, there's a lot going on, so it just makes it really fun.
Keep going! Yeah, it's really just growing. Every time we do an event, we get more participants and more participants. It's really building momentum.
If you look around here today, there's people of all different shapes and sizes, ages, juniors through to masters, and that's the exciting part about coastal, the accessibility. As you show up to the beach, the boats are all here for you and you get going.
Okay guys, so when the flag drops, the run is going to start from the beach.
Yeah, the waves just make it a lot of fun, especially, and then there's that whole thing, how do you punch through the wave going out, and then how do you perhaps wait a little bit and pick up a wave and then accelerate to try and stay on the wave to surf into the beach. The New Zealand National Beach Sprint Champs is on the 5th and 6th of April. The details on Row It. A lot of fun, some great competition, some close racing, and a lot of tired but very happy rowers at the end of it.
Hold on, there we go.
Well, very good morning and welcome into day 5 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta, and what a day it is. It is finals day over the next 2 days. Looking forward to this, and all of these crews have worked so hard to make it through to either A or B finals, and what a busy schedule we've got. First up this morning, we will bring you the boys under 17 single sculls race.
Morena, and welcome to day 5 and the first day of the finals at the 2025 Maadi Regatta. What we are looking at here is the B final of the boys under 17 sculls. However, very shortly we will cut away to head back to the A final. We're running 2 streams today. If you are wanting to continue watching this B final through to the end, you want to jump on Rowing Hub and then find the B final stream, as we are seeing there. At the moment, there's an early lead happening in the middle lanes. But welcome to day 5. I'm Megan Glenn, and I'm being joined at the moment by Mark Watson. How are you today, Mark?
Yeah, very good, thank you. Incredibly excited to be here. Love the Maadi Regatta, such a rich history on both the girls and boys side of it. And of course, it's finals day, so we find out today, don't we, who's maybe been keeping their cards close to their chest, who's maybe doing a little bit of bluffing, or who's simply gone out there throughout the heat semi-finals, rubber charges, and said, you know what, I want to send a message psychologically. So really looking forward to it. Of course, we'll have that boys under 17 single sculls first up, that A final, which will include boys schools from right around the country. I think that's the thing noticeable, isn't it, that we've seen at this year's regatta, is that the rowing is not just strong in certain regions, it's strong right around the country. And we talked yesterday about the likes of Dunstan and Wakatipu, who have been regions that have really started to emerge. We're starting to see St Thomas out of Christchurch and stuff, all starting to sort of establish themselves as well. And we will bring you this final very, very shortly. But it's a credit to the sport.
Here they are just sitting in the blocks. In this event, of course, the boys under 17 scull is sponsored by Laszlo Boats. You can find Vera and Laz around the boat park if you need anything. And the winners of this event, of this A final that we're about to watch, will receive a single scull. We're just actually seeing a Rowing New Zealand double there. They've done their training today. Now they're back off down the inside and back to Rowing New Zealand. I reckon this singles race, though, I reckon they'll give them a good run for their money. I reckon they'll catch them up on the way home.
Well, plenty of incentive, isn't it? But that's the key thing, isn't it? When you get through to this level, you've got to block everything else out. You can only control what you're controlling. It's about getting off to a good start. It's about setting up that tempo early, getting that rhythm right, making sure, as you talk about, just connecting each time with those strokes. And boy, I tell you what, young men, but you've got to have a head like granite. You've got to have incredible mental fortitude just to make this A final. So plenty up for grabs. Yes, they'll be wanting to pick up the red skiff, but more importantly, they want to etch their name in the history books.
As we just get a good close look there at Charlie Mensah from Wakatipu. Now, he was one of the fast ones from the semi. He did win his semi quite convincingly, and so did George Benjamin from St Paul's, and with very similar times. So I'm very excited to see the matchup of one very fast sculler from the north and one from the south, along with everyone else, of course, will be going very fast.
Yeah, conditions pretty good today too. Has been really good all week. No real wind, no real sort of environmental factors. We have seen throughout the 4 days, if there is a wind, it's tended to be sort of a little bit of a head-on wind. So the rowers rowing into that as we just have a look at the start list here. So Christ College will start in 1.
It is Hauraki Plains will have in 1, Wellington College in 2. But just reiterating, this is the A final for the boys under 17 single sculls. If you're looking for the B final, jump back on Rowing Hub and you'll find a separate stream. We're running 2 streams today and tomorrow. 1 for the B finals and 1 for the A finals. So this stream here that you're watching is for the A finals. Back to Rowing Hub to find the stream for the B finals, if that's what you're after.
Okay, so we've basically got 8 coiled springs here waiting to pop, waiting to explode, as now we do bring up that start list for you. And so we'll be Hauraki Plains in 1, Wellington College will start in 2, Marlborough Boys in 3, Wakatipu High School in 4, St Paul's Collegiate in 5, Whakatane in lane 6, Motueka High School in 7, and the Might of Tauranga Boys College in 8. And of course, not just the athletes who will be nervous, but I'd imagine too their Meg, a number of the coaches who have invested so much time hoping that their strategy, their plans working out, they've got their athletes peaking today.
Certainly, but all coaches will be very proud of their athletes. We're all very nervous because once you push them off, there's nothing us coaches can do. It's all down to the athletes. But we've prepared them for this. It's now down to them, and every coach will have absolute confidence in their athletes today.
Yeah, Whakatane, Ash Schultz, coached by Graham Watt, studying in lane 6, and Cameron Churchill in 1 will be representing Hauraki Plains. We've got Harry Kavanagh in 2 out of Wellington College, as we just have a look here at the Motueka athlete of Murdoch Smith, coached by Brent Smith. So that sounds to me possibly like a father-son coaching combination, athlete-coach combination. Tauranga boys representation in lane 8 will be Tyler Nelson. We've got George Benjamin for St Paul's Collegiate in lane 5. Charlie Manser, as mentioned earlier, from Wakatipu. Aidan Bennett from Marlborough Boys College, another proud school with a rich rowing history, will start in lane 3. So a 2,000 metre journey, as I like to say, Meg, 1,800 metres of hope. Yeah. 200 metres of truth.
Love it. And as well as competing for that Laszlo single, they're also competing to get their name engraved forever on the John Alexander Challenge Cup. The current winner, last year's winner, was from our Timaru boys.
Yeah, very good victory as well indeed. So just a little bit of the fog starting to lift. Still just hanging around, but nothing that will affect these rowers from a visual point of view.
As they're just starting to sit ready at the catch, so we mustn't be far off. Tauranga boys, he's psyching himself up.
Yeah, now key here, let's talk about the key. What's the key to the start here, Megan, these single sculls? What are they looking to try and do? Obviously, everyone's got a game plan, but there'll be some basic fundamentals they'll all be wanting to make sure that they execute to set this race up.
Remain calm and just squeeze off the line without shunting your boat backwards. Easier said than done. As we see Tauranga boys take off to a fast start there in the A final with the boys under 17 single sculls.
Yeah, indeed. So fairly even start. Really good start coming there in lane 5 from St Peter's Collegiate, George Benjamin. So getting out nice and quick. Lane 3 as well. Aidan Bennett from Marlborough Boys College gets away to a good start. The rest of them fairly even. Also just starting to make a little bit of a move there. Lane 6, Ash Schultz out of Whakatane. So they very shortly start to approach the 250 metre mark. It is lane 5 at the moment. That is St Paul's Collegiate, George Benjamin.
Yeah, George Benjamin, he's doing a great job there, coached by Charlie Rogerson and Bruce Jones. He's really stretching out to a fast start. He is about a length, or 3/4 of a length up over lane 3. That would be Marlborough Boys, and then into Whakatane, currently sitting in 3rd. But we cannot rule out Wakatipu. He's a very fast sculler, is Charlie Manser. So we're only 250 metres into this race. Beautiful, ominous scenes with a little bit of cloud there. But luckily we can see all the way down the course. So the fog is not hindering us today.
Yeah, it's interesting here, Charlie Manser from Wakatipu in lane 4. Just a little bit more of a conservative approach, which says to me that I think we're going to see him maybe being a little bit more tactical. Look to him, big charge maybe from that 500 through to the 1500 metre mark, or certainly maybe at the 750 mark through to that 1500 metre mark. So these athletes will all have a game plan. This is about psychology at the moment. This is about getting out in front here. George Benjamin saying, I don't want to be dictated to, I want to dictate terms.
Yeah, George Benjamin doing a great job there at just stretching out his lead, getting a bit of clear water as we see the bows of Whakatane and Marlborough Boys battling it out for 2nd and 3rd. But it is George Benjamin from St Paul's Collegiate as we move through the 500 metre mark. He's got some clear water, which is always much more comfortable for the psychology of the sculler in the lead. As we see down here, lane 8, Tauranga Boys is really pushing up for play at a medal position.
Yeah, we haven't seen necessarily any one lane that is maybe environmentally disadvantaged or from a weather point of view, or any one particular lane that has an advantage, but really good shot here of our scullers across there too. We've got Cameron Churchill on the very, very far side, just starting to drop out a picture, lane 3, and Aidan Bennett of Marlborough Boys College just starting to get into his work, but you do just sense Charlie Manser from Wakatipu being patient at the moment, not burning too many matches. We know he's going to launch. At what point does he go?
As we see Ash Schultz there, look from left to right, the Whakatane sculler, he's keeping an eye on everyone. He's got his bows just in the lead of them. So we've got St Paul's out the front at the moment off the screen, but it is Ash Schultz holding on to 2nd place with about half a canvas lead over Marlborough Boys, and then half a boat length back to Wakatipu and then to Tauranga Boys. But these 4 scullers are currently vying for the last 2 medal spots, as George Benjamin from St Paul's Collegiate is just rowing away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, Aidan Bennett there, though, you do just start to just sense a little bit of an increase here. Now, the key thing here for George Benjamin, I've talked about it a lot, you've got to have a race strategy. You do not want to confuse ability with ambition. I say with the greatest respect. You can get caught up in the moment, the adrenaline can kick in, but it'll pick you up, it'll also bring you back down. It is 2,000 metre journey, it is a lonely, lonely event. Now, just watch here, liking what I'm seeing here from Charlie Mance of Wakatipu, just had a little look over his shoulder, looking a little bit forward. I just feel that we're about to see a big move come from him shortly.
Yeah, he's definitely squeezing up there, is the Wakatipu sculler. Possibly that's why you saw Marlborough Boys and Whakatane go out nice and fast, because they knew they wanted to get as much ahead of him before he started moving back. But here we are looking with the leader from St Paul's, George Benjamin.
Yeah, what are you looking at Benjamin here? Just looking at his form, looking at his technique. Are you seeing anything? Are you liking what you're seeing here, or are we just starting to see maybe fatigue kick in?
He's holding a nice long rate. It's not high, it's not low. I'd call it a medium rate, but that's where he needs to be, because it's got him at the front. So whatever he's doing, whatever's got him to his front is correct for him.
Okay, so fascinating. You're about to come up to that 1,000 metre mark, and then it is very much game on. You can, to a degree, bluff your way through the first 1,000. You cannot bluff your way through the second 1,000. Some of these rowers will be looking to what we call negative split, looking to row that second 1,000 metres quicker, and we now just start to see the move here coming from Charlie Manson, moving from third into second, just starting to move up on Ash Schultz out of Whakatane, and then the target will be Aidan Bennett from Marlborough, who continues to lead this boys under 17 single sculls A final at the 2025 Maadi Regatta.
Yeah, so we're seeing great battle for second here happening between Whakatane and Wakatipu. Of course, out in front we have got George Benjamin from St Paul's Collegiate. He's now stretched his lead out to about 2.5 boat lengths lead, and he's looking very comfortable there. He can see the race playing out behind him. He's really got to keep an eye on it, because these two scullers from Whakatane and Wakatipu are coming at him very fast.
Yeah, it's a really good battle indeed, and you just now start to see the rate increase here from Ash Schultz from Whakatane, really just starting to bring it up, and you just feel that bow's getting a little bit higher out of the water. I think, Meg, that gap is just starting to close up a little bit as we do see the big surge coming from Whakatane, Marlborough Boys, Wakatipu. They are the three schools. Hang on here, this is where it gets tough. This is about mental fortitude, folks. They are well and truly locked into the hurt box.
Absolutely, as we get closer and closer to the 1,500 metre marker, we're really starting to start our winds here. Most of these crews today will start the wind before the final 500, as we see Wakatipu here. Wakatipu really pushing up every stroke, but you see Ash Schultz from Whakatane just look over, keep an eye on him and keep pushing. But the lead is still with George Benjamin from St Paul's. He went out early, he held on to that lead, and he is still running with it as we are now well within the final 500 metres of the A final of the boys under 17 single sculls.
Ash Schultz still looking very composed. He has a wee look. It's a bit of a psychological battle going on. You do just now start to feel that Charlie Manson, well, he is really, really starting to suffer. Got to think about form here. Got to believe. Go back to those good days in training. That day where everything came together and go, that's what I'm capable of. If I'm hurting, my opponents are also suffering. This is the race for second and third, but it is still leading this race. It is still the very impressive Aidan Bennett out of Marlborough, who continues to George Benjamin, in fact, who continues to push, continues to lead.
And here we are getting a nice close look at George Benjamin there from St Paul's Collegiate, as we're now in the final 250 metres, as we see the yellow boys go past him every stroke, looking nice, long and relaxed, but he's definitely hurting. But that is the mark of a good sculler. If they can make it look relaxed, then when they're hurting, then they are doing everything right, which is what we are seeing George Benjamin currently do.
Well, Benjamin knows too that's a place in history here that no one will ever be able to take this away from him, whatever he does in his rowing career, whatever he does in his sporting career, but the challenges still start to come. But they're all suffering at this point. We've got bonfires in the arms and the legs, haven't we? We've got razor blades attacking the lungs, but this young man is going to come down for what should be a really proud moment for his school, St Paul's Collegiate. George Benjamin, his coach, Charlie Rogerson, Bruce Jones will be standing. They'll be delighted by what they're seeing, because he is going to come down. He's going to take this under 17 boys single sculls, and he's going to do it emphatically in second place. We'll go across across the far side, it will be Wakatipu, I think, Charlie Mance, unofficially, of course, Ash Schultz from Whakatane, possibly the bronze. We'll have to wait for the official results on that one, but nobody is going to deny George Benjamin. What a performance, led from start to finish. That is a wonderful display of single sculling.
And that was such an awesome race. And I didn't want to say it before the race, but I'll say it after. I'm so wrapped for Ash Schultz because at North Islands, he was having an exceptional race and he flipped just before the line. So I am wrapped to see him come across the line in a medal position. We're not sure yet if it was silver or bronze. We'll wait for the results. But I am wrapped for him because, man, he'll be so happy with that.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it? Look, you look at the suffering, they go, look, that's 7.5 minutes, and we're not 100% sure what that time is, we'll find out, but just the sheer suffering that does go on, but you've got that moment in history, haven't you? You've got it now forever. No one's going to ever take it away from you. Now, look, what you're seeing, folks, is you're actually going to see, this is the... We've got the girls under 17 Cox 4A final. As we said, there are 2 streams running. If you are wanting to watch the B finals, you can watch the B finals on the different channel and pick up slightly different commentary for it. Our next race is the girls under 17 Cox 4. That is sponsored by the Defence Force Careers, and this is going to be another beauty as we still just see the chaos, the carnage, the suffering, and the flushing of the lactic acid from our under 17 scullers. I reckon that you take up single sculling because you've misbehaved, and they say, look, we're not going to punish you, we're going to make you row. It hurts that much, doesn't it? I mean, why would you choose to do this? Why would you choose to do this?
Some people love a difficult physical pursuit.
Oh, I know they do.
They're like, it's always I love both. I love the single and I love the 8, you know? You've got the single, you're down there but by yourself. You can only blame yourself. But you can really celebrate yourself. But in the 8, again, you've got to find the solution to make the whole crew go faster, and you get to celebrate with everyone. Like, both of them are awesome for equal and opposite reasons.
No, I guess my point is, you know, if you misbehave, they're going to make you take up rowing because it just hurts. It just hurts a lot. You can't talk your way through it. You can't buy your way through it. But I tell you what, there is a funny kind of thing. You talk to all rowers, you talk to anybody that comes from an endurance sport background at a high level, there is just something quite appealing about it. So we'll just confirm those results for you. So we do... just going back to those results, a time of 7:50.57 was the winning time of George Benjamin. And then we had the athlete out of Wakatipu, Charlie Mansa, finishing in a time of 7:54.32. And then it was the outstanding Ash Schultz from Whakatane who rounds out our top 3 with a time of 7:54.37. So 5/100ths of a second separating silver from bronze. Small percentages, isn't it? They talk about trying to find that elusive 1% or 2% in performance. But when you look at this, it's 0.001%. If you look at the time separating second and third over the entire distance of almost 8 minutes. So nice crowd down here at Lake Karapiro, the home of New Zealand rowing. Of course, alternates between the North Island and the South Island. As we just go back and have a look at the replay.
Yeah, there's George Benjamin just crossing the line, and he is wrapped, isn't he? As he should be. Because St. Paul's, I think, already had one of those winners' boats from Riley Wills a few years ago, and now they're going to have another. So that's one way to stock up your fleet, I guess.
Yeah, and crowds really starting to build and gather, and real camaraderie. It is one of the great events on the New Zealand secondary schools calendar. A lot of major sporting events across the country taking place at the moment. I think we've got the outriggers happening at the Blue Lake in Rotorua. We've got triathlon down in Wanaka later in the week. But of course, blue ribbon for girls sport and boys sport. Of course, the Levin Jubilee Cup, the girls 8. The penultimate race tomorrow afternoon, and then of course the 78th running of the Maadi Cup.
Yeah, it's great to see so many people down here, isn't it?
All right,
so early.
We'll take a wee break and we'll come back with our next final. The boys, we'll come back with our next final, the girls under 17 Cox 4.
It's the biggest secondary school sports event in the Southern Hemisphere, the Maadi Regatta, right here at Lake Karapiro. For coaches of school rowers, it's the big one. So where do they like to watch the action?
I go down the hill if it's here, and I get under the trees in the shade because I don't like the heat. But I can see the course.
I pace. I'm a pacer, bit of a yeller.
Most of the race I'll hide away until the last 500.
I guess I like standing down this end because I can see the
the end of the track. I can see right down the course, but I can see the way that we're finishing.
I like watching it from the stand, but I definitely won't watch the first 1,000.
I'm quite often just pacing up and down near the pontoon, near the podium.
Find out where Gus stands to watch Maadi Cup. He's got quite big legs. Is this it?
Yeah.
You stand here?
No, sit.
He said it was in the shade.
Oh, it normally is by the afternoon.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So talk me through it.
Well, I can see down there and see the colours, and you can see the white boys at the 500, and I can see the 1,000 metre boys down there. You can see the rower boats across there.
Okay, so looking at those boats, who's doing well? How do you possibly know?
Lane 4 and 5 are up, but you would almost expect that. But lane 7 is up more than what you might expect from a lane 7. That's almost equal with lanes 4 and 5 at the moment.
I'm nervous. I feel like sometimes I'm more nervous than the boys. Like, they've done all the work, we've done all we can, and all we can do is put them on water and hope they execute the race well.
It's school racing. You get to the end of the season. That's what you work for. It's a very prestigious regatta, a lot of history.
For us as coaches, it's hopefully seeing the fruition and the development of some really good people. And I mean, that's what we're about. We want to make fast boats, and we don't talk about medals or winning.
Our group of kids that we've got right now are just great top to bottom in terms of their character and how much work they put into it. You know, that not only are they performing well out on the water, they're quite often quite high achievers academically, and about 70% of our squad has part-time jobs that they balance around their rowing.
I tell a lie, occasionally I've sprinted along the bank when I've really thought we're in the medals and had to have a bit of a yell with the rest of the troops.
What this, Jamie? Oh. Yeah.
Well, welcome back into day 5 of the Maadi Regatta for 2025. A wonderful men's under-17 single sculls race. But I tell you what, it's only going to get even better as we progress throughout the afternoon, because coming up now, one of the real blue ribbon events. It's the girls under-17 Cox Force, sponsored by the Defence Force, Careers and Meg. I know you've got plenty of interest in this. You've watched them throughout the heat, throughout the week. This is going to be a beauty.
Yeah, it is. And in this race, we have got Sacred Heart Girls College Hamilton in lane 1, St Margaret's in 2, Epsom Girls Grammar in 3, Marlborough Girls College In 4 and 5, we've got Waikato Diocesan School. In 6, we've got Columba College. In 7, St Andrews. And in 8, Barradine. Now, heat winners, some crews progress straight from the heat into this final. Waikato Diocesan did win with the fastest time of 7:18. Columba won their heat, though, with a very hot on their tails 7:21. So excited to see those two match up. Other heat winners, Marlborough and Epsom.
Yeah, fascinating. There is Epsom in that blue and yellow boat you can see there in lane 3. And so, of course, these have coxswains on board who will play an integral part in terms of the strategy and how this does play out. Obviously, Megan, I'm not afraid to mention it and talk about it because that's what this is all about. It is about that connectedness to your school. You have come through, St Peter's here in Cambridge, but you've obviously these days having a bit to do with the Waikato Diocesan School.
Yeah, we do have a commentator camera up, and if that happens to turn on, you'll notice that I am wearing a Waikato Diocesan top because I do coach the novices down there, but we are seeing here the under-17s start to get a little bit ready. I mean, we're seeing the St Margaret's crew there, a nice shot at them as they just sit forwards. Not ready, I would call them almost ready. So we can't be too far away from the start of the A final of the girls under 17 Coxed 4. This event sponsored by Defence Force Careers. They've got a nice tent down there on the bank. Go and see them.
Yeah, I've done a bit of work for the armed services, they call it these days, where they bring the Navy, the Army and the Air Force all together and have some different sporting events and stuff, and wonderful career path too, and obviously plenty of opportunity to pursue your love of sport while taking up a career in the Defence Forces. So set to go here. Looking forward to this one. Start will be crucial. They'll all have a strategy here.
They're looking ready, aren't they? I mean, St Margaret's were last year's winners. This is Marlborough Girls we've got on the screen though. Marlborough Girls, we're looking at these crews trying to get their name on the Hauraki Oar. That is the trophy for this event, the girls under 17 Coxed 4.
And of course, this often can be a bit of a prelude to maybe how things play out next year when you come to the Levin Jubilee Cup, the depth in a program too. You'll have a wide range of age groups as we do get underway. So the second of our A finals here on day 5. The girls under 17 Cox 4, Sacred Heart girls in 1, St Margaret's in 2, Epsom girls in 3, Marlborough Girls College in 4, Waikato Diocesan in 5, Columba College in 6, St Andrews in 7, Barradine in 8.
And we are seeing some great support here on the live stream from Columba. Go Columba! And let's see who is in the lead at the moment. It looks like we've got St Marg's in lane 2 up there, but so is lane 5, Waikato Diocesan. Waikato Diocesan in the lead with a very fast starting Barradine out in 8 and St Margaret's in 3. Those are the 3 crews that have sort of shot their bows out in front to start.
Yeah, really good start here coming from St Margaret's. Maybe not quite as quick out of the blocks as what we saw out of the starting gates as what we saw maybe from that crew out of Waikato Diocesan. But Waikato Diocesan, they want to send a message early. They'll lead by about a canvas through that first 500 metres as they do start to get that bow nice and high now, looking to just try and stretch it. Key here for their opponents, key here is to try and stay in touch. Make sure that that bungee cord doesn't stretch too much. You do not want it to break. You do not want to get to a point where you go, you know what, perhaps second is good enough today.
No, that is the Dio crew, Waikato Diocesan, Kate, Ali, Georgia, McLean, Cox by Kerry, coached by Alice, that have pushed themselves out to a nice boat length lead. But now we are seeing that Columba crew that did have a fast time in the heat start to push up and just push their bows just ahead of Barradine and St Margaret's. So Columba now sitting in second, St Margaret's sitting in third as we approach the 500 metre marker.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about the role of the Cox here through this first 500 metres. What are they talking to their crews about? Obviously everybody's individually, but you'd imagine through the first 500 the fatigue hasn't quite kicked in just yet. You'd expect your rowers to be probably technically quite good. So what's the role of the coxswain through the first part of this race?
It's really the transition phase. We've got a transition. We are transitioning our energy systems from the anaerobic to the aerobic, and with that we're moving from our fast start onto our strong rhythm. So that's what the coxswain will be calling. But here we get a nice close look at the crews battling it out for second, third, fourth and fifth. It is St Margaret's Margaret's currently holding on to second place. Columba right behind them in third. Epsom sitting in fourth, and Marlborough Girls sitting in fifth. We can see there the puddles from Waikato Dawson as they are currently in the lead, but we are having a great push here from the crew from Columba. They're starting to just lift up every stroke. They're inching forwards up towards St Margaret's there. But we are seeing Waikato Diocesan here really stretch out to just a little bit of clear water.
Yeah, indeed. So that Columba crew of Georgia Drummond, Isla Nicholson, Anika Laser and Nova Wishton. Their Cox is Kate Baskerville, but it is still this crew from Waikato Diocesan. They are about a boat length clear at the moment, but the challenges are still coming. It's still St Margaret's College across there in lane 2, and almost like the traffic light looking boat, isn't it? And then Epsom Girls still in touch at the moment too. Real might just be in third place, and as you mentioned, coming back down to Columba College, which bottom of the screen, just starting to pick it up. But just as we say that, we see just a little bit of an increase in the rating coming here from Waikato Diocesan. They'll just be wanting to just crack these crews. They'll just be wanting to say, you know what, you've asked us some questions, we're going to answer those questions, we're going to throw them back on you, and we're going to see if you can respond to what we've done. So really good tactically here from Waikato Dio, doing everything to control this race.
And here's a nice good close-up of Columba College, the crew currently in second, but we saw the bows there. A fantastic battle happening for third between St Margaret's, Epsom Girls and Marlborough Girls. Every time I go to call it, the lead is different there.
Yeah, Meg, just having a look now, because we are starting to get into that zone where fatigue does start to kick in, and I often talk about the best way of deciding whether boats or athletes are tired is just looking at form, starting to see a subtle little drop off in form, maybe head movement, shoulder movement. Okay, this is not right, probably quite the shot at the moment. What are you seeing? Now, are you happy with what you're seeing here from this crew out of Columba?
So here's Waikato Dio, who's in the lead at the moment. They've got about 2 lengths lead over the rest of the field, and they're rowing superbly. You see they're really all in unison, the way they swing together, and they really finish off their strokes. They pull that handle all the way into their body. No finishing short there from the Dio crew, but we are seeing Columba here doing a fantastic move. Columba starting to push up, starting to eat into the lead that Dio fought so early on to get.
Yeah, well, we talk about it, don't we? 1,800 metres of hope and 200 metres of truth, and we won't be that far away from that threshold. And really, really good performance here coming from Columba. It's been a very measured race from them, and now they are starting to just ask some questions across the far side. Here come the Mitre St Margaret's, Anna Rutherford, Poppy Blakely, Scarlett Hanson, Bronnie O'Sullivan. Their Coxes, Bella Harris, so it's still game on, looking to try and move up into third place. It is still Waikato Dio, however, who do lead over Columba College as they approach very shortly the 1,500 metre mark.
Yeah, so here we are. We've got about 450 metres left to travel, and Waikato Diocesan had some nice clear water before, but this crew from Columba is really pushing up because Columba is now only a length down on Waikato Diocesan. Columba wanted to get themselves away from that battle that's happening for third and cement themselves into a medal, but we've got to keep an eye on those 3 crews that will push up, as we see St Margaret's are currently doing that.
Yeah, I tell you what, both crews still got good momentum. We're going to approach that 250 metre mark. I'm going to throw this one over to you, and boy, fingers crossed, I guess, in terms of everybody out there supporting the different schools. It's Waikato Dio have led from start. Can they hold it? Can they come all the way through? Because the challenge is coming from Columba College, and it is coming quickly. It is coming strongly.
And there is that 1750 metre marker. So we're now within the final 250 metres of the A final with the girls under 17 Cox for Waikato Dio with a 1 length lead. Then back to Columba. But we are seeing a very fast finishing St Margaret's down there on the inside. St Margaret's are really making a play for second. They have stretched away from Epsom Girls and Marlborough Girls. But will any of these crews have a fantastic sprint that pulls them up over anyone? We're still within sprinting distance. Now with about 130 metres to go. It's still Waikato Diocesan. They've led from the start. They've got a length. But St Margaret's, we're seeing St Margaret's down there in lane 2 really push it up. I hope you're on the banks cheering if you're from St Margaret's or Columba, because what a race we're having here as St Margaret's really push up. But Columba holding on to second at the moment. Waikato Diocesan out in the lead with a length over Columba. Columba fighting hard to hold on to second as St Margaret's push up. We're down on the finish line. It's Waikato Diocesan through the line to win the girls under 17 Cox 4. Columba in second and St Marg's in third. Well done. Great battle there for fourth and fifth between Epsom and Marlborough girls. And wow, what a great start today to those girls from Dio, possibly foreshadowing later in the day that same exact crew is in the under 18 for the Dawn Cup. But there they are winning the under 17 4. Well done. They look like they've worked hard.
Yeah, what a wonderful performance, really well measured, had a clear game plan, knew what that was. Often you can go out, you know, get caught up in the moment. They looked strong through that first 500, held it nicely together through that middle 1,000, and then over that last 500 just brought it home. And again, I do have to admire, though, the wonderful performance from Columba College, because they did put pressure on, they did squeeze them, they would have asked some questions at times. And I've got to say, it is going to set it up nicely for that Dawn Cup this afternoon. But also, these schools are going to be pretty excited too, knowing that most of these girls are all under 17. They've still got possibly 1-2 more years left, and that's got to be a good sign.
Yeah, as we see some awesome supporters there. But yeah, there's the replay of Dio crossing the line. Very happy with themselves and their teammates. Of course, it is a team sport. But yeah, what a Columba rode that superbly to push themselves into second and hold on to second and really hold off that challenge from a very fast St Margaret's crew.
Okay, folks, hope you are enjoying coverage here of the 2025 Maadi Regatta, and of course our stream brought to you by Milford Asset Management, and we will continue to bring you some shots of famous Lake Karapiro at this 78th edition of the Maadi Cup. Of course, that Maadi Cup set to go at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and of course the great race for the girls, the Levin Jubilee Cup, just prior to that as well, and that's what everybody ultimately is counting down towards. But really is a wonderful festival of rowing right across all the different disciplines. And so our next final that we will bring you is the boys under 15 double sculls, sponsored by Accommodation Rental Solutions. We do have B finals going on at the moment. You can get those on the other channel of the stream if you are wanting to watch the B final. So the B final that's currently underway is the boys under 15 double sculls B final, as mentioned. Scots College, Tahara College, Wellington College, Glendowie College, St Andrews College, Rotorua High School, Lindisfarne College and John McGlashan. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with our next day final.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be held in April at Orewa Beach, just north of Auckland, with all ages and abilities competing against each other and Mother Nature, with waves, wind and sometimes frustratingly soft sand.
We started for the sprint on the way back. The steering's going to be hard though. I think they're going to battle those first few 100 metres out there. So we'll have a bit of fun at the least.
Rowing in the ocean is a new level of intensity and excitement. With interest in the sport growing, it's been added to the 2028 LA Olympics.
When you've got a 1 metre wave that decides it wants to pick up your boat, there's not a lot you can do when a wave wants to do that.
The 2025 International Beach Sprint Champs will take place in Rio, so the Nationals in April will be where selections begin.
I think it's an awesome sport. It's I like to call it the BMX of rowing. It's new, it's exciting, there's a lot that can happen. A lot of it is luck, but it's definitely something that is going to be an amazing sport for the future.
You're watching live coverage of the 2025 Maadi Regatta, and our next race we won't be streaming due to age restrictions, but it is the boys under 15 double sculls. However, we will bring you a radio commentary on this, so you can keep updated on it, and it's a good full field too of some of the most traditional schools in the sport of rowing: Maclean's College, Wakatipu, Onslow College, Timaru Boys, St Andrews College, Whakatane, Mount Albert Grammar School and St Paul's Collegiate. And we've got Meg Glenn alongside of me. Meg, another interesting race, under 15, so still relatively inexperienced. Size can sometimes be a big difference at this age group, but what an opportunity for all of these young men, these schools, to be in this A final.
It is. And I love the younger racing and the novice racing because anything can happen. But in this race, it is the crews in the middle lanes, St Andrews, Onslow, Timaru and Whakatane, who did progress to this final by winning their heats. So they would be the ones to watch initially. Onslow had quite a fast time of 7:11, so that Onslow crew of Ruben Andros, Liaz Kern, coached by William Fahey and Sarah Cutton, are certainly a crew to watch.
Yeah, well, we've talked, you're obviously coaching here at Waikato Dio, and you went through St Peter's of Cambridge. I'm going to say, first and foremost, I'm a Mount Albert Grammar boy, through and through. First ever winners of the Maadi Cup back in 1947, and good to see a Mags crew here of Caleb Vincent and Linus Ingram. But I'm going to guarantee everybody there is zero bias here, folks. We are going to call this as we see it, and we hope that we just see another remarkable race. And we've also just having a look here at lane 2 by the looks of it. Is that a Wakatipu crew possibly? The Maclean's College fact of Lucas Chiang and Nick Fahey, coached by Tony Gallagher. So Maclean's College out there in Pakuranga in Auckland, if you're not familiar with the Auckland region. But expect big things too from St Andrews College of Oliver O'Brien, Hugo Miller-Bell.
And they're off. So we've just started the boys under 15 double sculls. This event sponsored by Accommodation Rental Solutions, reliable property management solutions in the Waikato. Early on in this race, it does look like the crew of lane 7, Mount Albert Grammar, would you believe it there, Mark? Your old school have just pushed out a little bit to the lead.
Yeah, St Paul's Collegiate also having a really good race down there in lane 8 of Kale Ganley, Ashton Russell. So it is Mount Albert Grammar. It is St Paul's Collegiate, then fairly even. Lane 3 got off nicely to Onslow College of Ruben Andrews and Lias Kern. So really, really even race as they start to get up towards that 250 metre mark. And now we just start to see lane 3, Onslow College, just starting to get maybe a canvas lead, narrowly over possibly lane 4, Timaru Boys High School. Mount Albert Grammar still hanging tough, as is St Paul's Collegiate in lane 8.
Yeah, it's a very good fast race, isn't it? Those 3 crews there from Onslow, Timaru and St Andrews went out very fast together. But I do believe the battle at the moment is between Onslow in lane 3 and St Paul's in lane 8. I love a good fast crew coming from lane 8.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, look, just while we're on it, and we're really in this race, a lot of people watching this might not necessarily be rowing aficionados in terms of steering this boat. Talk to us about the mechanism on board these double sculls.
So within the double here, what's happening is they will be calling for a little bit of pressure this side and that side. So it's just a little bit of pressure through the foot plate that transfers to the blade to then push you up. But at the moment, we are just about to approach the 500 metre marker, so we're almost a quarter of the way through this race, and Onslow College would be in the lead only just. They have about a bow ball over St Paul's. Third place currently sitting with St Andrews, fourth with Timaru Boys, fifth would be a tie at the moment between Whakatane, Mount Albert Grammar, sixth, and then we go seventh sitting with Wakatipu, and eighth with Maclean's as they move through the first 500 metres.
Yeah, and again, they've got that ability, don't they, to have a look out to their right-hand side to the crew of St Paul's Collegiate. They'll have an idea of what is going on. Obviously, leading, you get to have a bit of a view of the whole field. But now we are just starting to see a big push coming here from St Andrews College. So Oliver O'Brien, Hugo Miller-Bell clearly have a strategy, have a plan, just starting to now get that bow ball up just onto the stern of this lead crew. And so it is very much game on through that 750 metre mark, starting to approach the 1,000 metre mark. You can see that in the distance. And then it is, well, it's about mental fortitude, folks. It is about desire. It's about which of these crews is prepared to suffer and hurt the most. But boy, what a fascinating race this is starting to turn out to be.
As we move through the 750 metre marker, it is Onslow with a 1 length lead over then back to St Andrew and St Paul's, basically went through together. And then, well, there's 4 boats moving through next together. It was Wakatipu, Timaru, Whakatane and Mount Albert Grammar all through next together, and only half a boat length behind them was Maclean's. So a very close race here in the 8th final of the boys under 15 double sculls.
Yeah, what is going through their head, as I said, young men, still under 15, so still relatively inexperienced, don't necessarily have the layers of training that it requires when you get to that elite level or even at an under 18 level. So still a little bit of an unknown quantity here. But this is about just going back, drawing on those training experience, listening to the coaches, concentrating on the technical side of it. As we have a look here, Meg, at the St Andrews College crew, what are you seeing here technically? Are you liking what you're seeing?
Yes, the St Andrews crew that's currently sitting in second is doing a fantastic job of swinging their bodies together. They're also getting their blades in nicely. As we move through the 1,000 metre marker, it is still Onslow with a 1 boat length lead over St Andrews, half a boat length back to St Paul's, and it is the crew from Whakatane that are pushing themselves up into 4th at the moment.
Yeah, really, really nice performance from all of these young crews, and again, it can change so quickly in a year. Enjoy it while you can. Some kids will obviously physically develop a little bit later on, and others, well, they might be physically a little bit more mature now. So I guess the message is in all of it, just work on the technical side of it. You can always build the athlete later, but this is a very good display so far from Onslow College. They continue to lead, just starting to stretch that lead back out again over here in lane 5 from St Andrews College, and then down here in lane 8 is still St Paul's Collegiate, Kale Ganley, Ashton Russell, coached by Thomas Davenport Jones. But Onslow College looking to try and win a very, very valuable medal, and they don't hand a lot out at the Maadi Regatta for 2025.
No, and here we are just moving through the 1250 metre marker, so 750 metres left to travel. We're really now well and truly into the meat of the race. It is still Onslow. They're stretching out to a little bit of clear water, so Onslow holding on to first. It is St Andrews in second, St Paul's in third, but we are seeing a very fast Wakatipu coming up. They would be battling it out for 4th at the moment, with Whakatane, then 6th being battled for between Timaru Boys, Maclean's College and Mount Albert Grammar.
Yeah, just starting to see a little bit of a rating increase coming here in lane 4 from Timaru High School as well. And lane 5 particularly, St Andrews just starting to try and see if they can lift their rating, but every time they lift their rating we just see that wonderful response come back from Onslow College. So Onslow College still in control here. Talk about what the focus now is as they do come through that 1500 metre mark, Meg. What are they thinking about here? What do they need to do to get the job done?
So what they would have done in that third 500 would have had a very strong third 500. They would have had a good 1K, they would have been happy with that, and so they would have been just trying to push that into the third 500, and then they used the strength they built in that third 500, they used that momentum to wind them up for their finish for the final 500. So through that final 500 metre marker, we do see Onslow stretching out again. They're about now 2.5 over St Andrews. St Paul's managed to hold off that challenge from Wakatipu, so St Paul's sitting in third, Wakatipu 4th, but they are still battling it out with Whakatane there. Whakatane really battling with them. And 6th still sitting between the likes of Maclean's, Timaru Boys and Mount Albert Grammar. All those crews fighting it out together.
Yeah, well, very good display here from Onslow College. Boy, what a wonderful moment it'll be for them if they can hold on. It's a little bit of a demolition at the moment. They look strong, they look comfortable, no real change in form from what we saw through the first 500 to what we've seen over this last 500 metres. So stand up, Onslow College, if you are watching this. If you're on the side of the lake, get down there, make plenty of noise, make plenty of splashes, let them know what absolute legends they are amongst your school fraternity. This is what you do. You win these races. It sets a little bit of a legacy. It encourages other students in years to come to take up the sport as well. And before you know it, this little catalyst develops a wider rowing program. So great performance here coming from Onslow College of Ruben Andrews and Lias Kern.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job as we are now about 120 metres from the finish line, so not far away, but it is Onslow College holding on to the lead. St Andrews in second, St Paul's in third, but a very fast finishing Wakatipu and Whakatane battling it out for 4th, with Maclean's, Timaru and Mount Albert still battling it out for 5th. We're now well within the final 100 metres. We are seeing Whakatane really move up. It is St Paul's still in third, but Whakatane is only slightly behind them. So are we going to see Whakatane push up and get a medal in this event. Whakatane always have fast finishes, but across the line now, it is Onslow. So Onslow will get their names on the Mark Meets Cup for the boys under 15 doubles. Second, St Andrews across the line now. And third, oh, that was very, very close. We will wait for the results. It was somewhere between Whakatane and St Paul's. Very close. We'll check Rowett if you're listening. Fifth goes to Wakatipu as we now see Timaru boys there. They're across the line for sixth. Seventh to Maclean's and eighth place Mount Albert Grammar. So double check Rowett team. Keep checking to see who did get that final medal between Whakatane and St Paul's. It was a very, very tight race in the A final of the boys under 15 double sculls. This event sponsored by Accommodation Rental Solutions, reliable property management solutions in the Waikato. Of course, we are only streaming the A finals on this stream. If you're looking for B finals, head back to Rowing Hub and you'll be able to find the stream for the B finals. So all day the stream will be A finals. Head back through Rowing Hub to find the B finals. And also, if you do leave us at any point, make sure you come back through Rowing Hub to find us. That's the easiest way. While we're waiting for that result, I will just mention that Janie and Fee from Rowing New Zealand are currently at the 776 BC tent. They'll be there until 12 p.m. today, and they're there to answer all of your questions about rowing after school, because we don't want to row just for 4 years, everyone. We want to keep going into the club scene. It's a lot of fun. So if you've got any questions or queries or want to know more, head down to the 776 BC tent between now and 12 p.m. to chat to Janie and Fee. And it looks like those results have just come in, and it was Whakatane. So Whakatane got the bronze there. Well done. So that's Onslow winning in a time of 7:52.31. St Andrews 7:58.68. Whakatane 8:01.25. My name's Meg Glenn. I'm off now. I've done a little shift, but I'm off to go coach. I'll be back later in the day, so I'll leave you in the very capable hands of my friend Mark Watson.
Yeah, thank you, Meg. All the very, very best with your crews, and we'll be calling those throughout the day. We do encourage all the schools and stuff on the banks here of Karapiro to really make plenty of noise, plenty of encouragement for all of the athletes. I love to say this. I mean, you're looking at real athletes, aren't you? This is not the English rugby team, folks. Come on. We took the heart and the mental fortitude, and you put it inside the Warriors, and you put it inside some of our other sports teams in this country, or thing, we'd win a lot of things, wouldn't we? We would win a lot of things. Can I say that? Of course I can say that. Anyway, folks, lovely to have your company. We will take a little bit of a break. We will bring you, again, it won't be visually screened because of restrictions that we have on our under 15s, but our next race on the program, we will bring you a commentary for that. For those here watching the big screen at the venue, it will be the girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. That is set to go at 9:30. That is set to go in around about 10 minutes time.
He guided our men's 8-2 rowing gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. He's also a double Olympian himself. We talk to Tony O'Connor. We're talking about communication and coaching. How important is it to communicate in the right way?
It's everything, actually. Communication and words and non-verbal communication. I guess it's our magic wand. The way we relate to them will in a huge way affect their relationship with the sport and their love of it, and ultimately their success as well. So I try deliberately to not use rowing words. We have a rowing language, jargon, and I've never understood why we use it rather than just use the language we speak. For example, when you put the oar in the water, it's generally called the catch. Well, to me, catch is a bit sort of grabby. We don't want to do that. So I call it the entering of the water, or the protection, or the filling up of the blade. I try to be a little bit, Irish, so I try to talk rubbish, but in the hope that one of those words, I'll stumble upon some word that actually resonates with the kid, because everybody learns differently.
How do you get through all those teenage brains?
Well, you start by saying the same word slowly and repeatedly. Personally, I find it works a lot better if there's a lot of two-way communication and honesty, not just telling them to do something, but telling them and then telling them why they should do it.
How important is it to have a good culture in a club?
Number one, it's way more important than winning Maadi Cups or Olympic Games. Yeah, good culture. We were very lucky in our group that we had a couple of individuals who were very proactive in that. And it was generally the younger ones who just said, to hell with it, look, I want to win an Olympic gold medal. I think these things can be better. A culture is formed by people, all right? And people will forget what people said, people will forget what others did, but how you make someone feel, you'll remember that for the rest of your life.
Day 5 of the Maadi Regatta for 2025, and it is very much a day of B and A finals, and we are bringing you on this particular channel on the live stream the A finals. B finals, of course, you can pick up on our other channel as we look forward to this next race. It is the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Now, due to age restrictions in terms of coverage, this will be simply a radio type commentary for you as we do bring you this girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls. We'll have St Peter's College in lane 1, Diocesan School for girls in lane 2, Wanganui High School in 3, Wakatipu High School in lane 4, Glendowie College in 5, Queen Margaret College in 6, Villa Maria College in 7, Otamotai College will start in lane 8. So, opportunity for these young rowers to etch their name in the history books, pick up a national title, and use this as a real catalyst to launch their rowing careers and establish themselves not just in the history books of this event, but in their school's sporting history. Not a lot of medals handed out, not easy medals to win. 8 schools, 2,000 metres. Not too far away from a start. These Cox quadruple sculls. Lane 2, Diocesan School for girls. Sophia Glass, Emily Dick, Lucinda Day, Pippa Foreman, Kate Miller the Cox, coached by Ivana Main and Casper Hammond as we do get underway. And it is a very good even start from all crews as they do get out of the spring-loaded gates. Very good start coming in lane 5 from Glendowie College. So Glendowie College probably with the early lead. Also a very good performance coming down here in lane 8 from Otamotai College. Also a good start down there in lane 1 from St Peter's School of Kate Henry, Gemma Burke, Molly Scott, Meg Cannon, Jade Noonan the Cox, coached by Kaylin Wren and Morgan Blind, and I tell you what, the coaches will be doing it tough as well. Have a lot of intellectual property invested in this, a lot of time. And it is a wonderful shot from our drones, isn't it? Just to give you a real idea of the technical side of the sport. You can see the site subtle changes. I guess this, for those watching the big screen here at the venue, we're just showing an aerial shot at the moment. And gives you an idea of the ratings. What the tactics are early on. And it is still lane 5. It is still Glendowie College, who continue to lead. Lane 2, starting to put some pressure on Diocesan School for girls. Fairly even for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. St Peter's School very much still in the mix. Wanganui High School there in lane 3. Outside of them, Wakatipu High School with the yellow boat. Lane 4. Just maybe struggling a little bit with the pace at the moment is Villa Maria College. Across in lane 7, Otamotai College though out of Tauranga, still in the fight in lane 8. But it is still lane 5. It is still Glendowie College, Katie Jones, Marin Sapper, Isabel Taylor Campbell, Julia Storty, Isla Suze the Cox, who have maybe about a bow ball if anything. Over lane 2, Diocesan School for girls. So Diocesan School for girls still pressing, still putting the pressure on. Glendowie starting to absorb that pressure though. And all these crews, well, they've gone from that high sort of lactate threshold to a high aerobic state. So just trying to flush a little bit of the lactic acid out now, just trying to lengthen out, maintain good form, good technique. This is where things do just start to settle down a little bit before maybe strategy does start to kick in. It is still Glendowie College though. Smallest of leads over Diocesan. Lane 4 starting to press to Wakatipu, the yellow boat. So much depth now coming out of that part of New Zealand with Wakatipu, the likes of Dunstan. 500 metre mark. In fact, it might be the 750 metre mark as they do come through. Just thought there for a moment, just maybe Glendowie catching a little bit of a crab, but looking good, connecting those strokes nicely. Still the smallest leads though It is still Diocesan School for Girls who continue to apply the pressure. Just starting to climb their way back into this, inch by inch. Still half a canvas though, to Glendowie. All looking comfortable. Coxon barking out the orders. Just telling their crews to settle, stay long, think about technique, think about form. Physical here very shortly becomes mental, it becomes strategic. And which one of these crews will run out of talent first? Which one of these crews is prepared to suffer the most? It is at times a brutal sport, both physically and mentally, but there's also a romance and an appeal that goes with it. So Diocesan School for Girls still sitting in second place. It's Glendowie. The hurt that we are seeing that you cannot see clearly on the live stream because of this being an under 15s race, but I can tell you there is a lot of anguish on the face of these young girls. Remarkable athletes, wonderful talent on display. Wouldn't Glendowie love to get up and grab a medal? Really, a school over the last 20 years have established a very, very good rowing program based there in East Auckland. And now they just start to stretch that lead, half a boat length lead. Diocesan still hanging tough, but the big challenge now starts to come in lane 4 from Wakatipu. Liberty Hyde, Scarlett Kavanagh, Kiera Lightfoot, Caitlin Julian, Bella Notner Cox and Jimmy Kavanagh. Very much the coach. No real drop off in form at the moment. Really good composure being shown by all crews. Who believes? Who's managed to recover from what has been a very, very busy week? It's hard getting an individual to peak, let alone trying to get 4 athletes in one boat or 8 athletes in a boat trying to peak all together on the same day, on the same time. Remember, they are only under 15 athletes, so they don't have layers and layers of training in them. And often it's not how well you do a session, it's how well you recover from a session. Who has recovered the best? Glendowie still lead in lane 5. So coach of Kieran Smith and Denzel Christian will be watching this nervously, hoping, fingers crossed, praying that the young Chargers can get it done. They're still in control, almost out to 3/4 of a boat length lead. Really good race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Talked about Wakatipu, but now come Wanganui High School. Millie Richards, Sophia Su'u, Bailey Barnett, Dempsey Schicker. They're beginning to make a little bit of a move in lane 3. So it's Wanganui High School now who have moved into 3rd. They're about half a boat length now ahead of lane 4, which is Wakatipu High School. So as it sits, it is Glendowie College leading. It is Diocesan School for Girls in 2nd place. Wanganui High School in the 3rd in the bronze medal position. But they are making a real run here. Starting to get that bow nice and high out of the water. Starting to try and see if they can just get that bow ball in front of Diocesan School for Girls. So it's Wanganui High School on the charge. It's Glendowie though. It is down to 3/4 of a boat length. We're starting to get towards that 1750 metre mark, folks. Now, it's about who can suffer the most, who puts themselves in the hurt box, the lactic acid, bonfires in the legs, razor blades attacking the lungs. I'll keep saying it, sometimes the only place you can get oxygen when the heart rate's this high, when the hurt is going on, is literally through your eyelids. And we are approaching that threshold now. Dio starting to get their bow nice and high out of the water. Here come Wanganui High School. It is still Glendowie. Can Glendowie hang on? We are down to half a boat length. Settle back, folks. Here we go. Great race beginning to develop in this girls under 15 Cox quadruple sculls race. It is still Glendowie. They're hanging tough. Do they believe? Do they believe? Because here come Wanganui High School. They've got the momentum, trying to move up, see if they can move into 2nd place. But Waikato, the Diocesan School for Girls, continue to apply the pressure as well. They still continue to sit in second place. So much support on the bank, so much support going on. Glendowie College, can they hang on? They're down to less than half a boat length. It's Glendowie. They're fighting. They're asking everything from their coxswain. Their alumni on the banks urging them on, a little bit of a lift from them. What a moment this would be from the school. It'll be Glendowie College who'll come down. They'll win gold. Across the far side, it'll be Dio, and then it'll be on the inside, Wanganui High School, the bronze medal. But nobody's going to deny Glendowie College, Katie Jones, Marin Sapper, Isabel Taylor-Campbell, Julia Storti, Isla Susay, their coaches Kieran Smith and Denzel Christian win the Maadi Regatta girls under 15 quadruple sculls in what was a wonderful display. They led from start to finish. They went into a dark place. They suffered like you could not imagine, but mental fortitude came out on top, and they will forever be gold medalists. Well, really, really good display there from our under-15s. A remarkable talent. Boy, the sport is in good shape when you see that level of rowing for athletes who really are still in their infancy when it comes to the rowing side of the sport. And don't go away, because our next race that we will bring you live on the stream, that you'll be able to see visually, of course, on the big screens down here at Lake Karapiro. We've got the boys under 18 coxless pair oars, sponsored by Aotearoa Boat Company. That'll feature the likes of King's College, St Bede's, two St Bede's crews, in fact, Westlake Boys High School, St Thomas of Canterbury, Sacred Hearts and Kennigan's Auckland Grammar. That should be an absolute beauty, set to go at 9:50 this morning, day 5 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta.
We're all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Counting down to our next final here on day 5 of the Maadi Regatta. Of course, our live stream brought to you by Milford Asset Management. Special thanks to them. Big one, this one. This particular race is sponsored by the Aotearoa Boat Company. Under 18 coxless pair, and we'll have King's College in 1, St Bede's College in 2, their second crew, and their first crew in lane 3, Westlake Boys High School in 4, St Thomas of Canterbury in 5, Sacred Heart College in lane 6, St Kennigan's College in lane 7, Auckland Grammar School in lane 8. This should be a beauty. King's College, St Bede's, Westlake, St Thomas all have crews in the Maadi Cup final, set to go 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Sacred Heart will be in that final as well, and they've only ever won the Maadi Cup once, and that was back in 1948, the second time the event took place. St Bede's, well, they've won the Maadi Cup on 2 occasions, 1991 and of course in the most dramatic of fashions 2 years ago when they beat Hamilton Boys High School at this very venue by 5/100ths of a second. So a number of these young men in this coxless pair final will be members of those 8s challenging for the 78th edition of the Great Race. St Bede's wonderful rowing program. Dale Maher has done a fantastic job in terms of building that. Second last year in that Maadi Cup final, winners 2 years ago, looking to try and win their third Certainly the challenge will come from Westlake Boys High School, and I just wonder whether in this race we might have a bit of a prelude to that, because Westlake are in for St Bede's Crews. Both of them will be on their inside, and then outside of them St Thomas of Canterbury. Paddy Dowling having done just a superb performance in bringing that rowing program. They've only been rowing at St Thomas of Canterbury for the past 20 years. As we do get underway in one of the real blue ribbon events, this A final, 2,000 metres. Here we go, really, really good even start. Good fast start coming from Sacred Heart College of George Marshall and Blake Cooper in lane 6. And then down there in lane 4, it is the Westlake crew of Jack Buckley, George Langley, coached by, of course, former world champion coxswain Andy Hay, Jordan Stanley, the son of the great Mike Stanley. So very much running in the family when it comes to Westlake boys rowing. Wouldn't they love to grab it? Wouldn't they love to grab the Maadi Cup tomorrow? St Bede's versus Westlake. Only this time it is the under-18 coxless pairs. Lane 6, good start here again from Sacred Heart. They'll just be wanting to get out quickly. Just get that boat speed up and then look to try and just lengthen out. Nice start too from King's College of Ben Muta, Fergus Meredith, their coach Mike Hasselback. But lane 6 putting the pressure on early. Sacred Heart asking a few questions of Westlake boys here. Got to make sure though that they stick to their strategy. How have they set their training up? Have they set it up to be fast through the first 1,000, look to hold on over the second 1,000? Is it about just being steady through the first 500, looking to build through that 500 metre mark to the 1,500 metre mark? You cannot train one way and then race another way. Training is about showing your body in training what happens on race day down to the smallest details. And so the Red Swans of Westlake, Sacred Heart. Again, another school in East Auckland, Westlake on Auckland's North Shore. And so it's strategic at the moment. And then it becomes incredibly tactical. What is going through the minds of these young men? And it's going to hurt, and it's going to hurt a lot. And then it's about trying to break it down from the 1,000 to the 1,500 metres, the 1,500 metres through to the 1,750, and then it's just a case of hanging tough. You've got to have mental fortitude. You've got to have that ability to suffer. Wonderful little street fight beginning to develop between these two great Auckland schools. Westlake boys across there in 4, Sacred Heart in 6. And just look at the hurt too. Often say this, and you'll hear me throughout the days in different commentaries, and often our audience is changing all the time. Don't look at facial expressions necessarily, look at the form. Start to see the shoulders drop, a little bit more head movement, maybe just starting to shorten up a little bit on their strokes. It is often a sign of fatigue, but there is nothing here between the Maida Westlake boys and Sacred Heart. Look at that, bow ball for bow ball. There's very much game on. Really good race for third place at the moment. Across there in lane 2, we've got St Bede's College number 2. Outside of them, there's St Bede's number 1 crew. And then sitting between Westlake boys and Sacred Heart is St Thomas of Canterbury, Darby Renata, Luca Damiani. Oh, it's a tough sport. It is brutal. That ability to suffer. And it will come down to which one of these crews is prepared to hurt the most. Now we just start to see Westlake have just taken it up another notch here. So Westlake boys try and take control. Buckley and Langley really starting to lift their rating. Now it comes down to Sacred Heart. Can they respond? So this has been brilliant tactically from Westlake boys. Can they respond? The challenge, the questions have been asked now of Sacred Heart. What are the answers to those questions? Because Westlake have just dialed it up another notch. They have just said, look, here we go. This is our move. This is what we've done tactically. Can you hang in? Can you respond? Really, really good display here from Westlake Boys High School. looking to try and pick up this gold medal in the boys under 18 coxless pair, coached by the great Andy Hay. Jordan Stanley sitting there nervously on the banks of Karapiro. Sacred Heart, though, now starting to fight back, starting to lift their rating a little bit through this ever critical 500 metres here, this third 500. So settle back, folks. Here we go. Really good race beginning to develop. Back there too, the race for third place, both St Bede's crews. St Thomas of Canterbury, wouldn't they love desperately to get himself on the podium? Such a young rowing program, St Thomas. Talking to members of their coaching staff and parents, they were saying they raised $35,000 in 6 weeks. They sold 700 cheesed rolls to get here. They've only had a program for 20 years. Their goal was just to get into a final, and now they've got crews in a number of the boats, and of course they'll make their first ever appearance in a Maadi Cup final, set to go at 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But it's Westlake boys who take control as we come through that 1500 metre mark, and this is a very good display here of coxless pair rowing from Jack Buckley, George Langley, the Red Swans. Is this a statement? Is this what they're wanting to say? It's not just the pairs, guys. Watch out for our eights crew, the North Island champions. Again, the last time they won the Maadi Cup, well, it was 1984. It's been 41 years. They've won it on 3 occasions, 1976, 1983 and 1984. I think Mike Stanley might have been a member of that 1976 crew. His son now, Jordan Stanley, coaching this Westlake revival, this Westlake revolution, and it looks like with just over 250 metres to row that Westlake will pick up a gold medal here on the penultimate day, on finals day here at the Maadi Regatta for 2025. Good race for third. Hanging tough though, desperately wanting to get that silver medal is Sacred Heart of George Marshall and Blake Cooper. But nobody by the looks of it is going to know the might of Westlake boys. The Red Swans are starting to fly, folks. They're lifting. The bow ball is high. We ask everybody on the banks of Karapiro to lift, to welcome these two young men home. They look good. They look comfortable. Form is great. It is Westlake in control. What a moment for this school. Such a proud school, such a school. The likes of Eric Verdonk, some of the great rowers have come out of Westlake over the years. Mike Stanley is mentioned. It's a good program. It's just starting to really re-establish itself. And what a moment for them. A commanding performance. Equally to Sacred Heart will get themselves on the podium. And by the looks of it, just sitting there in the middle of both, it will be St Thomas of Canterbury. A wonderful moment for them if they can pick up the bronze medal, get ahead of the two St Bede's schools. Because, of course, they are based in Christchurch themselves. They train on the Selwyn River, but coming down to win gold, to pick up a national title in the boys under 18 coxless pair. It is Westlake boys of Jack Buckley, George Langley. What a moment for them. Silver will go the way of Sacred Heart of George Marshall and Blake Cooper. And stand up, St Thomas of Canterbury. That is a very, very good performance from you. Bronze medal to Darby Renata, Luca Damiani, and their coach, Paddy Dowling. Wonderful crowds, Westlake there in support. And look what it means to them. They etched their name in the history books. From this moment on, they will forever be New Zealand secondary school rowing champions, Maadi Regatta winners. Will this be the highest honours for them, or simply a stepping stone to even higher honours in the future? Such is their pedigree today. You'd imagine the high performance program from Rowing New Zealand will be all over these two. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 5 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta as we look at this remarkable story. St Thomas of Canterbury, Darby Renata and Luca Damiani. A bronze medal for them. What a great story this school is. Small school of just over 700 boys. They train on the Selwyn River, not the Avon in Christchurch. Looking at Cross for so long and living in the shadows of the likes of Christchurch Boys and Christ College. And saying, you know what, we think we're good enough. We believe we can stand alongside of those bigger schools. And they've done just that. But it's Westlake who will stand on the highest step of the podium and win the gold medal. Just coming back, have a look at some of the images of the start, that high rating, before they just look to try and lengthen out. You just see the hurt going on there. Their alumni cheering them on, giving them that little bit of a pick-up, willing them home. And that's primarily what it's all about. 78 years of the Maadi Cup, which has now become a regatta. Our next race for you folks, and looking forward to bringing you this one. It will be the girls under 18 double sculls, sponsored by Mazda. So the next day final set to go at 10 minutes after 10.
The 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be held in April at Orewa Beach, just north of Auckland, with all ages and abilities competing against each other and Mother Nature, with waves, wind and sometimes frustratingly soft sand.
We started for the sprint. On the way back. The steering's going to be hard though. I think they're going to battle those first few 100 meters out there. So we'll have a bit of fun at the least.
Rowing in the ocean is a new level of intensity and excitement. With interest in the sport growing, it's been added to the 2028 LA Olympics.
When you've got a 1 metre wave that decides it wants to pick up your boat, there's not a lot you can do when a wave wants to do that.
The 2025 International Beach Sprint Champs will take place in Rio, so the Nationals in April will be where selections begin.
I think it's an awesome sport. It's I like to call it the BMX of rowing. It's new, it's exciting, there's a lot that can happen. A lot of it is luck, but it's definitely something that is going to be an amazing sport for the future.
Race 388, day 5 of the Maadi Regatta for 2025. The venue is Lake Karapiro. Our next final is the girls under 18 double sculls. Looking forward to this one. It'll feature Diocesan School for Girls in 1, Twizel Area School in 2, Dunstan High School in 3, St Peter's of Cambridge in 4, Marion College in 5, King's College out of Auckland in 6, Craighead Diocesan in lane 7, and Wellington East Girls College in lane 8. Joining us in commentary is Kate Haynes, a member of the New Zealand rowing team at the Paris Olympic Games last year. A very good morning, a very warm welcome to you, Kate. Looking forward to this one. You're old school, Dio, in this particular final. You've got fond memories.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and it's really cool to see the Dio girls in this race. I was speaking to them last night. They're staying just on the edge of the lake there, so I went and had a good chat to them, and they're pretty ready for today, yeah.
Absolutely, and just talking us through here, Kate, what is the key here in terms of the start? Is this a boat that you want to get out quickly in? Is there a set template here, or are we going to see a slightly different strategy from each of the crews?
I'd say everyone probably knows what works for them now, but I'd say the smaller the boat, usually the more time you can take to kind of get it up and running compared to the 8s where you want to be really strong and connected off that start together. But I think these girls would have practiced a few times leading into this, so they'll know what works for them now.
Might have Dunstan High School, what a meteoric rise they've had with their rowing program. Neve O'Doherty, Emma Bryant, the two athletes coached by Simon Smith. I do love the Dunstan bucket hats we see a lot of the guys wearing, and the little toweling bucket hats. I have asked for some to be sent up here, but I haven't yet received them.
I know, I do love a good bucket hat. I think that's my favourite piece from the Paris collection, to be honest.
And we do get underway in this A final. The girls under 18 double sculls. A really good start coming down here from Wellington East Girls College in lane 8. They absolutely exploded off the start here, and then across in the middle, lane 4. Also a very good start coming from St Peter's School of Cambridge. But boy, what an aggressive start from Wellington East Girls College. Also starting well in lane 5, we've got Marion College of Sophie Davis, Charlotte Pedersen. They're coached, of course, by Fiona Mackay.
Yeah, and we can see that middle crew there starting to come out really well there. They're looking really strong. Their rate's really up and ticking it along. And yeah, we can definitely see them doing that start, and it's definitely working for them. They're popping out there in St Peter's School 1 in lane 4.
Yeah, Twizel Area School there in lane 2 of Sadie Mason, Kiara Tyne. Also getting away to a good start there in lane 2, just starting to drop back a little bit now. Top of your picture, it is Diocesan School for Girls of Sabella Thompson, Emma Young, coached, of course, by Joel Clayton Green and Franklin Hamilton. So a lot of nervous coaches sitting back here and waiting. I do like this aggressive start here from St Peter's School of Cambridge, looking to try and just send a message early, looking to just put a little bit of pressure on these other crews and say to them, hey, are we just perhaps not feeling that good because we've gone out quick and we're still finding ourselves in second place. So a lot of psychology here early on.
Yeah, for sure. And I think I always personally like to pop out first. I feel like it gives you a bit of confidence looking at the rest of the field and transitioning into that race rhythm where you want to be a bit more relaxed and go with the tempo of the boat. I feel like it's really nice to have that confidence out in front, but equally a fast start doesn't always mean a fast finish, so we'll have to see the race unfold.
Well, key thing here really is to get to the 750 metre mark, and then often we see the tactics play out through that next 500, and that's where we'll start to see little rating increases. And sometimes the best way to cancel those other tactics is be the first crew to do it, even if you are leading, going, well, hey, we knew you were going to attack at 750, we are also as well. But I think there's a lot in that. Sometimes you just want to dictate terms and not be dictated to. You want to empower yourself and say, like, we are in control of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I feel like a lot of people actually like to come from behind, have a bit of self-knowledge that, maybe they went out too hard and we're going to get them later in the race. So yeah, everyone's got their own little mind games and their own tactics. So yeah, but we can see the St Peter's girls sculling really, really nice and long and strong here, and their blades are super connected together with the timing in the water there.
Yeah, you just break that down. You talk about connectedness, you talk about timing, just for our non-rowing aficionados. Just break that down a little bit more. What are you talking about connecting?
Yeah, so that connection right out at front. So obviously you want to be in the water as long as possible to kind of get that acceleration of the boat. So we can see the girls hanging out with their arms really long in front, showing that they've really got the connection of the water at the furthest point possible out at the stern of the boat, which is the front end of the boat.
Okay, and then we do see the Twizel Area School girls of Sadie Mason, Kiara Tyne, doing a really nice job here, just looking pretty composed, sort of taller looking rowers. And that's the interesting one, isn't it? Because you do get different heights with our rowers, and that obviously would have would have impacts in terms of distance per stroke. So in terms of setting these boats up when you've got maybe a shorter athlete and a taller athlete, does that work, or are you always looking to try and match the boats based a little bit on height?
Yeah, I think it doesn't really matter if you've got someone super tall and someone not so tall, because the coaches can always rig the boat so that the angles of the blades are the same. So the feet in the boat actually can move forward and back, so you can kind of set them to where you want. So if someone's super tall, they can move their feet forward in the boat, and then vice versa. So yeah, you can definitely set the angles as you'd like, even if someone's super tall or different body shapes and sizes and whatnot. Yeah.
So it is St Peter's School of Cambridge, Olivia Henry, Molly McClintock, coached by Kaylin Wren and Norm Charlotte, who are continuing this very, very good small boat program that they do have out of the local school. And they are in complete control at the moment. They have about a 2 boat length lead. Really good race beginning to develop for second between Twizel Area School in lane 2, Marion College across here in lane 5. But you can just see the wake of our leading boat, who's out of shot at the moment. And so the real pressure now starts to come on these crews in second and third. If they're going to make their move, they're going to have to make it soon, because just looking at the form here at St Peter's College, they still look like they are in control. So 750 metres of this race remains. This is where it starts to get tactical. This is where it starts to get mental.
Yeah, and we can see this third 500 is very important for that efficient rhythm, and sometimes the fast starters out of the start actually fade here because they used all their energy too early. So yeah, we can see Twizel Area School just really pushing out in this third 500, but equally Marion College is doing the exact same, and they're coming up quite level pegged here actually.
Yeah, Marion College just now starting to dial it up, just trying to get inch by inch to see if they can get that bow ball up alongside of the bow ball here of Twizel Area School. So this is the race for second and third at the moment. Now out in front it is still St Peter's School, Olivia Henry, Molly McClintock, who are just putting on a bit of an exhibition at the moment. This is just a bit of a demolition. And they'll come up now through that 1500 metre mark, and then just 500 metres remain. Form still looks good, still nice and long, still connecting those strokes. Nice job being done here by the local girls.
Yeah, these girls are looking really, really strong through the drive, just like before really, and you can see on their faces they're working extremely hard, but again, they look super comfortable and loose on the way forward, which is also equally important as that drive phase.
Yeah, just talk about the number of different phases there are in a stroke.
Well, I feel like we usually talk about the drive phase, which is when your blades in the water, and then the recovery phase, which is when you're out of the water. And that recovery phase you want to just be as loose and relaxed
Soft
as
hands.
you can. Yeah, for sure, just to let the boat run.
Okay, so St Peter's of Cambridge looking to come down and see if they can grab a really big gold medal here on day 5 of the Maadi Regatta. And these other 2 crews would desperately love to get themselves on the podium. I keep saying it, when you look at the number of competitors at the start of the week, you've often got heats, repecharges, semi-finals. Just to get yourself into finals is a big deal. Then to get yourself on the podium is an even bigger deal. And so some of these athletes, yes, under 18, but some might only still have another year left, and so their development is still on the way up. But nobody is going to deny by the looks of it. St Peter's of Cambridge, this is a wonderful display, and now really starting to establish themselves in that silver medal position. We've got the Twizel Area School of Sadie Mason, Kiera Tyne, and then it will be Marion College of Sophie Davis and Charlotte Pedersen, coached by Fiona Mackay. But I tell you what, there are a lot of people from St Peter's of Cambridge who are here, and they are standing, they are recognising and honouring this remarkable young pair in this double sculls, because it is going to be St Peter's School of Olivia Henry and Molly McClintock who are going to come down and win this gold medal, win it comfortably in absolutely emphatic fashion. Congratulations will go to them. It'll be a gold medal to St Peter's of Cambridge. They are your national champions in the under-18 double sculls. It'll be silver will go the way of Twizel Area School, the bronze medal the way of Marion College.
Gosh, these girls, honestly, the calibre of rowing is so phenomenal in this under-18 age group. It really does impress me.
Well, Kate Haynes alongside of us, who was peer last year at the Paris Olympic Games. Kate, it's amazing though, isn't it? I was watching even the novice crews yesterday. You would not know they were novices with some of the technical stuff, which I guess is great for the state, I guess, of the coaching in this country as well, because I often say get the technicals, you can always build the athlete later, but work on the technical stuff early.
Yeah, I watched I believe it was the St Cuthbert's girls novice double yesterday, and I was commentating it, and I had to literally look down at my sheet to make sure they were novices, because they just looked, incredibly relaxed and loose, and super impressive calibre of rowing here at Maadi Cup this year.
I hope you are enjoying coverage here of this live stream brought to you by Milford Asset Management. Day 5, finals day. Of course, big day tomorrow. Culminates with the under-18 girls 8, known as the Levin Jubilee Cup, been going since 1981. And of course, the 78th running of the Maadi Cup, been going since 1947. That will be 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And those finalists have been found. And it should be an absolute stunner. Christchurch girls winning it for the first time in their history last year. As we just go back, have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, these girls have done such a good job. This St Peter's crew has just been all this long, strong rhythm here. And again, Twizel Area School has also proven that they should be on the podium, as well as Marion College, by those technical skills for sure.
Oh, I love the flags. I love the history of the schools, the legacy. It's a real nostalgic feel about this particular rowing regatta, and it's always had an sense of nostalgia rowing, hasn't it? Even when you go and look at the club champs and the uniforms and the colours and the way they're set up still look like they're straight out of the 1920s and 1930s, and it's a really important part that you do hang on to your history and continue to evolve and move forward. But boy, what a moment for St Peter's College of Cambridge. And one more time, just want to acknowledge those two remarkable rowers of Olivia Henry and Molly McClintock. We will take a break from our live stream. When we come back at 10:30 or just before 10:30, our next final for you will be the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Looking forward to this one.
Nice. That's good.
So you're going to give up rowing and go overseas, or you're going to still row when you go away?
I'm still going to row. It'll just be a lot more low-key. I'm going to join one of the clubs over there, Molesey Rowing Club, and I'll do Henley and then go travelling for like 6 weeks with some friends after that. Yeah, just do something different. It's the first time I haven't been named in a team for 9 years.
It's the winter season, so that means some downtime for the rowers. The rowing sheds here at St Kent's College are closed, out of action, but there's a group of novice girls that are here. Where are they? Let's check out the gym. Lucy, it's 6 a.m, you're at the gym. The rowing season's finished. Why are you here?
Well, we had such a great first start to the rowing season and we found a few successes, so we want to feel some more. So by strengthening ourselves over the off season, we thought, well, the others aren't, we can get back and then be stronger for next season.
What did you like about rowing?
Well, I loved how it felt like everyone was pushing themselves, but it was together. You could push yourself as hard as possible, but you obviously had to rely on the people around you, and we had such a great crew. So everyone pushing themselves together, you felt like you succeeded as a crew instead of just individually.
And I mean, it's also about friends, right?
Yeah, definitely. I was lucky that my best friend also does it, so it's almost like going away is like having a big sleepover. And all the girls here, we're all really good friends. We're kind of one big group now, yeah, so it's perfect.
Gigi, it's 6 a.m, the rowing season's finished. Why are you here?
We're here for off-season training to stay fit and stay healthy.
So did you like rowing?
Yes, I love rowing.
What did you like about it?
I love the community that it gives to you. I love the competition. I love the family. Yeah, I love everything about it.
So you're back for next season?
Yeah.
So strength and conditioning is not only great for getting strength for the girls in the rowing boat, but it's also a great time to get them out of the boat, away from the rowing sheds, away from the ergs, because it is a lot of training.
Yeah, because I mean, when you grew up, were you just rowing non-stop? Did you go to the gym when you were at school as well?
No, not really. It was just lots and lots of on-water trainings, and so it's I guess a breath of fresh air for these girls to be able to come in and do something different, but still obviously enhancing their performance.
What have you got them doing, Paige?
Oh, yes.
Movement
prep. So, yeah, kind of a bit of a full body mobility just to wake them up because it is early in the morning. And then this is their first session with us. So they're just going through a full body basic movement program, starting with some squats, just trying out lots of technique and just, trying to get them to figure out their movement patterns.
Do you think they like it?
I hope so. I think so. There was lots of laughter this morning, but we'll see.
Key, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Keep them laughing, keep them smiling.
Yes, definitely.
So let's talk about what they are learning in the gym. Is it about getting them stronger in their core and their legs? What are you specifically trying to get out of them?
It's very important that they develop that core strength. Rowing is all about your core strength, holding your shape through the stroke. And the programs that we're developing in the gym enable them to develop that core stroke. So then we've got that stronger athlete when they come back into the program.
You've been at St Kitts doing Director of Rowing for a number of years. What do you think as a whole you're trying to achieve when you, as a club? Over the years, what have you seen works and what doesn't?
Well, I think what we've tried to develop over the last couple of years is an environment that kids want to be involved in. They feel a deep connection to the program, to the rowing club, and a sense of belonging.
You are watching day 5 of the Maadi Regatta for 2025, Lake Karapiro. It is finals day and we have been so looking forward to this because this should be an absolute beauty. It is the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. So a lot of these rowers looking to try and build that program for the 8s and years to come. And I tell you what, some of the great traditional schools on the start line. We've got Napier Boys High School in 1, St Kennigan College in 2, the Might of Auckland Grammar School in 3, Otago Boys High School, Timaru Boys High School, Marlborough. So the Nelson region represented, Whakatane here, and of course the local school, St Peter's School of Cambridge. And 2,000 metres, and we've got Kate Haynes, Olympian, alongside of me. As I like to say, Kate, 2,000 metres, 1,800 metres of hope and 200 metres of truth.
Absolutely, yeah. It's been such a phenomenal week here at Maadi so far, and I feel super lucky and grateful to be commentating these epic rowers out here. It's really exciting stuff.
Let's talk about the setup of a Cox quadruple sculls in terms of the way they set these boats up. Where is the engine? Who's in the stroke seat? Who's in the bow seat?
We like to think they're all engines, but I definitely think that typically the middle pair are the engines, the real powerhouses of the boat, and then you've got the stroke seat who kind of sets that rhythm and sets that boat feel, and then the bow seat's usually super technical and super sharp.
Okay, and of course they will have their coxswains who will be having a very tactical, strategic role as well, and I'd imagine the role of the coxswain will change from the first 500 metres to what we see of the last 500 metres in terms of the language and possibly even some of the emotion.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like a good coxswain has a really good balance of that kind of hype, intense calls, but then also just making sure that their crew is super relaxed and on their rhythm and actually executing their race plan that they've talked about.
And Might of Timaru Boys High School. Wonderful school. That's Louis O'Sullivan, Cooper Gordon, Tim Bartlett, George Talbot, Ned Brown is their cox. As we do get underway. So next of our A finals, the under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, and really nice even start. No one particular boat necessarily jumping out particularly early. Good start here coming down from Whakatane High School in lane 7, probably a bow ball in front. And then across the far side in Lane 1, Napier Boys High School also getting away quickly. Lane 8, St Peter's School of Cambridge. So it's across the far side at the moment, about a bow ball in it. Just starting to make their move now. St Kennigan College, Auckland Grammar School there as well. A little bit slow, but we know how strategic they are. We know how smart Auckland Grammar School are in terms of the way they set up their rowing program, but it is a fast start. And really, really good performance here from Luke Hagger, Sam Napton, Cole Vander Anker and Adam Albert made their cox. Arthur Boyce, we're talking about the crew out of Whakatane here in lane 7.
Yeah, everyone's come out absolutely gunning here. It's absolutely amazing, and I feel like it's really interesting out of a start. Sometimes a crew can leap out lengths, but this seems to be really anyone's game coming into the first 250 here.
Yeah, let's just talk about this then in terms of, is this a boat that you can take up quickly if you need to accelerate, if you need to suddenly bring your stroke in? We talk about the 8s, you've pretty much got to be in the fight through the 500. If you're sort of off the pace in the first 500, very hard to start to make a move. What about these particular boats?
Yeah, I feel like if you're comparing it to the smaller boats, I'd say smaller boats you can kind of get away from being potentially dropped out of the start and then really accelerate throughout the race. I think that is definitely harder to do the bigger the boat, but you can never say never. Anything could happen in these Maadi A finals, which makes it super exciting. But typically, I would say you've definitely got to be in the race in that first 750 or so.
Well, moments ago we saw the Auckland Grammar crew of Lewis Cameron, Barney Cameron, Max, Deracourt, Huxford and Richie Maybe. Bangji Sun is their coxswain, but it's Otago Boys High School who now lead. Leo Garden, Logan Miller, Tom Colley, Ollie Scott, Hunter Ruxton, their cox, coached by Thomas Ryan. So Otago have got themselves now about a boat length lead. Really good push from them. They've got to want to hold it though, so they've played their cards early. They've just increased that stroke rating now, starting to put a bit of pressure on. St Kennigan starting to get their bow up and now looking to try and see if they can just close that gap. So good move here from Otago. Almost just sort of ambushed everybody just a little bit early on.
Yeah, these Otago boys are looking really, really strong here. My partner's an old Otago boys man, and he's really good friends with the coach, Thomas Ryan, so I'm sure they'll be on the bank screaming for these boys. But yeah, they're looking super long, super strong there. You can see the stroke man there, really good view from the drone there.
Yeah, good. And so now it is still Otago. It is St Kentigern across there in lane 2. Napier Boys High School across in 1, still in the fight as well, currently sitting in 3rd. Really good race for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Auckland Grammar still hanging tough. Down here on the inside we've got Marlborough Boys College, that's Jesse Englefield, Matthew McLeod, Toby Randall, Archie Saggers, Jack Shaw, their Cox. Their coaches are Glenn Marfell and Clayton Lindstrom.
Yeah, these Otago boys are really just driving it home there. You can see their finish is super strong and connected. The blades coming out really nice and clean, which is just helping their momentum coming into this 3rd 500 here.
Yeah, just feel that St Kentigern just starting to increase their rating. We often see it, don't we, from the 1,000 metre mark to the 1,500 metre mark. That's where things can shift. We talk about a strong 3rd 500.
Yeah, I personally, we always, not to give away the race tactics too much, but I think coming into the 1K to the 500, I think that's where some really serious moves can be made. I think coming into the sprint, sometimes you want to be out of that. So I think if you can get away a little bit early to avoid that last minute sprint, it's really, really important for sure.
I think the good coaches will understand their athlete, won't they? The physiology. Are we sort of more of a diesel? Do we take a little bit of time to get going? Are we a really explosive crew? Do we have a lot of fast twitch fibre here? Are we a bit more endurance based? Do we have that kick over the last 250, or do we need to take it out 1,000? And so I'd imagine those things, as you start to understand your crew, as you start to build those training regimes, start to get those training profiles, you can then start making some decisions around how you do things tactically.
Yeah, for sure. And even within the crew, I know myself, my pair partner and I were quite different physiologically. I am definitely more powerful and out of the start and into the sprint is kind of my strength, and she was definitely the endurance queen, we like to call her. So, you know, you kind of lean on each other's strengths even within the crew, which is really cool to find out a bit more about yourself and what works for you, and the coaches do a really good job of helping athletes kind of understand that for sure.
So the St Kentigern College crew of Sebastian Wallace, Oscar Lowe, Hugo Jancies, Liam Dowling, Harish Dulip Kumar is the Cox, and their coach is Rachel Smith. So St Kentigern College still in the fight here, still hanging tough, but this is the crew out of Otago Boys High School, and they are comfortably clear at the moment. They're going to come down to that 1,750 metre mark, and you'd say it's 2 boat lengths. So really now it's just about concentration. It's about maintaining form. Coxsons at this point will just be asking for what?
Oh, I think they'll just be asking, especially the crew in front, you just want to be clean, no last minute mistakes. You don't want to be catching a crab in the last bit. But I think the fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th is going to be absolutely hectic.
Well, Auckland Grammar School making a big move now. They've been very strategic. We talk about the back half, trying to sort of negative split it. It's Auckland Grammar School who have been, I guess, bluffing a little bit through the 1,000 metres. Now they're desperately trying to get that bow ball nice and high. They'd love to get themselves on the podium. They've now moved into 3rd place. Really good performance here from Auckland Grammar, starting to challenge St Kentigern's for the silver. But it's Otago Boys High School. They are out comfortably. They look good. Look at the form here, folks. Do they believe? I think they do. Wonderful to see the supporters of Otago Boys High School down here lifting, asking more of their crew. They know they're going to win a gold medal. What a race from them. Otago Boys High School will come down. They will win this boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. The real race now for the silver medal. St Kentigern's College, Auckland Grammar School, Timaru Boys. Who wants this? Who's prepared to suffer the most? And look at the fight now coming back here from Timaru Boys High School, but nobody will deny Otago. It'll be St Kentigern's, will it? St Kentigern's will win the silver, Auckland Grammar the bronze. Unofficially, of course, it'll be Timaru Boys High School who will miss out by the smallest of margins unofficially, but nobody is going to deny Otago Boys High School national champions. Congratulations to Leo Garden, Logan Miller, Tom Colley, Ollie Scott, Hunter Roxton, and well done to the coach Thomas Ryan. You are New Zealand Secondary Schools champions in the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls here at the Maadi Regatta. Well done. That is a pure display of class.
Wow, I honestly just got goosebumps watching that finish. Maadi Cup is so exciting for that. I feel like all the races, all the finals, right from D finals to A finals, have been absolutely amazing coming into that last bit. And yeah, I just think the calibre of rowing here is absolutely exceptional, and it's so epic to see these guys out there. You can see how happy they are. They're splashing the water, and the coaches there, so super cool.
Well, you would have come through school with a lot of your friends too, and for some of them, the Maadi Regatta would be the pinnacle of their rowing career. Clearly for you, it's a stepping stone to higher honours, but that's what we've got to remember. For some, this will be their pinnacle moment. Others, it'll just be simply a launching pad, won't it? And some of those rowers, maybe in those crews that miss out on the medals, they're saying to themselves, well, hang on a minute, I've still got a real passion and desire here, and, you know, I'm just going to use this as the experience and continue to kick on.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that if you enjoy rowing, you can do it after school. There's so many different avenues. If you don't want to do it intensely and go through the Row New Zealand pathway, there's so many other options. You can, you know, look into going to the States and using it as a great way to get to the education. You can go to club rowing, you can row for your university. I just feel like there's so many great options out there for rowing after school as well.
You know, I joke a little bit, Kate, and we've only just met, but you've got to be a little bit different, don't you? You don't want to give up school and still continue to spend the next 10 years just suffering and feeling the lactic acid and having what I call that ugly face on every day because you've got the war face on because you hurt so much.
Yeah, but I think some people find it quite addictive, I think. Hence why I'm still doing it.
Yeah, no,
yeah, but I think also you can do it for fun. Lots of people, lots of my school friends after winning the girls 18-8, they went on to row at Wellington University, and they had an absolutely epic time at the uni champs, and it was great fun. And I don't think they trained exceptionally hard.
And those university champs still to come, of course, and greater emphasis being put on that. And I always enjoy watching the university novice crews. Always a little bit entertaining at times. You've got to remember they've only often been rowing for about 6 weeks when you think of when the university year does start.
Yeah, for
and then
sure.
they're trying to manage the eights and stuff down Twizel or Lake Karapiro as we just go back and have a look at a little bit of the replay of the start here of this event that's just been won by Timaru Boys High School, the boys under 16 Cox quadruple scults.
Yeah, the Otago boys definitely came out really nicely there, but again, it was anyone's game in this first bit. But yeah, they definitely transitioned into that nice, loose, efficient rhythm, which kind of played on really well for them later in the race, where they could step away in that third 500 to win the gold at Maadi.
Yeah, wonderful images, courtesy of Altitude HD, and special thanks and support to Milford Asset Management for their ongoing support of this live stream and their involvement with rowing. Can't do it without them. They have been simply superb. And look what it means to those young men from Otago Boys High School. This will be big for the school too. A school with a rich history. Do you have to feel a little bit for Timaru? Came so close and ended up finishing ultimately in 4th place as we look back at this remarkable rowing regatta. Really what can best be described as a carnival. We'll take a break here on our live stream. When we come back, we will bring you live coverage of the girls under 16 single sculls featuring some of the biggest schools in the history of the sport.
Nice.
Ashburton.
I live with Veronica Wall, who won the 16, 17 and 18 single when she was under 16.
Yep.
When's the next?
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Day 5 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Our next final set to go at 10 minutes to 11 is the girls under 16 single sculls, sponsored by Croker Oars New Zealand Limited. This is an A final. This again is an opportunity for those young individual scullers to send a message to those around them, to those in the future, that we mean business. It is a full field. Aquinas College will start in 1, Wentworth College out of Auckland in 2, Rotorua Girls High School in 3, Huanui College in 4, Ashburton College in 5, Huanui College in 6, Cambridge High School in 7, Queen Margaret College in 8. Now, this is fascinating because we have a lot of schools that don't necessarily renowned for the sport of rowing. Kate Haynes alongside of me. Kate, it's great, isn't it, that we've got Huanui College, a school out of Northland here. We've got Wentworth College out of Auckland's North Shore. We've got Aquinas College as well. You don't tend to associate them necessarily with the bigger boats, but we're starting to see them develop some really good athletes in the smaller boats.
Yeah, and I think that's super exciting. It's really cool that they've got the opportunity to race here at Maadi Cup, and I think, you know, it only takes one amazing rower to put them in a single and put them up against the best in the country. So yeah, it's super exciting.
And this is tough. I reckon the single sculls, it's a very lonely sport. You know, often in the pairs or the 4s, the 8s, clearly you can lean on your fellow teammates and maybe just reassure each other and deal with maybe some of the nerves. You never want to let anybody else down. Sometimes it's actually easier to let yourself down.
Yeah.
And so this is a lonely event. You've got to go through all the emotions. You've got to do it on your own.
Absolutely. I always admire the single scullers. We did a little bit at the start of Summer Squad this year, and we were all in singles, and I'm usually always in crew boats with being a sweeper. So I found it definitely mentally tough for sure. So yeah, really impressive that these girls are out here doing it. And yeah, it is really hard when you're out there by yourself. You know, you have to really motivate yourself. No one's there to tell you what to do or to tell you to go harder or you can do it. It's all got to be yourself. So very impressive from these girls to just make the A final.
Yeah, and these are the real stars of the future. A number of them will be still 2-3 years possibly still at school, and size is always an issue. Some girls or boys tend to develop physically a little earlier than others, and so we keep saying if you're one of those late developers, then you just want to work on the technical side of it and you'll have your time, and then we can always build the athlete as we do get underway. Good start here coming in lane 5 out of Ashburton College, Isla Moffat. As we do just have a wee look, a little bit of a stumble there from Sophie Harrison out of Aquinas in lane 1, but also getting away really aggressively is Ella Rogers out of Wentworth in lane 2, coached by Bruce Tong. And then down in lane 5, it is Ashburton's College, Isla Moffat, who has got away very quickly. Their coaches, or her coaches, Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. So underway and approaching that 250 metre mark, the girls under 16 single sculls.
Yeah, and Isla had a remarkable semi-final where I think she won by about 3 boat lengths. So we'll see if anyone can give her a really good run for the money today. But yeah, Justin Wall is an incredible coach. He coached his daughter back in the day to win the under 16, 17 and under 18 single at Maadi when she was under 16. So super impressive. That was Veronica Wall and also my flatmate. So yeah.
And so now just starting to lengthen things out, going from what we would call probably almost an anaerobic state to a high aerobic phase here. Now it's about settling down. Now it's about just good technique, just focusing, working through those processes, counting down the number of strokes in your head. I want to ask you that, Kate, because you'll be aware, obviously, the number of strokes that you're probably going to take over a 2,000 metre distance if you sit down and do the maths. Obviously, when you come to the last 250 metres, are you sort of counting those down in your head?
Yeah, I think everyone has their own kind of strategies, but I'm definitely a stroke counter for sure. When it gets to the last 250, I'm thinking, okay, this is about 45 strokes to go, and I definitely count them in my head for sure.
And that's how you can often break it down. So Ashburton's College doing really well here. Isla Moffat, really nice start from her. Fairly even though up there in lane 2 out of Wentworth. Ella Rogers still doing really well. And then just on the outside of Isla Moffat, we've got Dovey Maybe out of Huanui College sitting there in the blue, red and white boat. And then just on her outside out of Cambridge High School, just the school literally down the road, is Lily Cameron, coached by Josh Toa and Kerry Wilkins. So still very much anybody's race. No real absolute dominance or ascendancy just yet. Certainly an opportunity for these other athletes to make a little bit of a move and look to try and shut down Moffat out of Ashburton.
Yeah, and I think the single scull as well, I feel like you can make moves quite quickly. In terms of like an 8, if you're comparing it towards that, you've kind of got to get 8 boys moving at the same time, going at the same time to really get that boat speed up. But when it's just you driving the boat by yourself, you know, small technical changes and a bit of a push here and there will definitely increase the boat speed a lot. So yeah, you can make a move quite quickly in the single scull, which is quite exciting.
Yeah, the thing is too, and I talk about it, but we're talking about under 16, so some of these athletes might be 14 years of age, 15 years of age, and again, they don't necessarily have the experience. They've got to back their coaches in terms of strategy here, but it's certainly, because of the young nature of these athletes, it's certainly not over till it's over. Really easy through the first 1,000 to look good, but do you have the layers? Do you have the endurance? Do you have that base to hold it over the back 1,000?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of when you're right. The training program of what these girls have been given comes to show, and I think that really develops in the third 500 and who can kind of hang on to their rhythm, and also who saved the beans a little bit earlier in the race. You know, did they get onto that rhythm? Did they get onto that nice flow and efficient rhythm so they can actually accelerate later in the race where it really counts?
Yeah, really good display here at the moment. I said that no one had really broken this race open. Well, I'm starting to change my mind here because I think Isla Moffat has really sent a message to the rest of them, and she'll just be hoping that because of her dominance that perhaps these other scullers say, you know what, second is good enough today. And we are starting to see a really good race for second, third and fourth across there in lane 2 in second place. It's Ella Rogers out of Wentworth College now starting to move up alongside of her. We've got Emily Mogg out of Rotorua Girls as well. And then down here in lane 7 we've got Lily Cameron out of Cambridge High School. And leading the race, Isla Moffat. And you can't even, just starting to even see her wake is just starting to disappear, which says that her lead is commanding.
Yeah, and it's extremely close. It's going to be a really tight race coming into the last bit for the second and third spot, and you can just see lane 2 there looking over her shoulder, making sure she's in the game and seeing if she can push away there. But it looks like lane 3 is coming up a little bit there. Lane 7 looking really nice and long and strong there, coached by Josh Toa and Kerry Wilkins. Really good coaches there. Yeah,
well, very good display here. And I'll get you too, Kate, just to have a look here at the form of Isla Moffat. You know, went out aggressively, looked good early on, but looking at it from a distance as we do start to zoom in, form still looks good. Not a lot of upper body movement, still looks like she's connecting those strokes nicely. Yeah, she's really hanging out the front there. You can see her arms staying really long through the drive where her legs are coming down, which just shows that she's really accelerating the boat speed there really nicely. She's nice and tall, the blades are going in really direct there, so it's a really great display of single sculling. And again, I cannot believe this is the under 16 women's single. Yeah, such impressive calibre. They often talk in a lot of sport, don't they, golf things, you know, keep soft hands, and I know that's a terminology you use in rowing, try and keep it loose, try and keep it soft hands, but I'd imagine as you do start to get around to that 250, you start to grip things, the lactic acid running through the forearms, running through the legs, obviously the lungs are starting to scream, but it's about concentration. Lose concentration, you can lose time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that loose hands, loose on the way forward is really, really hard when you're coming into the last bit where you're just trying to squeeze everything out of every muscle you've got. But yeah, that loose feeling is super important even in the last part of the race here.
Well, this will be a big moment if we can see the athlete out of Rotorua Girls High School, Emily Mogg, if she could get herself on the podium. We don't generally associate a Rotorua girls necessarily with the sport of rowing, but sometimes it just takes an athlete to come along and change the game and show a pathway, and suddenly, you know, we get more and more of the student body wanting to take up the sport, and that's how a program does begin. And if she can get herself on the podium, maybe 10 years time she's part of a legacy, and we start to see Rotorua girls not just in the smaller boats but in the bigger boats as well. We know the talent pool that exists in Rotorua, and now some real work to be done here by Lily Cameron out of Cambridge High School, trying to hang on desperately for that third place. Can she now start to make a little bit of move and move up alongside of Emily Mogg out of Rotorua Girls? So it's still a wonderful race for the silver medal, but out in front as we come down to the 1750 metre mark, it's this class act out of the might of Ashburton College, Isla Moffat, who continues to dominate.
Yeah, and she's looking super strong there. You can just see her rate coming up a little bit there, which just means the amount of stroke she's taking per minute. And yeah, look, you can see her looking in her peripherals at her competition. She looks like she's about 3 lengths in front there. Really, really impressive, dominant race from Isla.
Yeah, and again, good strong finish now coming from Emily Mogg out of Rotorua Girls High School, who just continues to apply the pressure, just continues to tighten the screws here on Lily Cameron out of Cambridge High School. But stand up here, folks, on the banks of the famous Lake Karapiro, because you are seeing an absolute superstar in the making. It has been a dominance performance. It's a lonely sport, but Isla Moffat, coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford, is going to come down and win this very prestigious title. She'll have a gold medal put around her neck, and she will forever be a New Zealand Secondary Schools champion, a Maadi Regatta winner, because this is emphatic, folks. This has been an absolute exhibition. Congratulations to Ashburton College. What a performance. And stand up, Isla Moffat. That is remarkable. The silver medal will go the way of Emily Mogg to Rotorua Girls, and then narrowly the bronze medal will go the way of Lily Cameron out of Cambridge High School. And now coming down to pick up 4th place will be Ella Rogers out of Wentworth College. And now the first of the Huanui College athletes, Anna Barradell, will come down and cross. Lane 8 out of Queen's Margaret College is Billy Every Palmer. And then we've got the next of our Huanui College athletes finishing, Dovey Maybe as well. So a very, very good performance and display from all of our girls in the under 16 single sculls.
Super, super impressive race there from Isla. She really just took it out of the start, transitioned really nice and long onto a rhythm, and then took it up again at the finish. So really incredibly well deserved there from Isla Moffat there.
Beautiful weather, beautiful conditions. It has been all week. It's been remarkable summer, the upper part of the North Island certainly. And it's been a dream for event organisers. All the crews enjoying it. Yesterday the wind did pick up a little bit of a headwind, but that wind certainly not here like it was yesterday. In fact, it was a very sort of mild morning. When we came to the venue at about 7 o'clock, fog did roll in, disappeared very quickly as we just go back and show you some highlights of these under 16 single scullers. That's what it's all about, isn't it? It's that tribalism amongst the schools.
Yeah, absolutely. Walking through the boat park yesterday, it was just amazing to see everyone so happy, and the vibe is just, yeah, it's definitely really great. So it's really cool to see all the parents on the bank and the supporters from around New Zealand come together for such an epic regatta.
Well, I hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 4 of the Maadi Regatta. Our next live streamed final for you comes at 10 minutes after 11. About 10 minutes time, we'll bring you the boys under 18 novice double sculls.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Welcome back. I'm Meg Glenn and this is Kate Haynes with me, and we are just getting ready for the A final of the boys under 18 novice double sculls. This event sponsored by River Riders Cycling Tours to explore every bend of Te Awa o Te Waikato, as we have a beautiful view there of our manga Tautiri in the background. But here is who we've got in this race. In lane 1, Maclean's College. 2, John McGlashan. 3, St Peter's School number 2. In lane 4, St Andrews. In 5, King's High School. In 6, St Peter's number 1. And in 7, Wanganui High School. And 8, Waitaki Boys. How's your day been going, Kate?
Pretty good. I actually started my day with a little run to the start line, and I can say it was extremely entertaining, and I kept having to stop to watch and cheer everyone on. So yeah, pretty good start to the day really, and some epic finals that we've just commentating, so can't really complain.
Love that. Love a good run to the start line, eh? Get a few hills in there, you know?
Yeah, it was pretty nice, can't lie.
Yeah. So just a reminder that this is the stream for the A finals. If you're looking to watch B finals, jump back through Rowing Hub and you'll be able to find the stream for the B finals. And of course, we're the team from Altitude HD. So don't forget to give us a good follow on the socials, as we're just here getting a good look at, I believe that is King's High School in lane 5. They were one of the heat winners, along with both of the St Peter's crews, won heats, and St Andrews College. But we will be looking to the St Peter's number 1 crew that's in 6, as they did qualify through the heats with the faster time. Very close times though between St Peter's number 2, St Andrews College and King's. So yeah, we will see them all shortly as we see this crew just get nice and straight. And there is us. So, hi, I'm Meg.
I'm Kate.
welcome into our little box here, our little commentary team, as we just watch those crews get nice and straight on the line. Of course, this is under 18 novice, so it's very good to see that these rowers all in their first year are managing to get a nice straight bow as they sit ready. It won't be long before we're away as we check out St Andrews.
It always makes me nervous even just watching them touch to get straight, because I feel like I know exactly how it feels when you're waiting for the buzzer to go off and you're just counting down the seconds before you can start, and then I feel like the nerves just disappear. But this is definitely the worst bit of the race personally, I find.
Yeah. Time is not constant.
No,
it can speed up and slow down.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely in a time like this, I'm sure the nerves will be flowing through them. But they look very ready, don't St Andrews? They look like,
they do.
Yeah, they are really just sitting there. The final adjustments on their steering. Of course, all these crews are battling to put their names on the Russell Baxter Memorial Cup. Last year's winners was Wanganui Collegiate. But we're looking at St Andrews, just waiting for the start of the boys under 18 novice double sculls, and we're away with a nice fast start there from St Andrews. Look at them fire out of the blocks. All crews moving very fast here, but it is St Peter's number 1 there in lane 6 that just get out to a bit of a start. They're sort of about a quarter of a boat length up, aren't they?
Yeah, they've done a really good start there. You can see their rate is up and flying, and yeah, really, really impressive start from that lane there.
Yeah, St Peter's doing very well there. Now pushing out to about 3/4 of boat length lead, as we see going with them is the crew on the inside, King's High School. And then the 2 on the outside, Wanganui High School, is travelling very well along with Waitaki Boys, but down there as well, lane 1, Maclean's, is travelling very fast. So all 8 crews really in this race, they're going off fast, aren't they, Kate?
Yeah, they are indeed. I feel like it's anyone's game in the first bit, and sometimes a crew definitely jumps out in front, but right now we're seeing one boat do that, but everyone else is pretty level pegging.
And here we are getting a much closer look at St Peter's number 1. That's Matt Carey and Josh Garrett, coached by Joseph Elridge and Leon Lee. So St Peter's here, St Peter's number 1, moving out to a little bit of clear water. But we are seeing a good battle there for 2nd, 3rd and 4th happening between King's High School, Maclean's College and Wanganui High School. We're about 375 metres into the race, I would say. So they're all sort of pushing on from their start phase into their nice, long and strong race rhythm.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a really important part of the race, because if you don't kind of find that rhythm and that settle early onto your rhythm, it can really pay later in the race. So you want to make sure you're really nice and loose, onto the rhythm that you've been practicing all season, and yes, you can really push out in the last stages of the race.
Yeah, and here we are seeing that St. Peter's crew that did start off with an early lead, I would say from the first stroke, now be just a little bit of clear water, but it is certainly the crew over there inside Maclean's College that are travelling fast and pushing themselves up into second place, and a great battle happening for third between St. Peter's number 2 and St. Andrew's College.
And you can really see the St. Peter's crew as we get a close-up here on the drone, and they're really long out there, super connected to the water together. The bow man there sitting really nice and tall, the stroke man doing a really good job of setting that rhythm, and yeah, it's seriously impressive rowing. Again, cannot believe these boys are novices rowing super long and efficiently together. Super impressive.
Yeah, as we move through the 750 metre marker, it was St. Peter's first there, Maclean's in second, St. Peter's number 3 managing to just get their bow up over St. Andrew's. 5th would be sitting with King's High School at the moment, and a great battle for 6th, 7th and 8th between John McGlashan, Wanganui High School and Waitaki. But it is St. Peter's School number 1 out in the lead. They've led the race from the start, and they're continuing that, and I agree with you, Kate, there. A good looking novice crew doesn't look like novices, do they?
No, they definitely don't. And we just saw Maclean's in lane 1 make a little bit of a move through that K, and you can often see that when the crew gets to the K, they might push a little bit up on the rate or try to like make a bit of a move from the other crew. So they've done a really good job there, putting them in second place by about a boat length now.
Yeah, they're doing a great job as that Maclean's crew, and so is St. Peter's number 2 that is pushing out with them, but they can't get rid of St. Andrews. St. Andrews really putting in a good bit of work as we move right through the halfway point. St. Peter's number 1 with about 2 lengths lead, but here we are getting a nice close look at Maclean's who are holding on to second at the moment. They are doing very well, as this crew from Maclean's. They are rowing nicely together. What do you think of their swing, Kate?
Yeah, they're looking really together, which is super important when you're in doubles and any crew boat, really. I feel like the more you are together, the more you're accelerating that power, and the boat's just flying out of the water, and we can see that with the bow ball really lifting out of the water here in the third 500.
Yeah, for sure. But it is still St. Peter's number 1. St. Peter's number 1 holding on to the lead. I did see in a few races yesterday, St. Peter's also had 2 very fast novice quads. So they've obviously got a good crop of novice men in the program at the moment, as we see St. Peter's number 2 here really making a push up for silver. They're obviously wanting to get 1 and 2 on the podium, but Maclean's responding well.
Yeah, they've done a really great move there, but yeah, you can see Maclean's looking over the shoulder as well, just wanting to make sure that they don't let St. Peter's come up too much, but St. Peter's making that pretty hard with them. They have got their rate up. They're looking really comfortable, long and strong, and yeah, they're using that rate really well to make a move on Maclean's there.
Yeah, St. Peter's there rowing in the boat called the Maasai. You can read it nice, and it's a good boat name, that. It's very big. We can see. I wonder what Maclean's boat is called. Probably something equally as intriguing. But St. Peter's number 2 there making a push, but Maclean's really working back against them as we come down towards the 1500 metre marker. So we're about to enter the final 500, and it is St. Peter's number 1. They've gone out from the very first stroke, and from that point they have just pushed away. But the battle for second between Maclean's and St. Peter's number 2, is that going to pull both those crews up?
Yeah, that's always the risk, and I feel like St. Peter's have done a really good job to kind of stay out of that sprint, so hopefully they've done enough early on in the race that even if these crews kind of battle between themselves and push up towards them, they've done enough to secure the gold, but we'll have to wait and see.
Of course, because this is a novice event and anything can happen.
Absolutely anything can happen, and we've just seen a little push from Maclean's there. The rate is just ticking a little bit, but then equally, as I say that, St. Peter's is back and coming up again.
It's quite an exciting race, isn't it?
It is, really. I'm on the edge of my seat, got some goosebumps going.
I hope the boys are enjoying it, because we're certainly enjoying watching it.
Yeah, we are indeed. And yeah, as we're speaking, lane 3, that St. Peter's crew, the second one here, has just pushed up a little bit. They're looking really strong. They're looking really loose and connected together, which is extremely important for that boat speed.
Yeah, and here we are getting a good close look at McLean's as we enter the final 250 metres. That is the boys changing from red to yellow. Look at the St. Peter's supporters down there with all of those flags. I'm sure there's plenty of McLean's down there as well cheering on as we see St. Peter's number 1 holding on to the lead. St. Peter's number 2 just did a fantastic push there to move up into second, but McLean's is coming back.
Yeah, they're really right there. They've really gone swapping positions through the whole race this time, but it does look like St. Peter's have the edge coming into the last almost 100 metres there. Oh, there it is, the red boys, the 100 metres boys. But as we say that, I think it's really, really, really impressive move from lane 1 here. McLean's trying to secure that second.
Yeah, what a great work there. These two crews are having a good battle. But let's go down to the finish line. And it's St. Peter's number 1 as we cross the line. Well done, St. Peter's, winning the boys under 18 novice double sculls. It is going to be St. Peter's number 2, second across the line. Well done. McLean's pick up the bronze medal. How good to St. Peter's crews 1 and 2 on the podium. 4th place, it looks like St. Andrews there over King's High School in 5th. Then we're going to go back to lane 8 here, Waitaki boys, as they row across the line. Beautiful sculling there. And then John McGlashan in 7th and 8th place, Wanganui High School. Now, that was quite an exciting race there. That McLean's and St. Peter's number 2 treated us, didn't they?
Absolutely, and full credit to McLean's. I feel like it's so hard being in that position when one person's doing a move and then you think you've got the edge and then the second one comes out of nowhere and you think you've cracked them but you haven't. So yeah, amazing racing from both of those crews for sure.
It was, and I tried to remain impartial throughout the race, but I will say I am a proud St. Peter's alumni, so I'm happy now. But that was the A final of the boys under 18 novice double sculls, sponsored by River Riders Cycling Tours to explore every bend of Te Awa or Te Waikato. Next up will be the girls under 18 novice Cox 8, and that will be at 11:30. So we'll be back with you in about maybe 11:25.
I've been involved in rowing all my life, been with the Avon Rowing Club. I held all the positions of the Avon Rowing Club and CRA. As far as the coaching goes, I finished rowing and I was 22, and Ted Lindstrom and Fred Strawn spent an hour and a half on the riverbank one day trying to talk me into coaching, and I said no. And in the evening, Ted Lindstrom arrived round home, and 4 hours later, between my parents and Ted, I ended up coaching. So
rowing for me is very foreign, know nothing about it. We started with the help of Pat and Colin last year, and then we thought it would be a really cool idea to involve other schools from Selwyn so that we could grow rowing in the Selwyn district.
A lot of these children that are here, these rowers that are here, they're not sporty kids. They've come along, they've had a go, they've loved it, they've got into it, they've met different people. They come from all different diverse backgrounds. It's great having the homeschoolers here as well.
Lay hold, lift, over your heads. Well done.
Right, what way are you going to go? You go that way, I'll go this way.
Kids in the country didn't get the opportunity to row, it's too far to go, too expensive. So we're doing it on the cheap. Avon gave us all these old boats. Fella gave me a quad, and Burnside High gave me another quad, and we've got second-hand oars.
As an ex-rower, I always talk about rowing with my daughter, so she's always been interested. And as soon as we heard that Selwyn rowing was starting up, she was like, I'm in. And she's loved it. She's absolutely loved it every step of the way, even falling out of the boat twice.
How good is that?
It's amazing.
And roll to water, now.
No, I just love coaching the youngsters and watching them grow and helping them to achieve something in life, and it actually changes people's lives. It sets them on a different path. Idea. Keep that pressure on, that's good. The unique to this area is we've got water to row on. You go down to Avon in the afternoons when the schools are there, you've probably got 40, 50 boats out on the water, and you really can't do your coaching right. And the beauty is here you can get out in the coaching boat and you can coach. And I took you up against the boat so you could do some photography. You can do that, you can get right beside and talk to the people, and that's the beauty of coaching from the coaching boat. Leah. Isla, let's see those legs going down. Once you start pushing, you keep pushing. I think we're going to have a regatta at Ashburton, so we've got to get ready for that, don't we?
Maadi Cup would be the pinnacle. That would be the opportunity to actually get out there and make the Selwyn schools a place to be, to stay at. We have a lot of children that leave to go to town schools, but because we can offer such an elite sporting opportunity, we're hoping that this will help students stay in the area rather than go to town schools. We're very, very lucky to have parents that want their kids to try something different and to come in and give them the opportunities. We have an amazing committee put together of about 15 parents from across the high schools as well. It's really exciting to be part of a really good community, and we are building a community of rowers. And to have these facilities out here at the Selwyn Huts to use is just amazing, and we can't do this without the likes of Pat and Colin's support, as well as Adam, who's taking it on the coaching role as well.
Oh, we love Pat.
Pat is
He's
so
like
good.
the best.
You think of rowing and you think of the big schools, all the private schools and their big funding, and so it's quite an expensive sport, but it's great to have it out at a place like this.
He's like perfect. The best, perfect. Because he pushes us, but he's not mean about it.
I reckon lots of schools could do it.
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah, I love it. It's fun.
Locked, finished.
Minutes. I'll turn back on now. I keep adjusting this randomly thing around.
You know, the girls from Dio that didn't get selected were allowed to come down today from the school.
Okay, but first of all, John, tell us, do we? And welcome back for the next A final, which is going to be the girls under 18 novice Cox 8. This event sponsored by Ebert Toyota. You can find them in Te Rapa, Hamilton, Te Awamutu and Morrinsville. I'm Meg and this is Kate.
Hi guys, thanks for tuning in.
And this is going to be quite a fun race, isn't it, Kate?
It is indeed. We've got a little bit of a rivalry going on between the commentators right now and what we think is going to happen and who we are deep down supporting.
Exactly. But let's see who's in this race. We've got Queen Margaret College in lane 1, St Cuthbert's in 2, St Margaret's in 3, Diocesan School for Girls in 4, Waikato Diocesan in 5, Rangiruru Girls School in 6, Christchurch Girls High School in 7, and Epsom Girls Grammar in 8. Now, Diocesan School for Girls, they did win their heat in a time of 7:10. The other heat winner was Waikato Diocesan in 7:13. St Margaret's and Rangiruru winning both repecharges with equally as fast times. So, Kate, who are you supporting? Is it this crew?
Yes, it is. The cute little crew with the red hats and the beautiful little bows. Yeah, I used to row for Auckland Dio back in the day, so yeah, definitely excited to watch this race for sure.
And they look very ready, don't they? They look nice and
Yeah,
ready.
they do.
Very calm. They must
Very
have had a good
composed.
chat from their coaches beforehand.
Yeah, for sure.
They do. Those red hats of Auckland Diocesan. I'm, of course, supporting the Waikato Diocesan crew, as you can see by my top. I did just boat them along with my excellent coaching team. Grace really taking the reins there, along with Maya and Taylor.
Yeah, but this is really going to be anyone's game. I think all of these crews have had such a high caliber of rowing over the years, so really, really exciting. And watching these semis and heats in this event was super impressive. And again, cannot believe these girls are novices in their first year of rowing. Super impressive for sure.
As we just got a good look there at St Margaret's, who are the current holders of the trophy for this event. That is the Brother Terence Costello Cup. But there is my crew there, Waikato Diocesan. I hope they're staying all focused and won't look at us, but they look very, very much in the zone, looking to row very big and strong is the theme of our season. As Pippa Melville just double checks her gate is well and truly tight. And Olivia gives us a few taps to keep us straight.
Does it make you nervous watching your crews out there?
Because you can't do anything about it. You push them off and you trust in them. Absolutely, they're going to row their best. I know they will. That's what we've trained to do. I have every faith in them. I'm so proud, but it does make you nervous now because you can't tell them anything. But there are many other crews in this race. Don't worry. Once it gets underway, folks, we will give everyone a good shout out. They're looking very ready though. We're just getting a nice look at Rangiruru there in lane 6, getting their boat nice and straight. So we obviously are having a little bit of wind on the course today, making the job of our coxswains just a little bit more difficult, but all of our coxswains are of course doing a fantastic job. We could not be in a Cox 8 without them.
And I think it's really cool. Last night I met the Rangiruru principal that was actually here as well, and I know that the Diocesan School for Girls principal is also here. So I think it's just a really, really cool how the whole schools and all the teachers and even up to the principals come out and support the Maadi Cup. It's such a special regatta, so yeah, it's really, really cool to see.
Yeah, it is good that all the principals do come along, isn't it?
Yeah, if they make an effort, it's really, really nice, and I think the girls get really super excited. I remember I did when I was there, so yeah, really super special for sure.
Yeah, everyone really does appreciate it. But here we are, we're getting all the crews looking very straight now, so we look quite prepared. We will be underway shortly in this A final of the girls under 18 novice Cox 8 as we sit with Diocesan School for Girls, from Auckland in the starting blocks, just keeping their boat nice and straight, and they're away. What do you make of that start? I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, it looks pretty clean. The rate's really nice and up, and I'm sure the coxswain will be going through their start sequence now. But yeah, it looks like, gosh, you couldn't really separate them at all in this first 100 metres, which is usually the case for the 8s. It's quite hard to get them up and running, but yeah, you could throw a blanket over it. Super, super close.
Yeah, definitely. At the moment, though, it would just be the bow of Waikato Diocesan about a foot over Rangiruru, who in turn have about a foot over Christchurch Girls and Diocesan School for Girls. But when I say they're in the lead, there really isn't much in it at all. There's still very much overlap on all of these boats. We're only about 100 metres in. Anything can happen in the next 1900 metres of this girls under 18 novice Cox 8, as we see Rangiruru there start to put in a very good move to push up into the lead.
Yeah, and this 8s racing is so intense because obviously the 8s are the fastest boat, so the race goes quite fast. So you've really got to make moves early and just make sure you put yourself in a really strong position.
Yeah, as we see Rangiruru just move into the lead there. Waikato Diocesan currently sitting in second alongside Christchurch Girls High School. So a good battle happening there. And then fourth would be currently sitting with Diocesan School for Girls, only just though over St Margaret's and Epsom Girls. As we get a nice close look here at the crew in the lead, it is Rangiruru Girls School. They are rowing very nicely as we're about 300 metres into this race.
Yeah, and I think coming into this second 500, all the crews need to make sure they're really nice and loose on their rhythm and make sure they're actually executing their race plan. I know in 8s rowing it can be really hard not to get ahead of yourself and think about the end of the race, but you've got to really stay focused, think about the stroke that you're on and actually execute the plan that you had getting on the water. So it looks like these Rangiruru girls are doing a really good job of getting on their rhythm and slightly pushing out here.
Yeah, they are. So Rangiruru moved through the 500 there in first place. They got about a third of a boat length lead over both Waikato Diocesan and Christchurch Girls. St Margaret's just pushing up into fourth at the moment. St Margaret's just pushing up into fourth with Diocesan School for Girls sitting in fifth, but only by a metre. There really isn't much in it in these early stages of the race. The second 500, the coxswains will be really focusing their crews in, pushing them onto their race rhythm, as we're seeing this Rangiruru crew do so brilliantly at the moment.
Yeah, and I think it's always really exciting when, you know, the novice 8s have been racing all the North Island crews all season, and now this is their first time against all the South Islanders and vice versa. So, yeah, it's really cool to see everyone together at Maadi here. And we've just got a nice shot of the Auckland Dio girls there. They're looking really nice and long and strong, but they'll be wanting to push up into those medal contending spots now.
Yeah, certainly. And this is the meat of the race. We're in the meat of the race here as we catch up with it. And it is certainly Rangiruru School have just stretched out a little bit more. They are now about 2/3 of boat length lead over both Waikato Diocesan and Christchurch Girls. But we are having a fantastic battle for fourth happening between St Margaret's and Diocesan School for Girls, which is certainly pulling them up.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a real battle in our hands in this last little bit here. I think this third 500 is going to really show, you know, who's got the fitness, who's got that mental toughness, because it is really hard here.
As we just got a nice close-up there of the cox of Rangiruru, that was Grace O'Connor, so brilliantly steering and encouraging her crew. No doubt there's plenty of Rangiruru people down on the banks. They're very excited right now, cheering on their crew as they stretch out to 3/4 of a boat length lead. Does Rangiruru as we move through the 1K marker. Waikato Diocesan and Christchurch Girls currently still battling it out for second. Every stroke between those two, it changes. St Margaret's holding on to fourth. Diocesan School in fifth, but it is very close between all of these crews. Anything could change.
Yeah, Rangiruru's done a really good job to just step out again here. I think it's going to be really hard in 8 to kind of keep pushing when you've got a bit of momentum. So, yeah, I feel like they've used that momentum really well now. Sorry, keep going.
No, you're good. As Waikato Diocesan, I just got excited because my crew's doing a move.
Everyone's coming. Love it.
That 1200 move they're meant to do just happened. So good work there. So Rangiruru still in the lead by about 2/3 of a boat length, but Waikato Diocesan pushing up there. Waikato Diocesan moving into second as we see St Margaret's is really pushing up. So Christchurch Girls had better respond because this St Margaret's crew, they are really got some momentum behind them in the second kilometre and they are very much pushing up.
Yeah, and you can see the Waikato Dio crew is just crawling back on these Rangi girls, so it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the race plays out. But with that, the Waikato Dio girls are also bringing the other crews, so I think it will be quite a tight battle for that second, third spot. But again, they're really inching up here, this Waikato crew. They're taking a seat every stroke that we speak, really coming into this last 500 metres.
Yeah, and this Rangi crew, they really played this race very well. They obviously knew that Waikato Diocesan and the likes of St Margaret's and Diocesan School for Girls and Christchurch Girls were all going to be very fast. So they obviously went to get out and get that much clear water to see how much they could then hold on to in the later stages. And so it's a very good tactic there by Rangi, and they are doing well to still be half a boat length ahead. But we are seeing Waikato Diocesan move up. They keep taking seats. But it is St Margaret's now that have pushed themselves up into third, and the battle for fourth happening between Diocesan School for Girls and Christchurch Girls.
Yeah, I think those tactics really come out to play here. You know, Rangi Ruru did a really brave, strong move in that third 500 to kind of push them into that lead. But equally, Waikato Dio sat back, maybe just stayed in their rhythm a bit more, and now they're trying to really attack in this last bit, which it looks like they're absolutely doing. Their rate is up. They are doing such a good job here, but equally Rangi Ruru seems to be responding there.
As we're inside the final 250 metres now of the A final of the girls under 18 novice Cox 8, Rangi Ruru have led this race so brilliantly from the start that Waikato Diocesan is just pushing up there. A really strong third 500. Martine will be proud from the Waikato Diocesan crew, and that really pulled their momentum into this final 500 for the wind that we are seeing them do. But Rangi Ruru responds again. Rangi Ruru really pushing up, but the momentum is with the fast travelling Waikato Diocesan crew. They are just coming into the lead now as we are now down to the final 70 metres, but it is Balbal for Balbal. It's Rangi, it's Waikato, it's Rangi, it's Waikato. Every stroke the lead changes. Everyone down there cheering on. I can't wait for the photo finish of this race. Rangi Ruru led from the start. Waikato came up. Who's going to be across the line? We will wait for the photo on that one. But what a finish we had there. Third, the bronze medal goes to a very fast St Margaret's crew. Fourth, Christchurch Girls. Fifth, Diocesan School for Girls. Sixth, St Cuthbert's. Wow, what a race that was. I cannot wait to see the results because my crew is one of the ones that were really in it.
Wow, that was such an incredible race there. It's really interesting to see the other tactics. You know, Waikato Dio kind of sat back a bit and then really sprinted to the line, whereas Rangi were really out super brave in that middle part of the K and then just tried to really hang on. And yeah, so I don't know. We'll have to wait and see for the official results.
We will have to wait and see, but while we wait, let's check out a replay. There we're seeing a bit of St Margaret's there. They were very fast through the middle there, St Margaret's. They really pushed themselves up through the middle of that race. Great blade work there by Diocesan School for Girls. And that coxswain, what a shot we got there of the coxswain from Rangi, Grace O'Connor. Great drone work, whoever's driving that for that shot.
Yeah, and I think the coxswains in this race are absolutely crucial. I think a great coxswain can, you know, keep that hype really, really strong and keep their crew motivated, but equally just make sure they're relaxed and staying internal and on their processes. So I feel like that's really exciting.
Oh, it's so exciting as we're still waiting for the results to come in as the crews themselves are boating, and it's really cool to see them all there being picked up by their coaches. Still waiting for these results, but we will see. St Margaret's, of course, were the current holders of the Brother Terence Costello Cup. Whose name will be on it this year? That is the question we are looking to have answered. Don't forget, team, that the team from Rowing New Zealand, Janie and Fee, are currently at the 776 BC tent. They'll only be there until 12. If you want to talk about rowing past school and all your university options, go and see them. It must have been close.
It must have been very close.
Sweet. So we will be back with you shortly for the next A final.
Finn, can you give us a rundown of what goes through your head during the race, right from start to finish, like as though we're absolutely green, we've never seen a coastal race in our life?
Well, the first thing for me is trying to keep calm because it's very quick and you don't want to get too flustered or you can kind of screw your race up. So trying to stay calm while also being like really on the ball. Gun goes, it's a 1v1 race, so you're running separate directions out to your boats. First challenge is getting in. So you want to kind of take your time, find your seat. You can lose a lot of time in the start if you don't get in the boat properly. So usually someone is holding your seat for you. You can sit down, get your feet in. The boat handlers will start moving you out. Once you've got your oars, then you're off sprinting. A major thing with the beach sprint is waves, and that can either win you or cost you the race, really. So a lot of variability based on the swells. So we're making our way out past 3 buoys. You want to keep as straight a course as possible. Ideally, you can actually hit the buoy with your rigger or oar to keep that straight line. First buoy we take to our stroke side. Our second buoy, we come on our bow, and the final buoy, we end up doing a full turn 180 and come straight back into the beach. Now, this is where you want to try and time yourself with waves. Sometimes you get nothing, sometimes you can get a really nice run in, and it makes a huge difference if you can ride a wave all the way into the beach. Getting into the beach is our exit. Again, another make or break of the race.
How do you exit?
Hopefully on my feet. Sometimes you can end up on your face. Ideally, we make it out on our feet and then it's a sprint up around a flag and up to a buzzer on the finish line.
How tired are you after a coastal race?
You're pretty smoked.
Sweet. So welcome back for the next A final. But just to confirm that previous A final, it was won by Waikato Diocesan. So I'm quite happy right now because that was my crew. But they did very well. Rangi, Ruru, superb race, and St Margaret's in the bronze. But what have we got next, Mark?
Yeah, no, looking forward to this one again. Boy, I say that every time there's a race coming up because everything does offer so much. So our next race, ladies and gentlemen, is the boys under 17 Cox State. Why is this important? Well, because this is a look to the future. Some of the kids or some of the students that we're going to see in this race clearly will be competing in the Maadi Cup final tomorrow. And this is often a really good sign of the depth that these schools do have, and they are some of the great schools. Otago Boys High School in 1, the Might of Auckland Grammar, 2 times winners of the Maadi Cup in Lane 2, Christchurch Boys High School in 3, St Bede's College in 4, King's College in 5, Hamilton Boys High School in 6, Christ College in 7, and the Might of Mount Abbott Grammar first ever winners of the Maadi Cup there in Lane 8. So all the great schools with all rich history and traditions, all showing their depth at under 17 level. So 2,000 metres, this should be an absolute cracker. St Bede's under Dale Marble, they've just continued to build their program. They're just starting to get that depth, aren't they? Very much one of the favourites for the Maadi Cup tomorrow. You can never rule out a Christchurch Boys High School crew. King's College Auckland, a real surgence as well coming from them. So looking forward to this. 2,000 metres is the journey for these young under 17 boys in this 8.
Yeah, certainly, and it is the crews in the middle there that have had fast times. So like King's College won their heat, as we're just looking at them there, those white bucket hats, in a time of 6:08. St Bede's won another heat with 6:14, and then Christchurch Boys won their rep with a 6:09, and Hamilton Boys won a rep as well with 6:10. So very fast times from all of these crews. They'll all be looking to get their names on the Arthur Andrews Memorial Shield, which is currently held by St Bede's. So will we get 2 St Bede's in a row?
Well, yeah, in St Bede's, here we go. We do get underway, and we talk about the 8s, the importance of that first 500 metres. This is a boat you want to get up to speed. You need to get it up quickly. You need to get it up early. Really good start coming in lane 5 from King's College, as mentioned. Probably the smallest of leads at the moment. Really good start from Otago Boys High School down there in lane 1. So their strategy is to get their boat speed up quickly. The big yellow boat, that is Auckland Grammar School. They're in lane 2, but it is lane 5 at the moment. It is King's College out of Auckland who lead early.
Yeah, what a great lead Kings has got here. They just pushed right out off the start and they're up to about a third of a boat length and they're moving every stroke. They get a few more inches. Second place, well, it's, I would say maybe only just Hamilton Boys, but it's very, very close there between St. Bede's, Auckland Grammar, Christ College. They're all up there. They're all in it.
Yeah, absolutely, and the big role here of the coxswains to make sure that those plans are basically being played out. And it's an interesting one here, and I'll ask you this one, Meg. You know, at the end of the day, you've got a race plan, but you're also in a race. You can't always control what your opposition's doing. How much room is there for movement in terms of changing the strategy based on what your opposition are doing?
Well, you've got to have a race plan, but it's got to remain flexible. So say maybe you've got to move in at the 400 gone to maybe push on to your race rhythm. But if you feel you need to do that a little bit earlier or a little bit later, you know, like depending on what's happening, that's absolutely what you need to do.
So King's College leading, Christchurch Boys High School down there in lane 3, currently sitting in second place. And then maybe just on air outside, Auckland Grammar currently in third, Hamilton Boys High School there in the mix too in lane 7, Christchurch College here closest to us in fact in lane 7, Hamilton Boys High School, the famous red and black there in lane 6. So very, very even, no real ascendancy being shown by any one particular school, but King's College have said we want to get out quick, we want to dictate terms, we want to ask questions of the rest of the crews early.
Absolutely, and Kings is doing a superb job in those white bucket hats. Of course, look at them all there. Their blades just get in the water beautifully. They get some good catches going there, and then they really bring that through to the nice swing we are seeing from them all. As we see Christ College push up into second place. So Christ really making a move in that through this second 500 to assert themselves into second place, leaving Hamilton Boys and Christchurch Boys currently battling it out for third.
Yeah, Christ College I think have 2 crews in that Maadi Cup, so showing they've got real depth in their program, and this is again just a little bit of a look into the future. Interesting to see no Westlake Boys High School in this race, but certainly King's College, and they are doing a great job. That King's College crew is Elijah Narkle, Henry Mann, Oliver Popplewell, Sammy Taylor, Josh Haskell, Charlie Field, Jack Reed, Marcus McLeod, Aidan Miller is their cox. Their coaches are Harrison Elliott and Mark Clemo. So they are the athletes who carry the hopes of King's College. Last time they won a Maadi Cup was back in 1960. It's been a long time between drinks. They will line up tomorrow as one of the favourites.
As we get a nice close-up here of the St. Bede's crew. St. Bede's crew there, but it is still King's College. King's College with about a 3/4 of a boat length over Christ. Christ doing a fantastic job there in second. And Hamilton Boys just pushing themselves up into third, only just though over Christchurch Boys, and St. Bede's currently sitting in 5th.
Yeah, again, Meg, I'll ask you this. So the coxswains are sitting there. Obviously, the more experienced ones can get a real feel of where the power is on this boat and maybe where perhaps things are not quite right. How much communication is going on collectively, and at any point do they signal out any individual role in terms of maybe just making some adjustment?
It depends really on what is required of the crew. So most of the time you'll be going for things that relate to the whole crew, but sometimes you know the right person. If you just rile them up in the middle of your crew, then they can get everyone else around them excited, and that can really lift the crew. It's about having your crew spiral up rather than spiral down, and this King's crew, that's what they did right from the start. They spiraled up into a great speed, and they've just held on to that.
Now, we have put a request out to Dunstan for bucket hats up here in the commentary. Have yet to get them. I might have to throw that invitation out to King's College. We just want bucket hats, folks, but it's King's College at the moment. But now big challenge just starting to come, isn't it, from the likes of Christ College. You just sense they're just starting to up their rating. We know how tactical it is from 750 metres. 750 metres through to 1,250 metres or through to 1,500. This is where we start to see crews begin to make their move. And saying that across the far side too, Christchurch Boys High School's just starting to dial it up, and you just sense the bow ball here of Christ College is just starting to lift a little bit higher than that of King's College.
Yeah, we are starting to see some really strong sprints here happen. We're now well within the final 500 metres, and we are seeing Christchurch Boys over the far side move up, and along with them is moving St. Bede's and Hamilton Boys. So at the moment we've certainly got Kings out in front only by a length, Christ holding on to second, but we are seeing Christchurch Boys, St. Bede's and Hamilton Boys really push up. Anything can happen in the final 250 metres here of the boys under 17 Cox 8.
But I think it'll have to be a case here of King's College starting to decelerate rather than necessarily the Crews accelerating. So will fatigue be a factor? Now we just start to see Christ College beginning to push, starting to dial it up. Now Hamilton Boys High School throwing everything, throwing the gauntlet down, have taken it up another gear as well, currently sitting in third place. So that's come at the expense of Christchurch Boys High School, who are just somewhat struggling a little bit. So Christ College here. On their inside it is Hamilton, and then the race lead is King's College. King's looking to try and just take control of this under 17-8, and they're doing it well, they're doing it comfortably. I can't see them being run down here, Meg. It's really a race for second and third. King's College will take it. It'll be Hamilton Boys High, the silver. Christ College there in lane 7 will pick up the bronze narrowly over Christchurch Boys High School, and then St Bede's College coming down now across the far side, Mount Albert Grammar, and then the far side it'll be Auckland Grammar School. So the two Auckland schools finishing 7th and 8th respectively.
Yeah, what a finish that was there from Hamilton Boys. They really sprinted up. They had a fantastic wind on them to push up into second, but it really was this crew here, the King's crew. It was their race from start to finish. They rode it beautifully, a well-executed race plan. They will all be very happy, all 9 of them, and their coaching team, and of course their whole team, their whole squad will be very proud of them for that win there in the boys under 17 Cox 8.
Yeah, you wonder how many of them too will step up to the under 18 8. Of course they can race up in regards to being in that Maadi Cup final tomorrow, and if they are, I guess the key thing too is how well do they recover, how quickly can they recover, and make sure that they are dialed in tomorrow at 5 o'clock when it all comes down to the 78th running of the Maadi Cup. But tell you what, it's when you look through that start list, it was the great traditional schools, wasn't it, showing that the big boats are well and truly alive.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're just going to take a little break now, and we will be back shortly, just before 12:10 is the start time for the next A final, which is the girls under 17 Cox quadruple scull. If you're looking for the B final of that event, B finals are not on another stream. Just go through Rowing Hub and you'll be able to find the B final stream.
We're here at the Rowing New Zealand Maadi Regatta. It's such a wonderful event for the young people of New Zealand. At the foundation, we're passionate about the youth and trying to give them a better start. We're sponsoring the Emerging School Rowing Scholarship. So it's $10,000 for an emerging school just to help them get into sport, and particularly rowing.
A recipient of the Emerging School Scholarship is Tauponui Atia, and how do we feel it helped?
It helped us all coming and starting rowing because they never had such a big group of novices before the scholarship.
Rowing's one of those special sports. I mean, all sports are great, but rowing, if you look around here, you just see what it means to these families, communities, and for all the young people out there just enjoying it.
It's a fantastic initiative by Milford Foundation. They have picked up the Emerging Scholarship with rowing, and the amount has doubled from $5,000 to $10,000. As a coach myself, I would have loved to have that kind of money to be able to smooth the wheels and make sure things can happen, especially in a new program or a small school or new school.
And then what would you hope for the recipient of that scholarship?
The next Emma Twigg, the next Rob Liddell, who knows? It could be anyone. We just want you to be involved in a sport. We want you to be involved in a sport that you're passionate about and the school's passionate about and has some pride in. Any schools out there would like to just get on to rowinghub.co.nz, fill in the application form, get into it. This is a great sport. You need to be here next year and you'll have so much fun.
And what do you think of rowing?
I love rowing. It's amazing. Yeah, it's brought us all together as one big friend group. You get up really early in the morning.
That is true.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Look at it go. Fly away, my pretties. You know, Wizard of Oz been like the flying monkeys, like that's what the drone reminds me of. Oh, it's so much better. Yeah. Exactly. Could you imagine a helicopter?
Okay, welcome back into live coverage here on day 5 of the Maadi Regatta for 2025. It is the girls under 17 Cots quadruple sculls which we now bring you, and again it is a full field, a field of some of the more established schools in the sport of rowing and some schools, well, who have really started to establish themselves in more recent times. And we've got Meg Glenn alongside of us in commentary, and Meg, looking forward to this one.
Oh, absolutely. We've got some good lineups here, some fast times coming through in the heats, and I'm sure everyone online watching is keen to watch as well. I see we've got some people from the Netherlands in, so welcome from the Netherlands watching us. I see you're enjoying our commentary and our video. Of course, if you want more content from us, go to Instagram and follow altitude_HD. But in this race here, we have got in lane 1 Otago Girls High School, in 2 Wanganui High School, 3 Wakatipu High School, 4 St Paul's Collegiate, 5 Dunstan High School, 6 Cashmere High School, 7 Glendowie College, and in 8 Wellington East Girls College.
Yeah, this should be an absolute beauty. Great to see Wakatipu. I've talked about this over the last day and a half or so. And Dunstan, how they're really starting to emerge. The sport is no longer just focused in the Waikato, Auckland and the more main central regions. It is now very much nationwide. Really good to see the South stepping up too. St Paul's Collegiate will separate them in lane 4. The Bucket Hats of Dunstan in 5. And we are not too far away from a start. And how important here, Meg, the start for all of these crews?
Oh, very good. They're getting in the zone. We just saw the St. Paul's girls there all give each other a bit of a high five and a bit of a fist pump that really gets them ready for the race. They were one of the heat winners was St. Paul's in a time of 7:33, and here we are looking at Dunstan, who also won their heat in a time of 7:29. So they'll be matching up against each other, looking for a fast race.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're bringing out these times, we're having a look at it, but the thing is, who was just doing enough to get through, who was wanting to send a psychological message, who was looking for the better lane draw. And so we throw that form book away to a degree, but we do know generally most of the action should happen in the middle in lanes 3, 4, 5. I really like the look at Cashmere as well, the Cashmere crew.
As we do check out here the crew from Wakatipu, again another heat winner in a time of 7:38, but it is great to see plenty of people down in Wellington tuning in, plenty of support for the girls from Wellington East Girls College, so happy to have you here watching and supporting.
Yeah, Olivia Olive Squire, Lola Story, Gracie Marshall McCaskey and Ruhi Podrell and Selma Smith of the Cox. So there you go, that is that crew from Wellington East Girls College, and I'd imagine those that are sending messages in via the live stream will be familiar with some of those names, hopefully classmates, good friends, family of course. That's a lovely shot, isn't it? It is just one of the most magnificent sports when you see it in full flight and you see the start and you see the cohesion between the teams and sometimes that little bit of a crossover. So we've got 8 teams, as I like to say, all just a bunch of coiled springs just waiting to explode out of the starting gates here.
They are looking very, very ready. St. Paul's there just getting their boat nice and straight. The coxswain down in the front there making the calls as to who needs to touch on which side. The coxswain there, Matilda Miller.
And we are underway, so get things underway here. Just getting a little bit of time to power these boats up to get full momentum. Immediately getting away in lane 3. It is the Wakatipu High School team. And so they have got away nicely down here in lane 8, Wellington Girls College, as we mentioned, across there in lane 2.
We've had a bit of a...
okay, maybe a...
The beeper's going off. That means there's a bit of a... Something has happened and they need to restart the race. Not sure what has happened, but that hooter consistently going off means the race will be restarted.
So what will be reasons for that potentially?
Potential reasons. There could have been a false start. There could have been an equipment failure. There could have been a collision, but it doesn't look like there was a collision.
What's the scenario with a false start? Are you gone or do you get a second life? A lot of events these days, swimming, athletics, break it, you're gone, that's it, we're done.
If you did false start, if someone did false start or something like that happened, then they will be starting under penalty. And if you get a second penalty, then you are removed from the race. So I'm not sure what's happened. Not sure, but we do know that they are being pulled back to the start. So some of those crews there, certainly Wakatipu and Wellington East, had a very fast start there. And now immediately, as soon as they get pulled back, it comes on to a psychological game of can they get back into that same zone and produce that same start again.
Well, I guess the good thing for those that are really, really nervous, they've got through the nerves now, they'll be, okay, I've gone through this, let's do this again. We'll see, we'll chat and maybe our production team can pick up, might see if we can just see a little bit of a replay, if we can pick up on anything to see why possibly we do have a restart. But I'd imagine too that those running this event will be aware that these things do happen and we'll adjust the program accordingly.
Yeah, it does make it exciting for us at home. We're already on the edge of our seats, and now we're even further just waiting to see what's going to happen in this race. It's going to be very exciting once they do get underway, but all expertly reattaching there.
Yeah, really nicely done too. And so they've just got to rebalance. How tippy are these particular boats?
As tippy as you want to make it. I don't think they're too tippy, but it's more like when you get used to the little bumps from, whatever, that then you feel comfortable. Often novices think they're very, very tippy, but they're nowhere near going in. But as you get a bit more experienced in the boat, you understand that you're all good.
I tell you one thing that is incredibly tippy, if you've ever tried it, the sport of kayaking, sitting in a K1. Unbelievably tippy.
They are more tippy than rowing boats.
You even see Lisa Carrington sitting there at the Olympics in the core strength, and you talk to Gordon Walker, a coach, and says you will not understand just how much control is required in their spring-loaded gates, just in terms of keeping those boats even at that level. So
yeah, no, we're a bit more stable in a rowing boat than a racing World Cup racing kayak.
More civilised, but no.
We can be civilised as well, of course.
Anyway, I was just saying, anything you're looking for water length, you're looking line, the faster you get, generally the more tibia boats are. You're seeing surf ski, paddling, kayaking, of course, and now we are starting to see it with the rowing. But it's a natural progression, isn't it? Sometimes you tend to come from slightly boats with maybe sometimes a little bit more bulk in them at a younger age, and you learn to just naturally make the adjustment as you progress through.
Yeah, but here we are back at the second start. We'll call this take 2 of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Scull A final. This event sponsored by Kerridge and Partners, transforming leadership for lasting impact. We just had a bit of a restart, not sure why, but all the crews reattached nicely. Very swift they were to reattach, which is good.
Okay, so not too far away from a restart.
St Paul's looking very focused here, very locked in. That didn't seem to phase them at all, that first start, which is good for them.
No, so they've got to go through it again. They would have practiced this too. They would have had enough racing out to understand that this can happen. Often you've got to do a little bit of negative visualisation when you're on your own to say, okay, what happens if things do go wrong? How am I going to deal with it individually? How are we going to deal with it collectively? So set for another start, girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls, brought to you by Kerridge and Partners. This is an A final. National honours up for grabs. All the great schools. Otago Girls High School in 1, Wanganui High School in 2, Wakatipu High School in 3, St Paul's Collegiate in 4, Dunstan High School in 5, Cashmere High School in 6, Glendowie College in 7, Wellington East Girls round out our field of 8. They start in lane 8. And we do get away this time. So hopefully a good clean start as we have a look again, fairly even. Nice start again coming from Wakatipu there in lane 3, and also in lane 5 getting away quickly was Dunstan. So it's the 2 schools out of the South Island at the moment who have got the smallest of leads as they go through the first 100 metres.
Yeah, Dunstan off to a really good start there, and so was that Wellington East out in 8, so they didn't waste their good start. Those watching online, they had another one in the bag, which is good, but it is certainly Dunstan out with the early lead. But you see that Wakatipu boat there moving along with Wanganui High School. They're travelling very nicely.
You talked about, I think, your rivalry in your school with Villa Maria, I think. That was your own little personal rivalry, and I do just wonder whether being Dunstan and Wakatipu, how much of that is about regional honours, who is the best rowing program down there in sort of the central Otago region. And then, of course, you look at it on a more macro level, we've got all the teams from around the country as well. So you've got the races within the race, then you've got the overall race, and that's why these athletes train as hard as they do. Speaking of which,
it is Dunstan High School in the lead with about a half a boat length over both Wanganui High School and Wellington East Girls College. So they're both right up there along with them as well, St Paul's Collegiate. Plenty of positions changing in the early stages of this A final here of the girls under 17 Cox Quadruple Sculls.
Yeah, that Dunstan High School team is Charlotte Crosby, Drew Thomas, Bella Breen, Ruby Smith, Milia Okane is their Cox, coached by Simon Smith. So, I mean, yourself here coaching Meg, you can know how nervous it is. You're sort of almost living it with the rowers themselves, and I imagine if things aren't going so well, sometimes you take a little bit of that responsibility on board. But I always say this, no coach gives any athlete a program because they want them to go slow. There's a whole lot of other factors that sometimes can play out if maybe crews aren't at their best. It can be fatigue, it can be a number of things, but boy, this is a good start here from Dunstan with the famous bucket hats.
Yeah, Dunstan doing very nicely there, but you are just starting to see St Paul's Collegiate starting to just pull up through. So St Paul's Collegiate now sitting in 2nd and Wanganui High School in 3rd, but very close here in this race. So very nice sculling you are seeing from the Dunstan High School crew, of course, coached by Simon Smith, who does have many fast crews from Dunstan over the years.
Well, it's such a beautiful part of the country, isn't it? It's just such a conducive environment down there. I'd imagine it's pretty cold through the middle of winter, but I just think some natural arenas, some natural amphitheatres probably do make things just a little bit more enjoyable. We're very blessed in this country with the water that we do have, with the natural resources. You mentioned the St Paul's Collegiate team here. You can see them in lane 4 there. Georgia Roberts, Sophia Mason, Olivia Carruthers, Zara Bragwin, Matilda Miller there, Cox, and Rachel Pollock and Roy Pickard are the 2 coaches. So still, as we look at it, it is still Dunstan High School who lead. On their inside, we've got St Paul's Collegiate, and then across there in lane 2, it is Wanganui High School. Really good race for 4th and 5th.
We are seeing good move there from Kashmir. Kashmir really pulling up. So Kashmir now battling it out with Wanganui High School for 3rd. But here we are with the leaders, Dunstan High School. They've really gone out from the start and they've managed to just push away inch by inch every stroke. I really like how they swing together. Everything happening very much in unison in this team.
Now, I'll get you to break it down for people non-rowing aficionados. You mention, and I hear it a lot, swing. What are you talking about when you swing? What do you mean by swinging?
When their body's open and how, because if one person does it early, then it can really disrupt the rhythm. But we are seeing St. Paul's just move up a little bit here. So St. Paul's holding on to 2nd, keeping overlap as Kashmir pushes up now into 3rd with Wanganui High School just holding on to 4th at the moment. So Kashmir having a very strong move through the 1K there. We're now inside the 3rd 500 and Kashmir is really pushing up. Are they going to push up over St. Paul's and keep moving towards Dunstan?
Yeah, Charlotte Clatworthy, Zoe Clark, Millie Brooks, Taya Moody, Eliza Omega, their coach, their coxswain, and Molly Judson, Joe Young. It has been a really good program coming out of Kashmir High School in recent times, but it is still this crowded Dunstan, still got that boat length lead. Now we just start to see the bow just begin to lift out of the water again from Kashmir. Equally here coming in lane 4, St. Paul's Collegiate. So St. Paul's Collegiate have just decided to dial it up another notch. They'll just want to try and get that bow ball just onto the back stern here of this crowd of Dunstan and maybe just put a little bit of doubt in their heads.
Yeah, but look at this crew from Kashmir. Kashmir is having an absolute flyer through this 3rd 500. We just went through the 1250 metre marker and Kashmir is really pushing up every stroke. They get a few more inches away from St. Paul's and a few more inches towards Dunstan. So will they have that momentum to be able to carry them in the final 500? So we currently got Dunstan in the lead with about a length over a fast-moving Kashmir, who just have a couple of feet over St. Paul's, and 4th place currently sitting with Wanganui High School. But Kashmir, this 3rd 500 has certainly been them. I mean, Dunstan is still rowing beautifully out the front there, but Kashmir is really pushing up.
Yeah, I do like too the look of Wanganui High School. You mentioned there across the far side, still in the fight, still in the game, but we are now starting to get to that business end, and you just sense here Dunstan have just taken it up another notch again. So we have seen Kashmir High School ask questions of Dunstan. Dunstan have answered those questions, and now they're just dialing it up again. The big thing is, can Kashmir respond? Do they have another gear to go to? Starting to get towards that 1750 metre mark, and then I tell you what, it's all mental at that point. It's all about just trying to coat it down, suffer the lactic acid, suffer the pain, the razor blades attacking the lungs, the bonfires in the legs, the bonfires in the arms. Got to say, Meg, I get a little bit, I almost get goosebumps just thinking about it.
But Dunstan is doing a great job here. Dunstan now pushed out into clear water. They certainly did see that move coming from Kashmir and they worked against it. So Dunstan just held so beautifully in that first 1500 metres. But now in the final 500, Dunstan is just driving away, lifting the rate and getting almost a bow length, a clear water now over Kashmir. Kashmir still moving up, holding on to 2nd. St. Paul's in 3rd and Wanganui High School in 4th. As we enter the final 250 metres of the A final, the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls.
Yeah, Dunstan High School with the famous bucket hats, just continuing to write yet another chapter in this great legacy as we just come back again, and Kashmir High School continuing the wonderful momentum we've seen out of them over the last few years, currently sitting there in 2nd place in lane 4 at St. Paul's Collegiate.
Yeah, but Dunstan here, we're with the leaders. Dunstan travelling very well. They've got a great drive phase on them as we enter the final 100 metres here. Dunstan with about a length and a half lead over Kashmir, who have just stretched out in that 2nd K to now come up over St. Paul's and have about a length over them. St. Paul's sitting in bronze, and Wanganui Collegiate, another length, Wanganui High School, sorry, another length back to them, sitting in 4th. But it is Dunstan as we head down to the line. Dunstan are going to row through and take the girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls, and they're absolutely wrapped as they should be. It's silver for Kashmir with an absolutely beautiful 2nd half race, and bronze for St. Paul's Collegiate. Well done. 4th for Wanganui High School. So the Trudy Keys Cup will go firmly to the trophy cabinet of Dunstan High School.
Yeah, wonderful display. Boy, they've got a really, really good program, haven't they? It's great. And then because they're doing well, you know, Wakatipu are going to want to match that. You get this rivalry and everybody just lifts that. The NCSA, the rowing in South Island strong. put that in with the Waikato regions and the more traditional regions, and it's got to be good for the greater good. And look at that, look what it means to those 4 remarkable athletes: Charlotte Crosby, Drew Thomas, Bella Breen, Ruby Smith, Millie Okane, the Cox, and Coach Simon Smith. A wonderful, wonderful moment for Dunstan High School. Well, folks, we will bring you a little bit of a replay, a little bit of action of that race again, but don't go away, because coming up next live here, we will bring you the boys under 15 Cox Octuple Sculls. That's set to go at 12:30, and that features again some of the biggest names and some of the more traditional schools in the sport of rowing.
Are you saying something to us?
We are going to bring you audio coverage now of this boys under 15 Cox Octuple Sculls race. As it is an under 15 race, we do have an agreement with School Sport that no under 15 sport will be covered live on the live stream. So we're going to give you a radio commentary of this. It'll feature St Kentigern's College in 1, Auckland Grammar School in 2, St Kentigern's College number 1 team in lane 3, Christ College number 1 team in lane 4, St Peter's College of Auckland, their number 1 team in lane 5, Wakatipu High School will start in lane 6, St Paul's Collegiate will start in lane 7, Otago Boys High School in lane 1. Meg Glenn alongside of me, bringing you all the commentary. And again, another opportunity to see stars of the future, Meg, and always a little bit of an unknown quantity because we are still dealing with very, very young men, relatively new to the sport of rowing. Yes, they're not admittedly novice, but they're not far out of novice. Yeah, and I love an Octi race because there's not just 8 blades, there's 16. So there is a lot that can happen in an Octi race. And of course, the heat winners for this event earlier were Christ College. They won their heat in a time of 6:26, and St Peter's College. So they're there in lanes 4 and 5. So they'll be 2 very fast ones, along with St Kentigern's and Wakatipu, who won the rep charges. So we're looking for a fast race here. Yeah. It's a fascinating one, isn't it? I get, the fact that you're talking about 16 oars here, and we talk about the concentration. This is about making sure that you're getting clean entry on both sides. So those fatigue kicks and that level of concentration required to ensure that you don't catch a crab, that you are maximising power. It's just another dimension for these young athletes. Yeah, and they are away. So we are away now in the boys under 15 Cox Octuple Sculls. This event sponsored by Emblems New Zealand, and it does look about 100 metres in. It is the crew in lane 6, Wakatipu with an early lead, but going with them is St Paul's and Otago Boys. So those 3 out to an early lead, but right there sitting in 4th, St Peter's College. 5th is sitting with St Kentigern's. 6th would be between Auckland Grammar and Christ College number 1, and St Kentigern's number 2 currently sitting in 8th. That is how they went through the first 100 metres. Yeah, lane 5, lane 6, really good battle beginning to develop here. St Peter's College of Auckland, just a small Catholic school in the centre of Auckland that just sit below Auckland Grammar School. It's really only in the last 3 or 4 years they really started to establish their program. Across there in lane 5, is it? Yeah, so St Peter's College there. Lane 5 and then lane 6, of course, Wakatipu High School, the big yellow sled, and it is St Peter's. And they'll find themselves in another Maadi Cup final tomorrow. They only made their first Maadi Cup final 2 years ago, and they were 3rd last year and narrowly pipped by St Bede's. And so this is part of this program. This is that junior program starting to come through. But everything they do, we've still got the likes of Wakatipu just trying to match them stroke for stroke, and then also Christ College still in the fight, still in the game. Yeah, but as we approach the 500 metre marker, so about a quarter of the way into the race, it is the crew from St Peter's College that have got their nose in front, so they're currently in the lead. Wakatipu in 2nd, followed closely by Christ College. Then we're going out to St Paul's, then Otago Boys, along with St Kentigern's, Auckland Grammar and St Kentigern's. Yeah, St Kentigern's there in lane 1 of Rory Carson, Casper, Hosseltine, Halen Rind, Porter Barkle, Lucas Zhong, Harry Steele, Lucas Toman, Harvey Greenstreet, Matthew Self, the Cox. They're still sort of in the fight at the top of the screen, but they're going to have some work to do. These boats, once you get up to speed, it's very hard then to dial your own boat up to try and catch them. You're going to hope at some point they start to slow down rather than speed up. As we do see St Peter's still looking pretty comfortable here, and Christ College though matching them stroke for stroke, about a bow ball in it at the moment, or certainly about a stroke in it. Yeah, certainly as we move into the second 500, into the middle of the race, Christ is really putting in a good move. Christ College is really pushing up, but the lead is still with St Peter's College. St Peter's still holding on to the lead by about 2 feet over Christ College. Then it will be back to the likes of Wakatipu and St Paul's. But it is St Peter's College in the lead, or battling it out for first with Christ. Third, currently sitting with Wakatipu, as we see St Kentigern's move up into 4th, St Paul's sitting in 5, then back to Otago Boys, Auckland Grammar and St Kentigern's number 2. Yeah, but we have seen just a change here, so we're now just starting to see Christ College just dial it up and starting to ask questions of St Peter's. Can they fight back here? Come through the 750 again, now being flanked either side are Christ College, St Kentigern's College #1, St Peter's College #1, but it is a school out of the South Island, out of Christchurch. You're now starting to establish about a half a boat length lead, and this is a good ominous sign from them, been tactically brilliant so far. But as we've often talked about, Meg, this is where we see all the crews maybe start to employ or play out their tactics. So are we going to see an increase in stroke rating from the likes of St Peter's, from the likes of St Kentigern's? Can they close the gap on this very, very famous rowing school out of Christ College?
Well, Christ College has certainly done a good job here to just like get up to a fast boat speed, and so the momentum is with them. So St Peter's College there will need to push up into another gear to get some more momentum behind them and go with them, because of course in Octie's 16 blades you would just want to tap it over a little bit more, keep sculling light and bright, and once you do get these fierce boats up and moving, they are hard to slow down.
Yeah, so really good shot here, and just having a look at that cohesion, having a look at that. In terms, you talk a lot, Meg, about connecting strokes. Are you seeing that here from this Christ College crew?
Yeah, this Christ College crew is just rowing beautifully. They're all very much in time, in sync. They're in the lead now by about 3/4 of a length over St Peter's College, so they've really pushed up. St Kentigern's, though, very much so pushing up. St Kentigern's holding on to 3rd at the moment. It would be Wakatipu in 4th, St Paul's sitting in 5th, and then we head back to Auckland Grammar, St Kentigern's #2, and Otago Boys.
Okay, coming up to that 1500 metre mark, and now it is very much game on. The Christ College team of Cooper Ward, Joshua Pariachi, Ollie Glacken, Thomas Richmond, Max Inglis, Matthew Vance, Charlie Wilson, Jai Ferguson, Alex Innes is their cox. Their coaches are Andrew Taylor and Anna Johnston, so still in control. Now St Peter's starting to fight back. St Kentigern's across there, the other side, the two Auckland schools who are great rivals in so many sports as well. And it is St Kentigern's. Hard to believe St Kentigern's too. One school that has never ever won the Maadi Cup, really looking to try and turn things around with this relaunch of their rowing program at St Peter's College though. Do they believe? Do they believe? Can they? Can they find a way of chasing down this very impressive crew out of Christ College? Looking at that, I'm going to suggest they can't, because Christ College look like they've just taken it up another gear and looking very comfortable, very good indeed.
Yeah, as we now enter the final 250 metres of the A final with the boys under 15 Cox Octuple Skulls. It is Christ College with a 1-length lead over St Peter's College, who have about 3/4 of a boat length over St Kentigern. St Kentigern's got to put a good bit of work in there in the third 500. 4th currently sitting with Wakatipu. 5th with St Paul's, and back to Auckland Grammar, St Kentigern's #2 and Otago Boys.
Oh, Christ College down there on the Avon in Christchurch, continuing to show the depth they've got. They are, I think, the 3rd most successful school when it comes to the Maadi Cup throughout the 78-year history of it. St Peter's College, well, they train out of the West End Rowing Club in Auckland, but nobody is going to deny this very good performance here from Christ College. They'll come down and they will win the boys under 15 Cox Octuple Skulls. It'll be St Peter's of Auckland who will pick up the silver medal. St Kentigern's will pick up the bronze medal, and it will be Wakatipu who crossed the line in 4th. Good race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Not a lot in it. And now coming down, I'll let you pick that one, Meg. I was going to say, and then they straightened up. I'll go lane 8. I'll unofficially go Otago Boys High School. I'll go Otago Boys High School. So there you go.
Yeah, I think Otago Boys got 5th there. St Paul's got 6th, but it meant that I wasn't watching 7th and 8th between Auckland Grammar and St Kentigern's #2. Very, very close.
Yeah, well, a really good race too. I've got to say that it's just one of the most beautiful things in sport to see those 16 blades, 8 crews of it. I'll do the maths, what that, 8 10s are 80, 8 6s are 40, 828 all was going through the water there. Your guy did stay in class and did really my maths at Mount Abbott Grammar School. They told me, I said, I'll never ever need it, and here you go, I'm needing it. But it is just a wonderful thing to see, and it's just artistry. It is just, brilliant to watch, and great coverage here from the team. Covering it, and of course that is Altitude HD. We do just want to acknowledge them, and of course Milford for their sponsorship of this particular live stream.
Yeah, of course, and so that is the Leslie J. Saywood Challenge Cup will be going to Christ College. The winners are boys under 15 Cox Octuple Skulls.
Now, coming up next on the live stream, it is an A final. Again, we won't be covering it visually. We will talk to it, though, as a radio type commentary, because it is another one of the under 15 races. It's the girls under 15 Cox 4. It is sponsored by X-Pol, so we will bring that to you at 10 minutes to 1 in around about 11 or 12 minutes time. Don't go away, folks. It features teams out of Christchurch, girls Samuel Marsden Collegiate, Cambridge, Rangi Ruru, crew. Queen Margaret College, Marlborough Girls College, St Margaret's College and Columba. Back shortly with more.
He guided our men's 8-2 rowing gold at the Olympics in Tokyo. He's also a double Olympian himself. We talk to Tony O'Connor. We're talking about communication and coaching. How important is it to communicate in the right way?
It's everything, actually. Communication and words and non-verbal communication. I guess it's our magic wand. The way we relate to them will in a huge way affect their relationship with the sport and their love of it and ultimately their success as well. So I try deliberately to not use rowing words. We have a rowing language, jargon, and I've never understood why we use it rather than just use the language we speak. For example, when you put the oar in the water, it's generally called the catch. Well, to me, catch is a bit sort of grabby. We don't want to do that. So I call it the entering of the water or the protection or the filling up of the blade. I try to be a little bit, Irish, so I try to talk rubbish, but in the hope that one of those words, I'll stumble upon some word that actually resonates with the kid, because everybody learns differently.
How do you get through all those teenage brains?
Well, you start by saying the same word slowly and repeatedly. Personally, I find it works a lot better if there's a lot of two-way communication and honesty, not just telling them to do something, but telling them and then telling them why they should do it.
How important is it to have a good culture in a club?
Number one, it's way more important than winning Maadi Cups or Olympic Games. Yeah, good culture. We were very lucky in our group that we had a couple of individuals who were very proactive in that, and it was generally the younger ones who just said to hell with it. Look, I want to win an Olympic gold medal. I think these things can be better. A culture is formed by people, all right? And people will forget what people said, people will forget what others did, but how you make someone feel, you'll remember that for the rest of your life.
Lake Karapiro in Waipa, the District of Champions, plays host to the Maadi Regatta, the largest secondary school sporting event in the Southern Hemisphere. Crews have come here from all over the country to showcase their boat speed. They will set off from the boat park towards the southern end of the lake. In the warm-up zone, they will execute their final preparations for the pinnacle of their season. The start zone is for the courageous. The grind zone is for the metal. And the finish line is for the victor. Welcome to Karapiro. Welcome to the Maadi Regatta.
You guys, I don't know if you can hear me, but you know I would love to talk about that samples bumble.
Our next event live on the program, and only a radio commentary due to our regulations around under 15 racing. It is the girls under 15 Cox 4. It'll feature Christchurch Girls High School in 1, Samuel Marsden Collegiate in 2, Cambridge High School in 3, Rangiruru Girls School in 4, Queen Margaret College in lane 5, Marlborough Girls College in lane 6, St Margaret's College second team in lane 7, and Columba College in lane 8. Meg Glenn alongside of me, and Meg, another opportunity to see athletes who have moved past maybe the novice stage but are still in their early stages of development, looking to try and establish themselves with a really, really big national title.
Yeah, of course, and really looking forward to this race because we have got some fast crews in here. Cambridge High School there in lane 3, they did win their heat in a time of 7:50. They are the current holders of the trophy, the Waikato Dawson School for Girls Cup. So will we see a Cambridge High back-to-back? We'll find out.
Yeah, interesting always when you see the Rangiruru girls there, you do, as we see Cambridge High School here, and so the local school just up the road. And that Cambridge High School crew of Dana Phantom, Olive McDonald, Stella Honig and Sienna Ropia. And we've got Maddie Peacock as their Cox. But yeah, I was going to say, every time you see a Rangiruru crew, I wonder just how psychological that is for the other schools, because we just know how good Rangiruru are. When you think Rangiruru, you do think rowing. That is, and deservedly so, when you do look back through the history of the Levin Jubilee Cup and their success at that level. And so, but I guess with that comes a bit of a target on their back as well. Everybody wants to try and knock them off, and these young athletes have to deal with all of that pressure. As we just have a look at the team here in lane 5, that's Queen Margaret College.
Yeah, and we did have a fast time in the heat as well. Rangiruru winning their heat in 8:01 and Queen Margaret winning theirs in 8 minutes. So I'm sure we're also going to see a great battle for silver bronze.
Yeah, so all eyes will be on Rangiruru, lane 4. Zoe Clements, Mila Wilkie, Alice Johnson, Olivia Long, and Charlie White, the Cox.
Yeah,
So,
we're getting ready here. We can't be too far away from starting. They're all in the blocks. They're all in the blocks, and they're all sitting at the front of their slides with their oars back in the water. So that suggests that we won't be far away here from starting the A final with the girls under 15 Cox 4. This event sponsored by Xpel Premium Underfloor Insulation. Do it once and do it right, which is exactly what these crews will be trying to do in this race.
yeah, it's a lovely little fit, isn't it? And so look at that, what a wonderful sight. Another big national title up for grabs here, and the famous candy coloured stripes here in lane 7 of St Margaret's. Never rule out a St Margaret's crew. A lot of talk around that Levin Jubilee Cup tomorrow between Rangiruru, St Margaret's, a couple of North Island schools as well.
Yeah, so they look very much sitting at attention. They are very poised and ready, and we're away in the A final with the girls under 15 Cox 4, as we see a very fast Rangiruru crew there. But it is the crew out in lane 8, Columba College, that seem to have an early lead, along with that Cambridge High School crew in 3. And then we go to lane 6, Marlborough Girls, and everyone else, they'll all be together there.
Yeah, not such a good start from St Margaret's. Just they'll need to just want to try and make up a little bit of ground here, which is somewhat of a surprise there in 7. But that's just sometimes that technical component, a little bit of the nerves there. But it is lane 3 at the moment, Cambridge High School, the local school. This is very much their backyard, but still down here, Columba College of Isla Petty, Charlotte Scott, Devon Skevington, Lucy Earl and Kate Baskerville, their Cox, doing everything right through this first 250 metres. But now we just start to see Cambridge High School start to get into their work across there in lane 3.
Yeah, absolutely. But that Columba College crew certainly did have a fast start as we move through the 250 metre marker. It is Columba in the lead by about a canvas over Cambridge High, half a canvas to Marlborough Girls. Then we're going to Christchurch Girls on the inside, currently sitting in 4th. 5th sitting with Rangiruru, 6th with Samuel Marsden, and then back to Queen Margaret and St Margaret's.
Yeah, Marlborough College, Emma Isles, Poppy Fernandez, Maisie Shenfield, Charlie Bennett and Hayley Sutherland is the Cox. So we wish all them the very best as they start to come through that 500 metre mark, and now well and truly into their work. So they've got out quickly. It's about now just setting up that rhythm, listening to the instructions of their Cox, who will be observing, trying to gain some little bit of intel on their opponents, and then communicating that with their crews.
Yeah, and we are seeing a great move happening here from Marlborough. Marlborough Girls really pushing up, and so is Cambridge High. So we go through the 500 metre marker with Columba, Marlborough Girls and Cambridge High all in a line, all three through that marker together. Rangi currently sitting in 4th, Christchurch Girls sitting in 5th. Then we're back to Samuel Marsden, St Margaret's and Queen Margaret all together there.
Now, I know you have a little bit to do with North Island selection for some of the younger under-18 crews, and you're aware, I guess, of what you're looking for. You know, in terms of the role of the coxswain, can you say too much at times, or is that again just something you get used to through training?
Well, you can, but it comes down to the crew and the coxswain, and they work together over time to make sure they're all on the same page and all on the same understanding. But we are seeing here the Cambridge High School crew is just stretching out now. So they've decided they came through the 500 together, but as we come through the 750, Cambridge High is just pushing out to a canvas lead over both Rangi, Ruru and Marlborough Girls.
Yeah, so that instruction has been given, but in saying that, they have just dialed it up there in lane 3, but immediately lane 4, Rangiruru now just starting to say, you know what, we're going to go with you. We're going to stay here. If that's all you've got, you could be in a world of trouble here. So starts to see a little bit of psychological warfare just beginning to play out. Lane 6 still looking really good as well. Marlborough Girls. So really good race beginning to develop here. This could be an absolute beauty because Rangiruru looking comfortable, looking long and strong at the moment, folks.
They certainly are. They're rowing beautifully is the Rangi crew. They're pulling into a nice place on their bodies, so that means they're finishing off their strokes well. We don't want to cut our strokes short, but that is not what this Rangiruru crew is doing. They are rowing very well, as we see they've pulled up a bit and brought Marlborough Girls with them. So we're back now. Cambridge High, they pushed out a little bit, but now it is all three together again. Marlborough Girls actually just in the lead, and it'll be a three-way tie for second at the moment between Cambridge High School, Rangiruru and Columba. That's how they went through the 1K. Christchurch Girls a very close 5th place. Then back to Samuel Marsden, Queen Margaret and St Margaret's.
Yeah, Marlborough Girls College still, what about, I don't know, a canvas lead at the moment. But the challenges are coming, urged on by their coxswains, being asked to just go to that next place. This is not the heats, this is not repechagers or semi-finals, this is it, this is the big one. I'll keep saying this throughout the heats and repechagers. Often it's the shoulders down, now it's shoulders up. It's all about mental fortitude, it's all about attitude. Do they believe? I've got a sneaking feeling we're about to see another chapter written in what could become a little bit of a bestseller here. It is very much game on at St Margaret's. It's Marlborough Girls College, but the challenges are really starting to come here from the likes of Rangiruru, Cambridge High School.
Yeah, as we just move through the 1250 metre marker, Marlborough has really stretched out their lead now. Marlborough a length up over Rangi, who have about a canvas up over Cambridge High, who have a canvas over Columba, sitting in 4th. Christchurch Girls High School currently in 5th, and still a fantastic battle happening between Samuel Marsden and Queen Margaret for 6th, with St Margaret's sitting in 8th. But this Columba High School crew is moving a little bit. The lead is still with Marlborough Girls. Marlborough Girls getting a little bit of clear water there. Rangi in 2nd, Cambridge High in 3rd.
Yeah, Marlborough Girls too. They'll know they're coming up to that 1500 metre marker. They'll know there's 500 to go. They'll be working through this 3/4 of their journey. Have they burnt too many matches too early? Can they hold this? Because you now just start to see Rangiruru just getting that bow ball, possibly, no, not quite, but almost up onto the bow here of this crew out of Marlborough Girls, out of Marlborough Girls College.
Yeah, Marlborough doing a fantastic job here. That 2nd K has really been them. It's like they just got started, but at the halfway point they restarted and they just drove away from the rest of the field. So Marlborough Girls now has that good bit of clear water over the current 2nd place boat, Rangiruru. 3rd sitting with Cambridge High School, but Columba is making a play. Columba is pushing up. It might actually be Columba in 3rd and Cambridge High School in 4th. It's bow ball for bow ball. Christchurch Girls High School still in 5th, with a great battle between Samuel Marsden and Queen Margaret for 6th. But it is our girls from Marlborough out the front.
Yeah, at Columba College, Avila Petty, Charlotte Scott, Devon Skivington, Lucy Earle, Kate Baskerville, their cock starting to make their move. But let's pick this one up. It is lane 4, and they have been very good throughout this race. Rangiruru now starting to make their move. Can they run down Marlborough Girls College?
Well, Marlborough Girls College is really holding on. They've really stretched out their lead. Rangi holding on to 2nd, but the crew right now that I'm interested in is Columba. Columba is pushing up, and then we see Cambridge High respond to that. Cambridge High respond. They've been in bronze position most of the way. They don't want Columba getting it, but Columba is driving up again. We're inside the final 250 metres here of the A final with girls under 15, Cox 4. Marlborough Girls holding on to the lead by 2 lengths of clear water as we're now inside the final 100. Rangi sitting in 2nd. It's Cambridge High School in 3rd. It's Columba in 3rd. It's Cambridge. It's Columba. It goes between the two every stroke. We're coming down to the line now, still with Marlborough in the lead. Marlborough crosses the line in 1st. Well done, Marlborough. 2nd place about to come through the line, and there they are. It's Rangiruru. 3rd place. Who's it going to? It's Columba. Well done, Columba. 4th place to Cambridge High. 5th looks like it is going to Queen Margaret there, and then down the inside to Cambridge, Christchurch girls, Samuel Marsden and St Margaret. So a superb row from the girls from Marlborough to hold on to that lead more or less from start to finish.
Yeah, wonderful race, wonderful display of athleticism from all the crews, but yet another wonderful moment for this very, very good rowing program coming out of Marlborough Girls College. And what a great moment for that Nelson region. Again, congratulations goes the way of Emma Isles, Poppy Fernandez, Maisie Shenfield, Charlie Bennett and Hayley Sutherland, the Cox. The coaches, of course, Joe Benion and Jessica Bennett. Hope you are enjoying coverage, folks. Coming up next, we will bring you the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. That is an A final. Of course, we will have visual coverage of that on the live stream. The only races we won't be covering from a visual point of view are under 15 races. So plenty of action to look forward to. And just to give you an idea of just how busy this program is, how remarkable the event team is here. The next race will be race 403.
Yeah, and if you are looking for the B final or the boys under 18 Cox Quad, make sure you skip over to our feed. You can find that through Rowing Hub. There's one feed for A finals and one feed for B finals, but we'll be back shortly.
The Rowing New Zealand pathway continues to evolve and change. We look at the athlete funnel, which takes rowers all the way through to the Olympics.
We're sort of trying to look at athletes once they've finished school, because the school program here is very well done and it's awesome. So it's like, if athletes want to continue rowing after school, what are their options? So we've got our under 18s, we've got interprovincials, Trans-Tasman Uni. Those are sort of the first opportunities for athletes to try and do some things, and then as Rowing New Zealand then starts to provide some more international experiences with our junior team, under 23 team, and they're all sort of ID points in sort of us sort of then going, okay, are these athletes ready to step up to that high performance space? So we've got Olympians, gold medalists, so we know what the standards are. So it's easy for us to be able to say, look, you're tracking on the same sort of path. Coaches are trying to use more technology in what they're doing. And trying to, I guess as coaches, you always want the athletes to believe what you're saying is right, but sometimes athletes need to see stuff and see it in person. So being able to sort of track that data and see that is really cool. Coaches obviously use a lot of video this day and age, so a way of being able to give video feedback and the athletes being able to sit down and watch it afterwards. So all those bits are really important. So engaging the athlete, so it's a more coach-athlete relationship rather than the coach is kind of dictating everything. Mahe didn't pick up an oar till he was in his 20s. Like, it's not the kind of thing that you have to do when you're 5. Like, you can pick it up all the way through school, you can pick it up when you're at uni, and that's the beauty of having different entry points into our system as well, which is really important. If you don't make it at juniors, doesn't mean you're not going to be an Olympic champion.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
We're good. We're good. We've got 5 minutes.
Sweet. Live coverage continuing here on the live stream, day 5 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Our next final for you, another A final, the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. Looking forward to this one. Mayor Glenn alongside of me, bringing you all the coverage. Hope you have been enjoying the coverage. Special thanks to Milford as we do look at that starting lineup. And I tell you what, there's some big schools with a great rich history of rowing in this one. Sacred Heart College out of Auckland in 1, St Peter's College of Cambridge in 2, Wakatipu High School in 3, St Paul's Collegiate in 4, Wanganui High School in 5, St Paul's Collegiate Second Crew in 6, and Thomas of Canterbury, what a story they are, in lane 7, and the might of Waitaki Boys High School in lane 8.
Yeah, so these crews, certainly the ones to look for are lanes 3, 4 and 5. They progressed into this final by winning their heats. Wakatipu High School were very fast there in lane 3. They had a time of 6:30. St Paul's Collegiate had a time of 6:35 and Wanganui High School 6:41. So those were the heat winners.
So there we are, set and poised to go. This race will start at 10 minutes after 1, and that's the thing I love about this sport, Meg. It's just precision the whole way through, isn't it, from the starting times. 10 past 1 is 10 past 1. Nothing's ever delayed, and I guess it's such a busy schedule it has to. Rowers are aware of it as we just have a look at a number of these crews, and this is the crew out of Wakatipu High School, is it? Lane? Now, what lane are we looking at here?
Yeah, there's Wakatipu.
Wakatipu, there you go. Boy, I tell you what, I do love the great history and tradition, and of course sitting there we've got St Paul's Collegiate.
They look very relaxed, which is it's good. It's a good thing to be relaxed.
We might not have shown it on the live stream. They've got a bumblebee as an emblem, do they? Do they have a
Yeah, they've got a
bumblebee wandering
bumblebee
around? Do they have a
mascot.
bumblebee mascot running around?
I quite like the look
I
of
wonder,
that St. Paul's
which
bumblebee.
parent drew the short straw to wear the bumblebee mascot. Anyway, it's great to see all of that stuff. I'd imagine too here, Meg, before they do get started, most of these crews will have a pretty well-established warm-up protocol that they've gone through to get the nervous systems up, to get themselves in the zone.
Yeah, absolutely. But then now when they just sit on the line, they'll just be thinking through the race plan, just going over and over in their brain to make sure they are clear on what they're going to do. But then also just sitting and waiting, because when you're well rehearsed, as the boys under 18s will be, it should just come naturally once they start. So now it's just about relaxing and just calming yourself.
Okay, let's look at the form guide. I know you've done a bit of homework here, maybe looking at some of the times that these different crews bring into this particular race.
Yeah, so definitely the Wakatipu crew, they're definitely the one to look at there in lane 3, 6:30, and St Paul's and Wanganui High School. Those would be the top 3, but of course you can't rule out anyone who comes through from the rep charge, because often when you win the rep and progress through, you keep momentum going with you through the week. So really all of these crews will be certainly fast in the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. This event of course sponsored by Footloose Cambridge.
St Thomas of Canterbury there, Carter Baxter, Darby Renata, Luca Damiani and Andre Simpson, Jack Dunn the Cox, Paddy Dowling the coach, and what a remarkable story they are, trying to establish a rowing program to sit alongside the likes of Christchurch, Christ's and Cashmere High School and some of those bigger Canterbury schools that have a rich history in the sport, and nothing better than a bit more competition. So these coiled springs are set to explode out of these starting gates. The start's so important. Settle back, enjoy this one. The boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls, and we are underway, folks. Here we go. 8 crews vying for national honours. Really good even start too. Possibly lane 4 got away the quickest, St Paul's Collegiate. And also, yeah, St Paul's Collegiate, lane 5 also going with them, Wanganui High School, but one of the more even starts we've seen, but certainly lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, they got out to a nice fast start there, did St Paul's. They really drove away from the starting blocks nice and effectively. They were looking very relaxed up top there, which is what we want, so you can drive down low. But St Paul's there out to an early lead, only a canvas, however, over Wanganui High School and Wakatipu.
Yeah, so again, we're talking about under 18, so a little bit more experience at this level. They'll have a little bit more training data over the last few years in terms of how they do want to approach this. We all know the importance of endurance. We know the importance of maintaining the back end, the back half of this race. Really easy to confuse ability with ambition sometimes, get the adrenaline kicking in and just go out a little bit too quickly. But that will come back to bite you. But very, very good measured approach so far here from St Paul's Collegiate of Sam Schutz, George Benjamin, Finn Rayner, Gus Weir, Fletcher Rogers the Cox, and I imagine waiting on nervously their coaching crew of Charlie Rogerson and Bruce Jones.
Yeah, they're going really nicely is St Paul's. Of course, George Benjamin, we saw him earlier today win the under-17 single. But it is St Paul's in the lead with Wakatipu currently sitting in second, about a canvas behind, and then back to Wanganui High School sitting in third as we move through the first 500 metre marker. I will say I do love a boys under 18 quad. It is one of my favourite events. I love a fast moving quad.
I tell you what, I do like the look here of what we've seen from Wakatipu, just starting to get some real momentum, just starting to increase that rating, looking pretty relaxed, looking comfortable. Rowers got soft hands, staying nice and tall as well, so it's very much game on here between Wakatipu, St Paul's Collegiate. Just outside of St Paul's Collegiate, we've got Wanganui High School too. They're the 3 at the moment, who are just starting to establish a little bit of a gap back to the rest of the field. Good race developing also, though, between St Peter's School and also, by the looks of it, maybe St Paul's Collegiate as well, in vying for that 4th place.
Yeah, those two schools there having a really good battle for 4th. But it is the crew from Wakatipu that is just nudging their bow in front. So Wakatipu just moving a few inches every stroke. Look at them there just driving away from St Paul's. They really are taking a seat a stroke. So Wakatipu, you get a good view of the stroke man there as he grimaces away, as he's really grinding through the water. because Wakatipu there is just starting a very strong second 500 and really pushing away and cementing themselves into first place.
Yeah, they look fluid, don't you? Talk about soft hands, and that's really just a really good example of it there. But again, still plenty of time here for this crew from St Paul's Collegiate. They'll want to stay in the fight. They'll want to respond here. They won't want it to get out to a boat length. It's starting to get to that point. They'll also be aware that they've got Wanganui High School just starting to make a move too. That's Joshua Cordini, William Hurd, Jake Newton, Nicky Maxim. Of course, the Coxes, Lauren Davis. Their coaches are Alan Luff and Dave Dudley.
Yeah, but the lead is still sitting here with Wakatipu. That move that they just did there through that second 500 was something to behold. It was fantastic. They really stretched out, and that has got them now a length lead over St Paul's as we're inside the third 500. Then back to Wanganui High School. A great battle happening for fourth between St Peter's School, St Paul's number 2, and St Thomas of Canterbury.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here from Wakatipu because I think it was a very measured start from them. I don't think they burnt too many matches through that first 250 metres, and that'll benefit them over the last 250 metres. And so you've got to be very, very careful, and this is a good performance coming, really nice display. And of course that Wakatipu High School team of Harry Lightfoot, Max Davis, Sebastian Watson, Charlie Manser, Cameron Hall, the Cox coaches, John Morrison. So as we always talk about, you're in a coaching capacity too here, Meg. I imagine it is pretty nerve-wracking watching your Chargers in an A final.
Yeah, but of course it's up to the athletes. We've coached them well. They know exactly what they need to do. It's just up to them to do it, and that's exactly what this Wakatipu crew is doing. They're just rowing beautifully together as they just stretch out a little bit more. They've now got a little bit more clear water, so Wakatipu sitting about a length and a half up over St Paul's, and Wanganui High School holding on to third as we see St Thomas of Canterbury really push up and cement fourth place.
I'll just ask you this before we do bring this race home too. So we're sitting there, we're seeing Wakatipu High School, we're seeing their Cox, Cameron Hall, who's obviously looking forward, doesn't get a chance to look back into second, third and fourth. The benefit, I guess, of the Coxons and those crews they're chasing, they do get an idea on where that leader is. So what is the Cox then asking for if he can't see how second and third are doing?
Yeah, so in this kind of situation where the Cox just know he's out front, all he's going to really focus on is how the boat is feeling. And so he's just going to make sure that they're really rowing their best because he knows that people will be making plays back against them. You've just got to take that as read.
So just control what you can control and just continue to do what you're doing. Equally to the Coxons, well, they'll be screaming in those crews that are sitting second and third, but they'll also get a pretty quick idea on just how their crew's feeling if in fact they don't feel that response coming from those orders. But this is an absolute demolition at the moment. This is really good performance from Wakatipu of Harry Lightfield, Max Davis, Sebastian Watson, Charlie Manser and Cameron Hall. They are in complete control, almost out to 3 boat lengths now, and sitting there in second place, looking very good. We've got St Paul's Collegiate, Wanganui High School.
Yeah, and it is no surprise this Wakatipu crew, they did have the fastest time in the heats and they weren't exactly challenged. So it's great to see them really unleash and show us what they can do as we come down to the final 100 metres with Wakatipu really pushing out now to that 2.5 boat length lead over St Paul's. Wanganui High School holding on to third. St Thomas is currently sitting in fourth. Everyone down there cheering. That's it, everyone. Cheer on your mates.
Yeah, wonderful performance here from Wakatipu. This has been an absolute exhibition. This has been a demolition. This has been just a metaphor for almost rowing perfection, not just tactically, technically, but also physically. Really good performance from them. They'll come down, they'll win it. They'll win the under-18 Cox quadruple sculls. It'll then be St Paul's Collegiate who will pick up silver, and then Wanganui High School will pick up the bronze medal. Now coming down here in lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury. Wonderful program. They'll finish in fourth. On their inside, it'll be St Paul's Collegiate, the second of their teams. And then we'll have to go across the far side to the likes of St Peter's School and Sacred Heart of Auckland, Waitaki, to round out the rest of our field.
Yeah, what a race that was. Really well sculled there by Wakatipu to take home the Treasure Cocker Memorial Shield.
Yeah, it's funny, there's so many trophies up for grabs, aren't they? But they've all got such a rich history, all of them. They've all got their little special place at the Maadi Regatta, and obviously you've got the Maadi Cup, you've got the Levin Jubilee Cup, which probably are the 2 blue ribbon events, but you go below that and every one of these trophies that are up for grab has a rich history. There's somebody that's gone on to do great things for New Zealand rowing that can say, I was a part of that at some point. To add your name to it, well, that is simply remarkable in itself. Hope you are enjoying live coverage here of day 5, finals day, the penultimate day of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Don't go away, because we're about to bring you very shortly at 1:30, and around about 13 minutes from now, we're going to bring you the girls under 18 coxless pair, and I know you're excited about this one, Meg.
Well, I said before I love a fast-moving quad, and another favourite event of mine would be a good pair. There's nothing like a good pair. So really looking forward to the girls under 18 pairs in about 10 minutes.
So if you are watching this, just to let you know, just prelude, if you're not sure if your school's involved, it'll be Waitaki Girls, Waikato Diocesan School, Westlake Girls High School, Craighead Diocesan, St Margaret's College, Columba College, Twizel Area School, and Sacred Heart out of Hamilton. So they're the 8 schools that'll feature next in around about 10 minutes time, the girls under 18 coxless pairs. How long were you overseas for?
Finn, can you give us a rundown of what goes through your head during the race, right from start to finish, like as though we're absolutely green, we've never seen a coastal race in our life?
Well, the first thing for me is trying to keep calm, because it's very quick and you don't want to get too flustered or you can kind of screw your race up. So trying to stay calm while also being like really on the ball. Gun goes, it's a 1v1 race, so you're running separate directions out to your boats. First challenge is getting in. So you want to kind of take your time, find your seat. You can lose a lot of time in the start if you don't get in the boat properly. So usually someone is holding your seat for you. You can sit down, get your feet in. The boat handlers will start moving you out. Once you've got your oars, then you're off sprinting. A major thing with the beach sprint is waves, and that can either win you or cost you the race, really. So a lot of variability based on the swells. So we're making our way out past 3 buoys. You want to keep as straight a course as possible. Ideally, you can actually hit the buoy with your rigger or oar to keep that straight line. First buoy we take to our stroke side. Our second buoy we come on our bow, and the final buoy we end up doing a full turn 180 and come straight back into the beach. Now, this is where you want to try and time yourself with waves. Sometimes you get nothing, sometimes you can get a really nice run in, and it makes a huge difference if you can ride a wave all the way into the beach. Getting into the beach is our exit. Again, another make or break of the race.
How do you exit?
Hopefully on my feet. Sometimes you can end up on your face. Ideally, we make it out on our feet, and then it's a sprint up around a flag and up to a buzzer on the finish line.
How tired are you after a coastal race?
You're pretty smoked.
Live coverage, day 5 of the Maadi Regatta, Lake Karapiro, one of the most famous rowing venues in the world, is very much the backdrop, very much the stage. Our next A final for you is the girls under 18 coxless pair, sponsored by Fresh Choice Supermarket, Leamington. It is an A final and it features some of the big schools: Waitaki Girls High School in 1, Waikato Diocesan School in 2, Westlake Girls High School out of Auckland in 3, Craighead Diocesan in 4, St Margaret's College, yes, the candy colour, in 5, Columba College in 6, how good have they been today, Twizel Area School in 7, and Sacred Heart Girls College of Hamilton in lane 8. Mayor Glenn alongside of me, bringing you all of the action. I know how much you love the 4s. Tell me how much you love the under-18 coxless pair.
I do love a pair because it's just you and one other, and you've really got to work together. And if you're truly in sync with your pair partner, you won't actually be able to have to speak to them. You'll just telepathically chat to them and improve as you go, and that is why I love a pair.
Yeah, what's the key to being in sync, though? When you mention in sync, do you just know you're in sync?
It's all about
what are we looking for visually?
Visually, what we're looking for is sort of the blades going in the water and the connection happening through the body with a nice, strong, braced core as the legs drive down. That's what we're looking for, that to happen all together. As we're just checking out this crew here from Sacred Heart Girls, Hamilton, Georgia Kendrick and Lily Ashton, coached by Blair Curry.
Yeah, and they will start in lane 8. And on their right-hand side, on their inside, will be Twizel Area School, which will have Kiara Tyne and Sadie Mason. Their coaches, of course, are Calvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. And one thing I'm really loving to see is when we read through the crews, we also just read out the different coaches. And there are just so many really good rowing coaches around the country at all levels, which I guess is needs to correspond with the athletes that we're producing as well. So St Margaret's here, and that is Aine Leeson and Coco Flood. They'll start in lane 5.
Yeah, and they did very well, did St Margaret's in the semi-finals. They won one of the semi-finals at the time of 8:01, and right behind them was the Westlake girls pair in a time of 8:06. And it's great to see we've got some people from Westlake watching us on the live stream through Rowett Hub, cheering on their teammates.
The Red Swans. My sister went to Westlake girls, so I've got a little bit of an affinity for them, and obviously Westlake boys looking to try and win their 4th Maadi Cup, first time in 41 years tomorrow afternoon. But good to see the Westlake girls program strong, particularly in the smaller boats.
And the other semi-winner was Craighead Diocesan, so they're there in lane 4, so that'll also be another good crew to watch. They do look quite ready, can't be too far away from starting the girls under 18 pairs, and there they go, they're off. And that Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton crew there in lane 8 is having a very fast start. They're pushing out nicely, but it certainly is St Margaret's in 5 pushing up, and lane 3 as well, Westlake.
Yeah, Westlake looking to try and get out quick too, so Westlake want to just establish that lead early, start to put some real pressure on St Margaret's College. You know, how much were they foxing through getting through to this final? A lot of them would have been saying, hey, we want a good lane, but we don't want to burn too many matches. We've got a busy program. We want to make sure we recover. We want to flush that lactic acid. So it's the Westlake girls crew at the moment of Maeve Lockett and Charlotte Mortston, coached by Ash Bright, who have got out to about a half a boat length lead already. But we're just starting to see a more measured approach here from Aine Leeson, Coco Flood of St Margaret's. Happy at the moment just to sit back, set a nice early tempo, a nice early rhythm, and then maybe play their cards just a little bit later.
Yeah, what a start this Westlake crew has had. They're really pushing away nicely there as we move through the 250 metre marker. But now that we're getting up and running, we are starting to see the St Margaret's crew start to just reel them in a little bit as they get onto their race rhythm.
Yeah, St Margaret's, boy, what a wonderful school they are, and do not underestimate what they could produce tomorrow in the penultimate race when we have the Levin Jubilee Cup, the premier event for the Women's Aid, and we're just starting to now see St Margaret's just creep up alongside, and I think for the first time we've got a lead change, so it's St Margaret's over Westlake girls.
Yeah, when you were just seeing there in the shot, the name of the Westlake boat was Sophie Ignott-Johnson, of course a very new elite rower in the elite team, so of course a proud Westlake girl herself. But it is the St Margaret's crew that are just pushing into the lead there. Once they got on their race rhythm, they are really squeezing up. And their boat is called Molly Farrell. So what a another great alumni from their school, from St Margaret's.
Well, that's not a bad incentive, is it? Saying, hey, if we can make it in the sport of rowing, we might just leave a legacy at a school. We might have a name on the side of a boat. Anyway, it's a really good race. St Margaret's College, Westlake. These were the two fastest qualifiers coming in. This was expected to be where the real battle began. Now, the Westlake girls crew have to stay strong here. They've got to try and stay in contention. They don't want that bungee cord to stretch to the point that it does break. So, we've seen St Margaret's through that second 500 really lift their rating, taking that lead. Now, can Westlake girls respond? Do we start to see them maybe play their cards? Do they have another gear to go to?
Yeah, but we are seeing that Westlake crew just push away, and as well that crew in lane 8, Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton, is really pushing up there nicely to be in a solid third, fourth position. But it is St Margaret's that are just stretching out their lead. Second, sitting with Westlake at the moment, but it certainly is Sacred Heart Girls here holding on to third, only just though over Craighead Diocesan. So we are going to see a very good battle happen for third and fourth in the later stages of the race.
Okay, talk to us just quickly how you set these boats up based on individual physiology. Who has that stroke seat? Who sits where?
Well, it all depends on how they row and what you sort of see them attack it with. Sometimes someone with a little bit more dog in the fight, you know. You might want them in stroke seat, but they row on bow side, so then you rig your boat the other way round so that they can really drive the boat. But you do try them both ways. Sometimes you have the same people switch them around the order and it goes faster or slower.
So a little bit of trial and error too, obviously in those early stages, but looks beautifully set up at the moment, doesn't it, from St Margaret's College. Now starting to see Sacred Heart Girls beginning to lift that bow ball, starting to get high out of the water, meaning they've got great momentum, but still hanging tough. It's the Westlake Girls High School crew, but just starting to stretch, just starting to ask real questions. Annalise and Coco Flood of St Margaret's College still in control, out to more than a boat length now.
Yeah, that St Margaret's crew is doing a fantastic job, but we are really seeing the Sacred Heart crew really push up and Westlake battling back. It will be tough for Sacred Heart out in 8. Westlake has got Craighead right next to them, pushing them up, so those two having great fights. So the Sacred Heart crew will really have to look across the lake to see where the race is unfolding as we get a good close look at St Margaret's here. And they've just got lovely long strokes. You see them get out the front there, get their blades in, brace their core, drive their hips, and they really swing back together to a strong position before extracting the blade from the water.
Yeah, beautiful display, wonderful exhibition, isn't it? Here we are watching in terms of the Coxless pair, and this is an under 18, so this very much a blue ribbon event. These athletes may be at their last Maadi. Some might still have another regatta left in them. Of course, that will be in Twizel next year, but good performance here from Craighead Diocesan of Emily Caird and Lily Grant. Dean Milne watching on nervously, the coach, but still in control, still dictating terms. It is St Margaret's College.
As we get a nice close-up here of the Westlake pair, and here is the Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton pair that are really squeezing up, because Craighead Diocesan was certainly putting a good amount of pressure on Westlake just moments ago, and the Sacred Heart pair is managing to hold on. I would say we've got St Margaret's in the lead by about a length and a half, and second, it's really all to play for between Westlake, Craighead and Sacred Heart, as we're in the meaty part of the third 500 metres.
Well, I'm looking at their second, third and fourth. Craighead Diocesan might just have just a little bit more momentum at the moment. Really just starting to look at that, just starting to lift now, aren't they? They're in lane 4. Craighead Diocesan starting to now just creep up on the Westlake girls. Can they hang tough? Do they have anything left? Which one of these remarkable crews will run out of talent first? They come through the 1500 metre mark. Now we start to get that threshold where it's not just physical, it's now mental. And absolutely, it really just comes down to which one of these crews is prepared to suffer the most in terms of getting themselves on the podium.
And what we're seeing now is that Westlake crew is really digging in. They're saying we worked hard early on. We're not going to relinquish the position we've got. So Westlake really digging in to push out to about a half a boat length lead over Craighead, who have about 2 foot lead over Sacred Heart Hamilton. But it is the girls from St Margaret's that have really led this race from the start, that are just stretching out that little bit more. But I'm really excited to see how all of these crews sprint.
Well, I've got to say, I'm not going to be biased. I don't have any attachment, but I do love the St Margaret's uniform. I've always loved that candy-coloured stripe. It just says to me history, tradition. It's just got a real nostalgic look about it. As they come through 1,750 metres, they're in complete control. But the real battle for second and third between Westlake Girls and Craighead Diocesan, Emily Kidd, Lily Grant up against Maeve Lockett and Charlotte Morstan.
Yeah, so now we have about 200 metres left to go, and that St Margaret's crew just hold on to their lead beautifully, but it is the Westlake crew that has really got some momentum behind them and is really pushing up and trying to get away from Craighead. Can't wait to see how Craighead responds as Craighead lift it. There they go, but it is still St Margaret's with a length and a half as we enter the final 100 metres. Waitaki Girls on the inside making a play for fourth, but it is St Margaret's holding on to a nice bit of Clearwater lead. Westlake currently sitting in second, and they're just stretching out Westlake. Look at Westlake lift it. They're really whipping their rate up now, a length up over Craighead as we come down to the finish line of the girls under 18 Coxless pairs. It is St Margaret's across the line first. Well done, St Margaret's. Westlake with an awesome sprint for second. Craighead third. Fantastic sprint again from Waitaki to take fourth. Sacred Heart Girls Hamilton fifth, as we see Columba and Twizel for sixth and seventh. Waikato Diocesan School will be eighth.
Oh, St Margaret's there just doing what they do best, and that is win rowing races across all divisions, across all classes. They are a quality rowing school, but Westlake Girls, the Red Swans, what a performance from them. And oh boy, I tell you what, how good were the crew out of Craighead Diocesan. They were simply fantastic. Waitaki Girls there of Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strachan. They're coached by Ivan Doherty. Plenty to take out of that race as well. So exciting racing, still plenty to come here on day 5 of the Aon Maadi Regatta. Very shortly, around about 10 minutes to 2, we'll bring you the boys under 16 Coxed 4. That event will be sponsored by Kaiwaka Clothing. As we look at these crews warm down, I'll just let you know if you are again watching it and you don't want to miss it, those crews that will be involved in that next final are Christ College, Christchurch Boys, St Bede's, St Kennigan, Hamilton Boys, King's College, Timaru High School and Wanganui Collegiate. Wow, right there, the history of the Maadi Cup in those schools.
and welcome back. We are just about to get started with the A final of the boys under 16 Cox 4, sponsored by Karapiro Clothing, clothes that work as hard as you do. In lane 1, we've got Christ College. In 2, Christchurch Boys. In 3, St Bede's College. In 4, St Kentigern's College. In 5, Ham Boys. In 6, King's College. In 7, Timaru Boys High School. And in 8, Wanganui Collegiate. My name is Meg Glenn, and next to me right now I have got the great Robbie Manson. How are you, Robbie?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you could come in and join us. Look, we're on the screen. Wave to your people. Sweet. So how's your day been going? You've been catching much of the racing?
Yeah, I just came down this afternoon to have a look at the racing, but was watching the live stream this morning. So it's great to have this kind of footage of the rowing.
Isn't it? It's so good, eh? So if you're really enjoying what you're seeing, team, make sure you do follow us on Instagram at altitude_HD as we see this crew here from St Bede's looking very poised and ready. So St Bede's were second in their semi-final with a nice fast time of 7:02. Here's the St Kentigern's crew though that they had a good battle with in the semi. St Kentigern's had a time of 7:01. The other semi-final winner was of course Hamilton Boys with 7:08. Did you row many fours, Robbie?
I did actually. I rode the novice 4 and then the lightweight 4 were my main events at Maadi. So I always preferred sculling, but the only medal I got was in the lightweight 4.
Oh, nice. Well, here we are. We're away. And let's see who is off to a nice fast start. It does look to be the crew in lane 8, Wanganui Collegiate. And going out with them strong is certainly that St Kentigern's crew in 4, as well as St Bede's in 3, and this King's College crew here in 6. What a fast racing we're seeing here, Robbie.
Yeah, no, it's a good start there from lane 3 and 4 and 6 and 8. So no, good close racing there off the start.
Yeah, it is. What do you like about what you're seeing about the King's crew?
Well, they've got quite a good, strong technique. I noticed in the under 17-8 earlier, they look really sharp as well. So there's obviously some good coaching going on there.
Yeah, really good program there at King's as we're seeing St Bede's just pull out into the lead. St Bede's holding on to about a half a canvas lead through the 250 metre marker there, and it would be second equal at the moment between St Kentigern's and that King's College crew we were just speaking about. A very fast start here for these crews as they are now in the phase of the race where they'll be pushing on from their start into their race rhythm. How do you push on to your race rhythm, Robbie?
I guess after about 250 metres you want to lengthen out and relax. It's always hard to relax when you're going as hard as you can, so it takes a lot of skill and patience, I guess, to trust that by maybe not going quite as hard and rating as high, you're actually going to move away. And that St Bede's crew looks like they're doing that really nice long strokes there.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? Because it's just stretching them out. They're now up to about a 3/4 of a boat length lead, and a great battle happening between St Kentigern's and King's for second and third, with the likes of Christchurch Boys, Hamilton Boys, and Wanganui Collegiate battling it out for 4th, 5th, and 6th. But here we get a nice, good close-up of St Bede's and the bow balls of St Kentigern's. So St Kentigern's, I would call second over King's College there. But here is a nice close-up of St Kentigern's. Robbie, what do you like about their catch?
Yeah, they're getting those blades into the water nice and quick. So you want to see the blades going into the water at full reach, not the blade coming back as it's going in. So it looks like they're doing that really well. And they're maybe just squeezing up on King's College there and holding on to the tail end of St Bede's.
Yeah, they really are. I love to see that overlap, eh? You're seeing that overlap there between St Kentigern's and St Bede's. So we're certainly not out of the weeds yet as we get a good close-up of the Wanganui Collegiate coxswain. That is Angus McConnell. So he's really steering his crew there and driving them. You see that they're just up over Timaru Boys, as you can see their bow in the background. But Wanganui Collegiate doing a great job here as he drives his crew up. But let's check on the leaders. It certainly still is St Bede's out the lead with about a 3/4 of a boat length over St Kentigern's, who are only just holding on over King's. A really good battle that we are having there. And this St Bede's crew here, what do you think of their drive?
Yeah, no, they really looks like they're pushing hard there and getting those legs down nice and strong. not rating too high, so really relaxing on the recovery as well.
So when you were rowing in the lightweight 4, when that was an event at Maadi, no longer an event, of course, what did you have any crew mantras that really got you into the right technique together?
I don't know, it was so long ago.
Robbie, you're not that old, because if you're that old, then I'm that old.
No, it would have been about 18 years ago, so I can't actually remember. I've done a lot of rowing since then.
True. Okay, what are some of your more recent tips and tricks?
I think just trying to be long and relaxed. I mean, I was always known for rating high as well, so I use that to my advantage, but with that, you've still got to have that relaxation.
Yeah, no doubt we're going to see some high rates towards the end of this race. Some beads still in the lead here, getting that little bit of clear water, so they're having a really strong third 500 to just push out a bit more over St. Kentigern's that are holding on to a strong second. Third sitting with King's College, but we are seeing Christchurch boys there really push up a little bit into fourth there. So Christchurch boys is really making a play for a medal at this point in time. What's normally going through your head in the third 500?
The third 500 is pretty tough, but it's also a good opportunity to push away because everyone's sort of hurting. So if you've got the fitness to do that and push away in the third 500, you can make a big difference. And I think we saw that with the Westlake boys pair earlier, and now it looks like Christchurch boys are having a really good third 500, sort of keeping themselves in the race so they can be in touch for the final sprint.
Yeah, really excited to see, because we've seen a lot of crews today have strong third 500s and keep that momentum going in the final 500 as we enter that final 500. So beads still, they really worked hard early on in the race to push themselves up to some clear water there. Kings sitting in third with St. Kentigern's in second, but Christchurch boys really do have some momentum behind them as we see the white bucket hats of Kings on the screen there. But it is Christchurch boys are really pushing up. So it's definitely some beads in first, it's St. Kentigern's in second, but we are seeing Christchurch boys neck and neck, stroke for stroke with Kings at the moment for that all-important final medal spot.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really exciting finish there for that third place. St. Bede's have really cleared out. They've made the most of that third 500 and they've sort of broken free from the other boats. Now it looks like King's College moving back up again, so it could be tight for all of the medals here.
Oh, it definitely is going to be. I mean, under 16 boys, Cox 4 is always going to be an exciting, tight race. It is up and comers. They've had 1 year in the sport. This is their second year, so they've really learned a lot as we see Kings respond to the move from Christchurch boys. Kings pushing themselves back up into third place. The lead is, of course, with St. Bede's. They're well out the front inside the final 100 metres. St. Kentigern's holding on to second, about a half a boat length over Kings at the moment. Christchurch boys still lifting the rate higher and higher, but as we come down to the finish here, it is St. Bede's. St. Bede's across the line with the win, and the boys under 16, Cox 4. Second place is going to St. Kentigern's there, and third, Kings did manage to hold on. Well done, Kings, but a very, very tough fought battle because Christchurch boys certainly did put them through their paces. Fifth to Christ, sixth to Hamilton boys. Then we go back to the likes of Wanganui Collegiate and Timaru boys. What a race was that, Robbie?
Yeah, no, that was really exciting at the end there for those second, third, fourth and fifth places. St. Bede's looked really dominant, so that was impressive from them.
Yeah, it really was, wasn't it? They had a really, really good race. They really stretched out and they really understood what their assignment was. And yeah, it was really, really good race, wasn't it, Robbie?
Yeah, no, really good race. Exciting from those under 16s. And they'll be stoked. Those St. Bede's boys will be stoked with that result.
Yeah, they certainly will. I mean, look at them there on the pontoon. They're really happy. They're really happy, aren't they, with their coaches? Okay, we're getting a few questions here. Is Robbie having time off? What do you say to that, Robbie?
TBC.
TBC. Oh, he loves to leave you with a little cliffhanger, doesn't he?
Watch this space.
Watch this space, everyone. My name's Meg Glenn. I'm off for a bit, but I will leave you with Robbie and Mark Watson will pop back in. The next event, of course, will be the girls under 16 Cox 8, and that will be on screen at 2:10.
How important is nutrition for a rower? Well, it turns out it's very important. We find out from the experts.
Some of them probably don't realise how much they need to eat, particularly because they train so much as well, and they can be out on the water for quite a long period of time. And if they're younger and they're growing as well, or they're doing other activities, it just adds on actually how much you need to fuel.
Yeah, nutrition, incredibly important for fueling our athletes. And actually, about 6 years ago, there has been a change in the nutrition in Wellington Girls, and we really saw that change resulted in happier athletes, more resilient, we had fewer injuries, less illness, and then of course we've had increased performance as well, which has been really great.
Tons of food, pesto pasta. We eat a lot of that. All of our parents are really lovely. They make good quesadillas.
Tasty food that the girls will eat rather than perhaps some more standard food. So if the food's there, it's tasty, looks good, the girls are going to go for it.
As a parent, I always, at home, getting the nutrition sorted out is really important, because without the right fuel, you can't row to your potential.
Cream rice?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, one of your favourites. Nice, good recovery.
Yeah.
What to eat?
The food is absolutely lovely here. Yeah, it's a pizza split half and half pepperoni, half ham and cheese.
So what would you say to parents that have just got a novice rower that's just started?
Great challenge for them. I suppose just checking in with them and just asking, have you had your breakfast before you go out to row? What are you taking out on the water with you? Do you have some, some snacks, some food, bananas? Up and goes yogurts for afterwards. Okay, what are you having for your lunch? Just keep asking the question and checking in that they are eating.
How's the Milo, fellas?
All good. Amazing.
Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah, so the 4 hours of recovery, particularly after you've done a training session. So we want to refuel. So we want to refuel the muscles. We want to fill up the fuel tank in the brain as well. We want to repair. So repair with high protein foods. Want to rehydrate, particularly if it's been hot. Drinking those fluids, and we want to revitalize. So that's making sure you're getting in your fruit and veg, those different colors, keeping your body running.
Our next race up is the girls under 16, 8. Looking forward to this one, the Cox to 8. And I tell you what, this is always a really good sign of depth amongst our leading schools in terms of looking forward to next year or 2 years' time when it comes to trying to win at the girls' blue ribbon event, the Levin Jubilee Cup. In lane 1, we'll have Waikato Diocesan School. We'll have Diocesan School for girls in lane 2. Waikato Diocesan School, the number 1 team in lane 3. St Margaret's College will start in 4. Rangiruru, the Might of Rangiruru, will start in 5. Barradine College in 6. Rangiruru's second team in lane 7. Christchurch Girls High School in 8. So very much a very strong South Island contingent of schools vying for one of the most prestigious trophies on offer at this year's Maadi Regatta. It is the girls under 16 Cox State. Joining me in commentary, former single sculls champion Olympian Robbie Manson. Afternoon to you, Robbie. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me again.
You're looking forward to this? Interesting. It's one of the most spectacular sports you can watch. Anytime you see the eights in rowing get underway, particularly through that first 250 metres, there's a lovely theatre about it. It's almost art.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of blades going in all directions. So, and it's a fast-moving boat, so it's really exciting. It's obviously good to see 2 Rangiruru and 2 Waikato Dio crews in there. Must have a lot of depth and strength in their programs, have 2 8s in this final each.
And I guarantee St Margaret's will be desperately wanting to beat Rangiruru. I talk about this, at a national level there's a rivalry, but then also at a micro level within the region, St Margaret's, Rangiruru. I mean, a wonderful little rivalry, and both have got
girls there as well, so that Christchurch school rivalry, particularly in the 8s, is always very strong.
Yeah, and Christchurch winning for the first time in their history last year the Live-In Jubilee Cup. And so we are set for a start, the famous candy-coloured stripes of St Margaret's. And we do get underway. And Robbie Manson, the key here in the 8s, what are these crews looking to try and do through the first 500 metres? How important is that initial speed?
Yeah, the 8s are a fast-moving boat, so it's hard to make ground up later on in the race. So you really want to dominate out of the front, out of the start, get onto a good rhythm and keep that momentum going.
So at St Margaret's College there in lane 4, probably got the best of the starts. Lane 2, Diocesan School for Girls, their number 1 team, up at the top of the screen there, getting out nicely as well. Also in lane 5, as expected, the might of Rangiruru Girls School. And down here in lane 8, Christchurch Girls High School. And of course, I'd imagine early on, what's the role here? What are you expecting to hear from the coxswains through the first 500 metres?
So I guess everything's pretty frantic and wanting to get everyone working together onto a rhythm early. Everyone's working really hard to get that boat up and moving as well. And then about the 250, so around now you'll be wanting them to stretch out, get onto a good long rhythm, moving that boat. It looks like St Margaret's are doing that really well. Rangi are tracking them there. So those 2 crews are just pushing ahead of Diocesan School. And then Waikato Dio right there as well, Barradine, and then on the outside, Christchurch Girls.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, training very much a dress rehearsal for race day. I mean, you can't train one way and then turn up and race a different way. I'd imagine these crews will look at their individual physiology. They'll know the importance of that third 500 metres. How tactical can the 8s be, or is it all just in the first 500 metres?
Well, I think you have to obviously train hard and then trust your training. The first 500 can be nerve-wracking because you might know from other races that you've got some really good form, but until you're out there on race day and you're moving away from the other boats, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. And I guess that's what makes it exciting. That's why we do the sport. That's why we watch it.
So it's lane 4 at the moment, about a canvas lead at St Margaret's College, leading Rangiruru. Currently sitting in lane 5, out there in lane 6 too. It's Barradine College out of Auckland. Across in lanes 2 and 3, we've got Diocesan School for Girls. We've got Waikato Diocesan, so the 2 diocesan schools, one in Auckland, one out of the Waikato, sitting there in lanes 2 and 3. But it is still St Margaret's College who just try and tighten the strings, just try and put a little bit of pressure here on Rangiruru. And I guess we can often see athletes at this age who are physically strong, but they're still young mentally. How many mind games are played? Is there an opportunity here to go out a little bit harder, to just put a little bit of pressure on your opponent, ask them questions early?
Yeah, I think certainly it's always an advantage to be out in front and rowing, because you can look back at your opposition and see if they're going to make a move. So it looks like St Margaret's are just pushing out there now, so they've got the advantage. Most of those girls can look back on the Rangiruru girls, and if you see them making a move to counter that, you can react and respond.
So the St Margaret's College crew of Fleur Jansen, Sophia Cathro, Izzy Hill, Ella Drummond, Lucy Butterfield, Josie Kennedy, Poppy Blakely, Scarlett Hanson, Ellie Scotland, the Cox, just starting to close up. So here come Rangiruru. Big surge now coming from Barradine College, though. Lev lifted their rating up, so they're starting to play out their tactics. As we do come through that 1,000 metre mark, it is very much game on. You can bluff your way to a degree through the first 1,000. You certainly can't bluff your way through the second 1,000. So Just having a look at that, they went through the 500 metre mark in about 2:07.
So yes, St Margaret's are looking really long and strong there. They've got a good rhythm, a really sharp, well-drilled crew. Those blades are going in together right out at full reach, and then they're really connecting and swinging on it together. And having 8 people in the 8s, you really want to get that momentum together and make the most of that.
A real challenge for the coaches too, obviously, to get a group of 8 athletes of similar sort of build who have a desire and have a desperation to want to row. But then it's another thing trying to set the 8 up to be effective and work with the individual body types and the individual physiology.
Yeah, the more people in the boat, the harder it is to get things in time and get things moving well together. But there's Christchurch schools particularly have a long history of being very good at doing that.
So the real power athletes, the ones that I guess test through the roof physiologically, whether it be in the vacuum of a lab or on the ergs, where do you generally tend to want to put them?
So normally the stronger athletes go in the centre of the boat. Then you have the sort of rhythm athletes in the stern, the stroke pair, and then often put the lighter or more technical athletes in the bow. So everyone kind of has a place that they'll generally go in an 8, but just because that's the traditional thing to do might not be what necessarily works best for the crew.
Because my understanding is when we won the men's 8 in Tokyo, they played around with things a little bit and found almost the formula by default a little bit.
Yeah, I think they were playing around with things right up until the end there, and Tony O'Connor was very good at that and being open-minded, as were the guys in the crew. So everyone was happy to go anywhere based off what was best for the crew. And I think that's the thing in a crew boat, like you can't have too many egos. It's about working well together and doing what's best for the crew.
Great Robbie Manson alongside of us as we bring you live coverage of this girls under 16 Coxed 8, and it is still St Margaret's College who continue to dictate terms. Rangiruru is still in the fight there. We've got Barradine College out of Auckland. They'll come up to that 1750 metre mark shortly. As I talk about, you'll hear me say it a lot, 2,000 metres, 1,800 metres of hope and 200 metres of truth. Now a real surge coming in lane 6. Barradine College out of Auckland looking to try and get that bow up alongside that of Rangiruru, but it's still St Margaret's. St Margaret's out by a boat length, looking good, Robbie. When you look at the form here, you seen anything? You seen one particular crew maybe starting to tie up?
Yeah, St Margaret's obviously look very strong and dominant. That technique has really shone through, and they've stretched out and have clear water now. Barradine moving up on Rangiruru, so Rangi have to keep that power going down during the stroke, keep those legs going down to hold that second position, and then Barradine, if they want that silver medal, they really need to do some work now.
Well, nobody is going to deny St Margaret's College. They're going to come down. They're going to win a gold medal at this year's Maadi Regatta in the girls under 16 Coxed 8. The future looks bright for the school out of Christchurch. It's been a dominant display pretty much from start to finish. The real race now for the silver medal. Will it be a Christchurch 1-2? St Margaret's take gold, and it will be Rangiruru by the smallest of margins who'll pick up silver, and then it'll be Barradine out of Auckland. That's how it will finish. And then across the far side, possibly in lane 2, Waikato Diocesan or Diocesan School for Girls. It might be Diocesan School for Girls in Auckland, but a very good display of the 8s. And I tell you what, when you look at the Levin Jubilee Cup in 2026, 2027, which one of these crews will find themselves standing on the highest step of the podium in years to come, because this is often a reflection of the depth of a program, but they are absolutely delighted, and so they should be. Robbie, national title, doesn't matter what age it comes, you don't win too many of them. For a lot of these rowers, this might be the greatest thing they achieve. It might be a stepping stone to higher honours.
Yeah, no, a Maadi medal, and particularly a gold medal, is a very special thing. I never got a gold medal. I got 1 bronze, as I was saying earlier to Meg, and it took me 4 years until I got my first national title. So yeah, it's always very special.
I think the nice message in that is, and we see that in high school, don't we, that some kids just develop earlier, some kids are a little bit stronger, but just because you're not necessarily winning at 16, 17 and 18, it doesn't mean that that's going to be the pecking order for the rest in life, and that as long as you've got the passion and desire, good technical skills at a young age, you can always build the athlete later.
Yeah, and I think rowing's a sport that rewards hard work, so if you want to put the work in, then you can definitely improve a lot, and I think that's something that I did after school really to improve.
And you still hold that world record for the fastest single sculls over 2,000 metres, 6:30, Poznan, I think 2017, Poland.
Yeah, I do for now, touch wood.
Touch
I
wood.
don't know how much longer it'll stand for, but it's nice to have.
Yeah, they don't last forever, do they? But it's nice to sort of put the benchmark in and go, well, I might not be the fastest man in history. And I always like to put that in history. You go right back through the caveman days, the times of Cleopatra and all of that. No man in history has ever rowed 2,000 metres quicker. That's quite a cool thing to have.
Yeah, no, it's very cool. Very proud of that.
Yeah, so Robbie Manson alongside of us. Hope you are enjoying coverage here on day 5 of the Maadi Regatta. We'll take a break. When we come back, we will bring you our next final. Looking forward to this one indeed. Our next final here on the program, I'll just confirm that for you, will in fact be the boys under 18 novice Coxed 8. That'll feature Sacred Heart, St Kennigan, St Peter's College, King's College, St Bede's, Hamilton Boys, Cashmere High School and Christchurch Boys High School. Live coverage, day 5 of the Maadi Regatta 2025, and this stream, of course, brought to you by Milford. We do appreciate their wonderful support and ongoing support of the sport of rowing. Our next final is the girls under 16 Coxed 8, sponsored by Onyx Cafe. It features Waikato Diocesan, their number 2 crew in lane 1, Diocesan School. In fact, boys Novi 8, my apologies, so that's my fault. In fact, I do have that sitting right here, my apologies. So it is the boys under 18 novice Coxed 8, and that is that start list for you. Sacred Heart College out of Auckland, St Kennigan's College, St Peter's School out of Cambridge, King's College out of Auckland, St Bede's College out of Christchurch, the Might of Hamilton Boys High School, Cashmere High School and Christchurch Boys High School. Robbie Manson alongside of me. Look, you read through those names there and it's pretty much the who's who of the history of New Zealand secondary schools rowing to some degree.
Yeah, no, Hamilton boys, of course, are always strong in the 8s. And a few strong Christchurch schools again, like the previous race. And then a few strong Waikato crews and then the Auckland ones as well. So, no, it looks like it's a good line-up there for this boys under 18 novice 8.
Yeah, it'd be interesting too. Cashmere is a school that's very much impressed me over the years with the program they have slowly developed, and the Coxed 8, I guess, novices. Talk to us about some of the challenges in novice crew when it comes to the 8s, when it comes to a final. Obviously, you don't have a lot of experience, so what are some of those challenges, Robbie Manson?
So obviously all of these athletes are first-year rowers, so they've all picked up an oar for the first time this year, and teaching 8 of them to row in time can always be a big challenge. But sometimes in this event, as opposed to the under 15 races, they're a little bit older. Not necessarily, you could have under 15s in this race too, but just being a little bit older and stronger might help some of these boys.
Yeah, I want to ask you this, Robbie, because as you said, maybe for the first time they've picked up or maybe they've discovered rowing late. Is there still an opportunity when the under 18 novice 8s to go on and have an international career in the sport?
Yeah, well, I started my rowing career as an under 17 novice, so missed under 15 and 16 entirely. So maybe if I'd started earlier, I might have had a more successful time at school rowing, but yeah, it does always go on after that into club rowing.
And you've gone on and achieved at the highest level, World Championships, Olympic Games, so it's never too late.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people come in even after school rowing, so it's never too late to get started. Yeah,
and often say too, and if you're one of those kids who develops maybe physically a little bit later, how important is just early on to get, where you think, well, I can't necessarily match with some of those kids, they've developed a little bit earlier than me physically, but how important is just getting the technical side of it right at a young age?
Yeah, technique is obviously key in rowing. If you can row technically really well, you can sort of often beat people who are a lot bigger and stronger than you. So being strong can help, but it's not the most important thing.
So Sacred Heart up the very top will start in lane 1. They do have a crew in the Maadi Cup final tomorrow. We are looking at King's College. They will also feature tomorrow in the Maadi Cup. Haven't won it since 1960. They'll have outside of them St Bede's College, who have won the race twice. They're in their final tomorrow. South Island champions. Won it back in 91. Won it in 2023, and one of the greatest finishes of all time as we do get underway in this boys under 18 novice Coxed 8, and immediately getting out to a very good start in lane 4 it is King's College out of Auckland, lane 6 Hamilton Boys High School as expected.
Yeah, no, it's a really good start there across the field. Lane 2 St Kent's, and then King's College in lane 4, Hamilton Boys in lane 6. Now Hamilton Boys and King's College really going bow ball for bow ball off the start.
Yeah, you've talked about it in previous races, the importance of these boats, getting them up to speed, unlike a single or a double where you can maybe play around with speed a little bit more and you can dial things up when you need to. That is not the case with an 8.
Yeah, no, there's a lot more momentum, so the first few strokes might take a little bit longer to get up to speed, but then once it is, the boat really keeps moving. You've got 8 guys hopefully swinging together, so you really want to maximise that using everyone in the boat and that body weight.
So lane 2, St Kennigan College, they're second to top of the screen. And then just on there outside St Peter's School, and currently leading this race, lane 4, it is still King's College, but a real challenge, as mentioned, coming from Hamilton Boys High School. As they come up to that 500 metre mark, it is still game on. There are still 4 crews very much in contention here. Robbie, if you are going to make a move in an 8, obviously through the first 500, we've talked about the importance of getting up speed, but is it more tactical 750 through to 1,250 metres? Is it more through the third 500, or what traditionally tends to happen?
Well, I guess power off the start is really crucial, and then really getting onto that technique so it becomes efficient. You can only work at your maximum for a short period of time, so that's when you have to really relax onto those long strokes, let the boat run on the recovery, make sure you're not missing any water at the catch. So it looks like that King's crew is doing really well, really getting onto the water in the catch, and I've mentioned that in some of the previous races and how well drilled and technically good these King's rowers are looking at this Maadi Cup.
Yeah, and that King's College crew of William McKellar, Xavier Lindstrom, James Yeoman, Patrick Sandlin, Will Iverson, Connor Irwin, Lucas Crawford, Benson Edwards, Charles Lewis is the cox, coached by Harry Lynch and Tarek Farak. And so have a look at the St Peter's crew out of Cambridge too, another one of the local schools, but it's still King's College.
You can see Daniel Williamson on the bow of that King's College crew. He's a former King's boy who went on to win a gold medal in the men's 8 for New Zealand in Tokyo. Yeah, so it's nice to see his name on that boat there.
Yeah, what a wonderful performance. Of course, the great Rob Waddell also coming out of King's College, have a rich history. Hard to believe they haven't won the Maadi Cup since 1960, King's College, but certainly have sort of reinvented their rowing program, and we're starting to see the fruits of that labour starting to come through. So it's still King's College, but on their inside it's St Peter's School now of Cambridge. So the local school starting to make their move a little bit more conservative through that first 500. Now they start to just tighten the screws a little bit here on King's, starting to ask a few questions. The cox here for King's College will be aware of it, and Charles Lewis has the responsibility now of turning it up, changing the tactics possibly for King's College.
Yeah, this is looking like a really exciting race here now, with these 2 boats really close together. Back in third place we've got St Bede's, and then Hamilton Boys not far off them, but when you get 2 boats going neck and neck like that, they can really push out from the other boats.
And it is very much a street fight at the moment, psychological warfare. Hard to believe when you look at this, these guys are novice crews, because if you don't understand the subtleties of rowing, you're just sitting back there going, these must be the top rowers in the country.
Yeah, no, they're looking very good for novice rowers. It can be hard in the first year to row technically well, but these boys are doing a fantastic job.
And there you go, all those different families and staff that have probably contributed to buy these particular boats and assist with the rowing programs through the schools. Everyone's got slightly different fundraising methods. I was talking to the team from St Thomas of Christchurch, and they've got a crew in the Maadi Cup for the first time. And they were talking about the fact that they had raised $35,000 in 6 weeks. They sold 700 cheese rolls.
Yeah, well, there's so much support from the parents and committees and everyone that goes into this sport. So we're always very thankful for that. So we're able to do it. And it looks like King's College here have countered that move from St Peter's, and they're just holding on to just over a canvas there.
Yeah, boy, now it gets tough. It's not just physical, it's now about mental fortitude. It's not just one athlete, it's about a collective buy-in here of 8. So which one of these 2 crews is prepared to suffer the most? Which one of these 2 crews arguably runs out of talent first? Now the responsibility sits on the coxswains. It comes down to individual accountability. Boy, I tell you what, it is a dark place when you lock yourself in the hurt box, folks, but they are well and truly locked in here now. Someone's throwing the key away. We're going to come down to that 1,750 metre mark, and this is that threshold. This is that point where we talk about 1,800 metres of hope and 200 metres of truth. Well, here we go. Settle back, enjoy this one. It's King's College up against the might of St Peter's of Cambridge.
Yeah, no, stretching out to half a length there. King's College moving away in this last 250. This last 250 is where it really hurts in the legs and the lungs. So you're really just wanting that finish line to come and the race to be over.
So King's College, really good performance from them. St Peter's School of Nick Rothery, Jack Nilsson, Kieran Lawson, Teo Anthony, Josh Noonan is their cox, Garrett Matthias Everett, Matt Carey, Brady Vander Bielge. The crew for St Peter's of Cambridge, but it is going to be King's College out of Auckland who are going to come down and comfortably win in the finish this boys under 18 novice Cox Date, and they'll do it by 3/4 of a boat length over a very good fast finishing St Peter's School of Cambridge. And then coming down to pick up that bronze medal, it'll be St Bede's College out of Christchurch. Photo finish for fourth. Unofficially, I might just go with St Kentigern College narrowly over Hamilton Boys High School.
Yeah, I think it was just St Kent's there, and then
St Kentigern's, my apology.
Yeah, no, just St Kent's over Hamilton Boys, and then Sacred Heart on the inside. But I think that was a really mature race from the King's College boys. St Peter's put them under a lot of pressure through the middle, and they just held their nerve and then waited and then moved again through that last 500. So really good mature rowing there for first year novice rowers.
It's not easy to set up an 8, is it, in terms of where you balance everybody in the boat, particularly novice rowers, because again you don't necessarily have the data on them from under 15s through, and so it's a little bit of trial and error. Not a lot of time from when you start school and get into rowing to actually the Maadi Cup coming around, so just so many moving parts and components.
Yeah, and a lot of them probably have only been in the sport for 6 months or so. But yeah, I think those crews, all of the crews in that race looked like they did a really good job and were rowing really well. That King's crew obviously looked really sharp out in front.
Robbie Manson, who still holds the world's fastest time for 2,000 metres as an individual sculler, set that at 6 minutes 30 back in Poznan, Poland in 2017. Alongside of me, of course, Olympian and well-established New Zealand representative, bringing you the expert comments. Don't go away, folks, because coming up in around about 10 minutes' time, at 10 to 3, we will bring you the girls under 18 novice double sculls. That is an A final that'll feature Wanganui High School, Sacred Heart Girls, Hauraki Plains College, St Cuthbert's College, Villa Maria, Hamilton Girls, Maclean's and Craighead Diocesan.
We're here at the Rowing New Zealand Maadi Regatta. It's such a wonderful event for the young people of New Zealand. At the foundation, we're passionate about the youth and trying to give them a better start. We're sponsoring the Emerging School Rowing Scholarship. So it's $10,000 for an emerging school, just to help them get into sport, and particularly rowing.
A recipient of the Emerging School Scholarship is Taupo Nui Atia, and how do we feel it helped?
It helped us all coming and starting rowing because they never had such a big group of novices before the scholarship.
Rowing's one of those special sports. I mean, all sports are great, but rowing, if you look around here, you just see what it means to these families, communities, and for all the young people out there just enjoying it.
It's a fantastic initiative by Milford Foundation. They have picked up the Emerging Scholarship with rowing, and the amount has doubled from 5,000 to 10,000. As a coach myself, I would have loved to have that kind of money to be able to smooth the wheels and make sure things can happen, especially in a new program or a small school or new school.
And then what would you hope for the recipient of that scholarship?
The next Emma Twigg, the next Rob Liddell, who knows? It could be anyone. We just want you to be involved in a sport. We want you to be involved in a sport you're passionate about and the school's passionate about and has some pride in. Any schools out there that would like to, just get on to rowinghub.co.nz, fill in the application form, get into it. This is a great sport. You need to be here next year and you'll have so much fun.
And what do you think of rowing?
I love rowing.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's brought us all together as one big friend group. You get up really early in the morning.
That is true.
Live coverage continues here on day 5 of the Maadi Regatta. Up next, it is the girls under-18 novice double sculls A final. Looking forward to this one. Wanganui High School will start in lane 1. We've got Sacred Heart Girls College, lane 2. Hauraki Plains College, lane 3. St Cuthbert's out of Auckland in lane 4. Villa Maria College, lane 5. Hamilton Girls High School in 6. Maclean's College in 7. Craighead Diocesan in lane 8. 2,000 metres. Rowers in their first year. We just saw a very good novice under 18 8. You would not have thought watching it that they were novice rowers. Such was the competency, such was the technical ability of all the crews. I'm sure this will be the same. Lane 4, St Cuthbert's College, Zara Blackie, Emily Young, their coaches, Kirsty Dunhill. Trying to keep these craft steady and stable. School in Epsom in Auckland. Very good water polo school, very good rowing school historically. And we do get underway. And so this is event number 411 throughout the 5 days of racing. It is an A final. Good even start. It is lane 6 though. Hamilton Girls High School, who get away the fastest, get away the quickest. That is Ayla Klein, Mila Williams. Their coaches are Georgia King, Ben Cursip. Also a very good start down here from Craighead Diocesan of Greta Murray, Ella Metcalf. And again, being a novice race, sometimes tactics and inexperience means that what happens early on through the first 250 metres or first 500 metres doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it's going to play out towards the end. Now we just start to see in lane 4 a real increase in stroke rate from St Cuthbert's College. So they are now starting to get into their work. They lead for the first time as they come up to the 250 metre mark. So continuing to row strong, Hamilton Girls High School in lane 6, but it's St Cuthbert's College on the inside of St Cuthbert's Hauraki Plains of Libby Middleton, Tiana Rangihika, and of course coached by Eleanor McQuea. So you can just see the rating there from St Cuthbert's. Probably slightly higher than the other crews. Sometimes that can be based on individual physiology. Shorter rowers tend to probably have an higher turnover. Taller rowers, well, they get a little bit more distance per stroke, so their rating will be naturally a little bit lower. But it's all about connecting with the water. It's all about connecting those strokes, getting the different components right, getting that understanding, getting that cohesion. So if they do want to keep the boat straight, it's just simply about putting a little bit more pressure on one side with their feet, and therefore putting a little bit more pressure on one particular oar to keep the boat straight. As we see up there in top 4, it is still St Cuthbert starting to just row away here a little bit out to a boat length lead. A challenge. However, at Hamilton Girls High School, Ayla Klein, Mila Williams doing everything to stay in touch. Down here at Craighead Diocesan of Greta Murray, Ella Metcalf also doing a really, really nice job. Across the far side there in lane 1, Wanganui High School of Carolee Hanna, Ruby McIntyre. Again, novice rowers very much using this to gain some experience, and while this is under 18, they might potentially still have another Maadi Regatta left in them this time next year. In Twizel, coming back, no longer a novice, looking to try and build on this particular experience. That is just lovely cohesion. Really beautifully balanced boat. Nice job being done here. Just need to try and keep that craft nice and straight. Now we do just start to see Wanganui High School just beginning to make a move up into 3rd place, but you throw a blanket over them at the moment. Lane 2 there, Sacred Heart Girls of Francie O'Sullivan, Cassie Colborne. About just trying to get that bow nice and high out of the water. Making sure there's absolutely no stutter at any point through that stroke, that you are connecting the strokes. There's always just that smooth momentum constantly on the water. I come up to the 1,000 metre mark. St Cuthbert's in control at the moment. Now we're starting to see Villa Maria College of Sophie Taylor and Maya Napora out of Villa Maria College in lane 5 beginning to make their move too. So they've been very good tactically. Now, can they put a big surge in? Can they really work through this third 500 metres and look to try and just shut down the St Cuthbert's crew, who have gone out very, very quickly? Have they done enough? Can they hang on? Got to be very, very careful at the novice level, and I say it with the greatest respect, that you don't confuse ability with ambition and get a little bit too excited, burn too many matches too early. That's not going to be the case with the St Cuthbert's crew, because they are in control at the moment. And while we are starting to see Villa Maria College come to the fore, we're also starting to see Hamilton Girls High School across there in lane 6, having a very, very good race indeed. So Ayla Klein, Mila Williams looking to try and just see if they can lift their rating, if they can somehow just pull back this very good St Cuthbert's team. But at St Cuthbert's are out to probably 2 to 3 boat lengths, probably 3 boat lengths at the moment. Hamilton Girls still in the fight, but they'll be now aware of the challenge coming from Villa Maria. Across the far side there in lane 1, Wanganui High School. Carolee Hanna, Ruby McIntyre. Sometimes with the novice crews, they don't necessarily have the layers of training, they don't necessarily have that base work, and therefore recovery can be a big issue. You can do a session really well on a given day, but because you don't have the strength or the base work, sometimes you don't recover from that. And one of the big challenges for these novices is having to put a week of racing together, being able to back it up, not just mentally but also physically. But really good display here from St Cuthbert's College. Come through the 1,500 metre mark, and they are in complete control. Real race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Anybody's race at the moment. That will be decided over the last 250 metres. As we see lanes 5 and lane 6, Hamilton Girls in 5. Villa Maria College, my apologies, in 5. Hamilton Girls in lane 6. Smallest of leads going to Hamilton Girls. Just as we say that, we just start to see Villa Maria College just begin to lift a little bit, trying to just pull back an inch at a time, and then immediately Hamilton Girls just respond and put a bit of a surge in themselves, asking more from each other, desperately wanting to get themselves on the podium, desperately wanting to try and pick up that silver medal. But here we go. This is a wonderful, wonderful street fight between Villa Maria College, Hamilton Girls, Villa Maria, Sophie Taylor, and Maya Napora, and I'd imagine their coaching staff of Phoebe Collier, George Johnson will be sitting there biting their fingernails, chewing their fingernails. Who picks up the silver? Who picks up the bronze? But it's St Cuthbert's in control, dominating this girls under 18 novice double sculls. Got to maintain that form, got to maintain that concentration. Hamilton Girls High School still have the smallest of leads in 2nd place. Villa Maria, though, not going away, hanging there, just trying to put a little bit of doubt into the minds of the Hamilton High School girls. But Hamilton respond. Which one of these two crews is prepared to suffer the most, folks? Who's prepared to stay in that dark place, in that hurt box, knowing that they cannot get out of it for at least another 150 metres? But as we start to come down towards the finish line here, in front of what has been very good crowds today, very vocal crowds, and Cuthbert's will win this and win it comfortably in emphatic fashion. It'll be a gold medal to Zara Blackie, Emily Young, and their coach Kirsty Dunn, who will be absolutely delighted. That is a very, very good performance indeed for St Cuthbert's College. Now the silver medal, the race for silver, and it will be Hamilton Girls High School who will pick up the silver. It'll be Villa Maria College the bronze, and then Sacred Heart College, by the looks of it, across there in lane 2, picking up 4th place, and then Wanganui High School across in 1. But that is a dominating display. Again, hard to believe that they are novices. When you look at that performance, when you look at the technique, you look at the basic velocity of those boats, that is simply remarkable. Congratulations to the school in Auckland. St Cuthbert's College taking gold in the girls under 18 novice double sculls. And don't go away, folks, because at about 10 minutes after 3, we're going to bring you the boys under 17 double sculls final. This is an A final. This is not a novice final. This is going to feature Christchurch Boys High School, New Plymouth Boys High School, Hauraki Plains, Wakatipu, St Paul's Collegiate, Glendowie College, Maclean's College and Wanganui. So looking forward to that as we go back and take in some of the highlights of what was a very good race in the girls under 18 novice double sculls. Back shortly with more live commentary.
Two lucky high schools will be gifted a brand new Laszlo boat, the winners of the under 17 single sculls. Joining me from Laszlo is Vera. Vera, tell me about the initiative.
It all started with a dream, really. Growing up, we were also competing, and there was this boat that everybody could win, and it was such a big drive. So when we took over Laszlo boats, we thought that we should do something like that because it's an amazing opportunity for everyone and it's very rewarding for us as well.
And why the under 17 single scull?
So there is a reason why, in particular, the under 17. Initially we thought that it's the Maadi Cup haze, so it should be the 18, but then we thought that it's probably not the same playing field because sometimes bigger programs are easier for them to put together an 8, but with the single, even the smallest programs can produce one successful, one powerful sculler, so we just thought it's more even.
I mean, the school are very lucky to have it. Obviously it means they have a multi-year, multi-generational almost boat that could last up to 15 or 20 years.
We're trying to highlight always the latest developments, and we're certainly proud of the rigger itself. We developed it with Emirates Team New Zealand, so it was very exciting for us to tap into their know-how and their knowledge. We like to think that we make a bit of difference to their journey.
Lane 2, New Plymouth Boys High School of Brodie, Leicester, Jack Hurley doing a really nice job. They've got into their work early now, just starting to lengthen out a little bit, just trying to bring those heart rates back down. Look, to stay composed, have that ability to maintain that concentration and think about the technical side of the sport. Lane 4, Wakatipu High School, Max Davis, Charlie Manser. The yellow boats with the famous, well, not the bucket hats on today, but normally they do have the bucket hats, going with the white peak caps. Lane 5, St Paul's Collegiate, Tyler Trethaway, Gus Ware as mentioned. Still really good performance coming down here out of Maclean's College in Lane 7. They're still hanging into the fight. It's Lane 2 with the smallest of these, New Plymouth Boys High School. Through the 500 metre mark they go. Plymouth Boys High School, maybe a canvas lead. On their outside, Hauraki Plains. Now we just start to see the big yellow sled of Wakatipu begin to just get their bow a little bit higher out of the water. Just increase that stroke rate just a little bit. Trying to now get themselves up alongside of that leader, New Plymouth Boys. Very, very good race beginning to develop here in this boys under 17 double sculls. Lane 5, still looking comfortable, St Paul's Collegiate, Tyler Trethaway, Gus Ware. That is that St Paul's crew. They'll be using that peripheral vision, just having a wee look across and asking each other to lift if they can. But it's still New Plymouth Boys High School, Hauraki Plains College, Wakatipu High School. You do just sense with the Wakatipu program, we know from having watched previous races, they are very strategic. They do like to just dial things up in that third 500 metres, and are we starting to see that now? Question is, can the likes of New Plymouth Boys High School respond? Can they answer the questions being asked of them by these other two crews? So far, so good. It is a tough sport. You've got to have mental fortitude. You've got to have a head like granite. A real technical component to it. And as they come through the halfway mark, you'll hear me say it a lot. You can bluff your way through the 1,000 metres. You certainly can't bluff your way through the second 1,000. Now we just start to see Wakatipu High School just trying to get that bow a little bit higher out of the water, inch by inch, just looking to shut down New Plymouth Boys High School. Still hanging tough, separating the two, a Hauraki Plains College. Three crews, one gold medal up for grabs. Which one of these three boats will say, you know what, perhaps second is good enough today? Who can tolerate the hurt? Because the arms, the legs and the lungs are burning, folks. It is a brutal sport. It is not for the faint-hearted. Their ability to suffer, well, sometimes I'm not sure it's something you can coach. It's almost an inherent quality as we now just start to see Wakatipu just edge ahead of New Plymouth Boys High School. Can they respond? If they have anything left in the tank. We talked about the tactical side of Wakatipu. We've just seen it through this third 500. Very, very good indeed. They've got to respond now, these other crews. Still Hauraki Plains hanging tough there. Currently sitting in third place, but it's Wakatipu now who look to try and take control. Look to try and just stretch the bungee cord here to the point where it just breaks, and the other crews say, you know what, that's all I've got. Congratulations, well done, but it's still a long way to go in this journey over 2,000 metres. You are watching the boys under 17 double sculls, sponsored by Kebabalicious. But look at this now. Boy, this is a good tactical performance here from Wakatipu. Very controlled. It's not an easy thing sometimes to be patient when you're under duress, when you watch your opponents start dictating to you. But you've got to believe in your systems, you've got to believe in your training, your coaches. And we are starting to see that from Max Davis, Charlie Manser. And what a good job John Morrison's done if they do hang on here. And what was half a boat length could very shortly become a boat length. We see Hauraki Plains now starting to move up alongside of New Plymouth Boys High School. It has been almost an action replay throughout most of this race for those two crews currently sitting in second and third. Hauraki Plains now start to make their move in second. Starting to just edge that bow ball now in front of New Plymouth Boys High School as they come down to the 1750 metre mark. It is still Wakatipu. They look in complete control. Look at the form, look at the mental fortitude. A wonderful display, a wonderful performance from this crew. And now the street fight. They're looking at each other. It's psychological warfare, folks. Really good race. New Plymouth Boys High School, Hauraki Plains. Who wants this? It might come down to whoever gets that last stroke, and it's New Plymouth Boys High School at the moment. Are going to pick up the silver medal? Are they? Because Hauraki Plains continue to respond. They're lifting. Both of their ratings are starting to go through the roof. Almost looks like the start of the race. As they come down to the finish line, though, nobody is going to deny our race winners of a very good victory. Wakatipu will grab the gold, and the silver, by the looks of it, will go across the far side to New Plymouth Boys High School. And then possibly, it goes the way of St Paul's Collegiate. Or was it Hauraki Plains? We will confirm for you, folks. That is an outstanding race from Wakatipu High School. Boy, they're strategic. They were so smart, technically sound, deserved winners. And they take out the boys under 17 double sculls at this 2025 Maadi Regatta. Well done to them. An absolute powerhouse in the smaller boats of Wakatipu. Great for the sport of rowing. That southern region of New Zealand is starting to really bring some of the youth through. Dunstan High School, another one. So I can just confirm for you. As we just go back and take in some of the action of what was a very good display of double sculling from all of these crews. Just get to the final is a big deal. So Wakatipu have won it. It was their New Plymouth Boys High School who picked up the silver. And in third place, St Paul's Collegiate. And I can tell you at the end of the day, it was about 0.3 of a second that separated second from third. The smallest of margins, 0.001%. The moral of the story, folks, is that when that alarm goes off at 5:30 in the morning, never push the snooze button. It's 10 minutes a day, 70 minutes a week. Can be the difference. Certainly not suggesting any of these crews have pushed the snooze button, but It just is highlighting just how small the margins can be in sport. Sometimes the difference between a good night's sleep and a bad night's sleep. But aren't they delighted? What a performance from Wakatipu High School in terms of picking up a valuable gold medal at a Maadi Regatta. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that coming up next, we'll bring you the girls under 17 single scull, sponsored by Laszlo Boats. Looking forward to this one. It will feature King's College, Onslow College, Gisborne Girls High School, St Margaret's College, St Paul's Collegiate, Cashmere High School, Wakatipu and John Ball College. Don't go away, back with more shortly here on our live stream of the 2025 Maadi Regatta, brought to you by Milford.
Two lucky high schools will be gifted a brand new Laszlo boat, the winners of the under 17 single sculls. Joining me from Laszlo is Vera. Vera, tell me about the initiative.
It all started with a dream, really. Growing up, we were also competing, and there was this boat that everybody could win, and it was such a big drive. So when we took over Laszlo Boats, we thought that we should do something like that, because it's an amazing opportunity for everyone, and it's very rewarding for us as well.
And why the under 17 single scull?
So there is a reason why, in particular, the under 17. Initially, we thought that it's the Maadi Cup hay, so it should be the 18. But then we thought that it's probably not the same playing field, because sometimes bigger programs are easier for them to put together an 8. But with the single, even the smallest programs can produce one successful, one powerful sculler. So we just thought it's more even.
I mean, the school are very lucky to have it. Obviously, it means they have a multi-year, multi-generational almost boat that could last up to 15 or 20 years.
We're trying to highlight always the latest developments, and we're certainly proud of the rigger itself. We developed it with Emirates Team New Zealand, so it was very exciting for us to tap into their know-how and their knowledge. We like to think that we make a bit of difference to their journey.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Well, action continues here on day 5 of the Maadi Regatta at Lake Karapiro, and looking forward to this one because this is really one of the real blue ribbon events. So much history, so much prestige if you can take out this title. We're of course talking about the girls under 17 at single sculls, sponsored by Laszlo Boats, and that's exactly what is up for grabs. Whoever wins this for the particular school. Yes, a rowing skiff. It's King's College who will start in 1, Onslow College in 2, Gisborne Girls High School in 3. We've got St Margaret's College in 4. St Paul's Collegiate will start in lane 5. The Might of Cashmere High School in 6. Wakatipu High School, what a wonderful regatta they've had, start in lane 7. John Paul College in 8. And we've got Meg Glenn alongside of us as we bring you all the action. Meg, this is one of the real events for all of the athletes. This is an individual event. This is tough. This can also be incredibly lonely.
Yeah, this is. I'm really excited to watch this race actually, because the semi-finals of the same event yesterday were very, very exciting. They were very close on the line, and one of the winners of one of those semi-finals was the St Paul's Collegiate sculler Zara. She won her semi in a time of 8:30. The other semi won by St Margaret's, and a Scout is her name, in a time of 8:33. And then we had Cashmere High School as well with an 8:32. So it's going to be a very, very, very close race.
Yeah, and Zara Brongwin probably goes in as the pre-race favourite out of St Paul's there, but the thing that these other rowers have to do, put a little bit of doubt in their head, go out, maybe look to attack her early, just ask her a few questions. And again, I can't go back into her pedigree. I'm not sure how often she has been beaten, but often athletes are successful. They're not necessarily used to losing. And we are dealing with young minds here, so sometimes that is the strategy. Put a little bit of pressure on early, see how they react. But boy, what a field this is. Quality field from 1 through 8.
Yeah, and you're very right. Like, we are dealing with young minds here, but young minds are very, very resilient in my experience. So I'm sure many thoughts will go through their heads as they travel down the course, and that'll just continue to speak positivity to themselves to make sure they are rowing the best to get the best out of their boat.
Oh, look, to get through to the safe final, you've got to be a class act, don't you? You've got to have mental fortitude. You've got to be physically strong. You've got to be technically good. And we are watching 8 of the very best, and not too far away from a start. The girls under 17 single sculls.
Yeah, we've got a bit of support online at the moment. A Go Lucy. I wonder which Lucy that's for, because we've got a Lucy Clark from Wakatipu and a Lucy Gaston from John Paul College. I'm going to say it's for both of them.
There you go. And again, Olivia Martin will start from Onslow College in lane 2. We've got only Edie from King's College in 1. That is the representative. Scout Fiske is mentioned from St Margaret's College in lane 4. Lane 5, St Paul's Collegiate, as mentioned, Zara Brangwin. And then just looking at lane 3, that is Gisborne Girls High School, Claire Ruston. They're coached by Luke McKenzie and Esty DeVette.
Yeah, so let's go Cashmere. Bit of fans online there. Let's go Lucy Gaston. That's it. John Paul College, as they look to be quite ready. Just squaring up the blades there. Squaring up the blades. And just keeping her boat straight is the St Margaret's sculler here, Scout.
Well, it's an interesting moment because we look at times that were probably set a little bit earlier in the week, but now we're into finals time. They've had busy race schedules, all of them. This could come down to who's recovered the best, who's woken up feeling the best, who's had those warm down protocols, got that diet right post races. So some very, very small margins here, folks, and some of those things, peripheral things, will play a part in it. But we are set to go 8 of the very best under 17 female scullers, and here we go. Settle back, enjoy this one, 2,000 metres. as we see a very good start coming down at the bottom here out of John Paul College. That is Lucy Gaston, gets away nice and quick, as we also see coming out of Cashmere, Hilary Clare in lane 6 doing a nice job as well across the far side. Lane 3 got out quickly. That is Claire Ruston out of Gisborne Girls High School.
Yeah, but we are seeing a good move here coming from Wakatipu High School down in lane 7. That's Lucy Clark, as she just stretches out to about a half a boat length lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, we just saw in the previous race in the boys double sculls just how strategic Wakatipu were. They are clearly coached to be very good when they get towards that 750 mark, that 1,000 metre mark. They have this uncanny ability to want to dial it up. Now, I'm not sure if that runs through their entire program, but do expect Wakatipu at some point to maybe start to play a few cards as this race begins to progress. But really nice performance here coming from Lucy Gaston here of John Paul College in lane 8.
Yeah, she's pushing up nicely there. She saw that fast start that Wakatipu was pushing up, and she's really gone with it and stretched out onto her rhythm, as we're now about 330 metres into the race. But Lucy Gaston here from John Paul College is just stretching onto her race rhythm. You see her just lengthen out her strokes a little bit more, and they're very powerful strokes, and that is what is pushing her up. It's currently a 4-way tie between lane 3 Gisborne Girls, St Margaret's, St Paul's and Cashmere for second.
Yeah, Claire Ruston for Gisborne Girls. Just run through those names again. Scout Fiske for St Margaret's. Zara Brangwyn from St Paul's Collegiate. So a lot of them, again, we've talked about the fact that there will be strategic. This is a boat that you can pick up speed quickly on. You can dial it up, you can dial it down. You can be a little bit more strategic than what we perhaps have seen with the 8s and the way the 8s are set up. So really good even race through that first 500 metres.
Yeah, here we come through that first marker, and it is Lucy in the lead, and we are starting to see the St Margaret's sculler and the Cashmere sculler start to push out a little bit up into second and third, while they're really battling it out for second there. And of course the King's College sculler on the inside pushing up. So we are now seeing Cashmere starting to push up. That's Ellery. Go Ellery, you've got fans online cheering you on.
Yeah, we love everybody getting involved here with the live stream, sending your messages and thoughts, and we will try and relay them if we can. And of course, we'll try and bring a balanced approach to it as well. We don't have loyalties to any particular cruise, so settle back, enjoy this one. It's based purely on merit. Lane 6 here at Cashmere High School again. Just what a canvas lead at the moment. Just lengthening now. Really nice distance per stroke being demonstrated by all of these girls here. And so far, technically all looking pretty sound as they start to come up towards that, what is it, the 1,000 metre mark?
750,
750, is it? 750 mark, just past the White House. They'll be familiar with it now. They've rode it enough.
Yeah, so we're just going through that there, and it is the Cashmere sculler in the lead with St Margaret's just behind, and the King's College sculler there, Ione Edie, has pushed up into a strong third, but only just over Onslow College, Olivia Martin.
Yeah, it can be lonely, it can be tough at times for these individual scullers. I say often you get in team boats, you don't want to let your friends down, you don't want to let your teammates down. Sometimes it's easy to let yourself down. So to get through this final, you've got to just have every component of being an elite athlete. And we are just seeing a wonderful exhibition at the moment. Nobody is giving an inch. You do just feel that nobody's quite played their hand just yet. I am going to keep an eye here on the rowers out of Wakatipu, Lucy Clark, because I've just seen how they've approached this regatta so far, how strategic they are.
Yeah, but it is still with Cashmere. Cashmere just got that nice long stroke there. Cashmere holding about a half a boat length lead as we are approaching the 1K. So it is Cashmere through the 1K first. Half a boat length lead over St Mark's. And then we go to Onslow College, currently sitting in third, and King's College in fourth. So Olivia Martin having a really fantastic second 500 to push her up, as she's now pushing up into second. Is she going to get up into first during this third 500?
Well, you do just sense, though, Onslow College, Olivia Martin might just have the momentum here at the moment. So this is tough, isn't it? Who has played their cards early? Who's been bluffing? Who's just left, hasn't burnt too many matches, looking to maybe now just empty the bank account over this last 750 metres. It is game on, but it is all Cashmere High School. Ellery Clare now just starting to increase her strake rating. She's gone out by about half a boat length now, so she responded nicely to Olivia Martin out of Onslow College. Wonderful battle. Great little street fight, this one.
Yeah, it is. The Cashmere Sculler just keeping an eye on that race that's unfolding behind her. But it is Olivia Martin from Onslow with the higher rate, and that is just pushing her up and over at the moment. She's pushing herself into a strong second as we move through the 12:50.
Yeah, here we go. Now, this is the threshold, not just physical. Now it becomes mental. This is where the real hurt starts to kick in. They start out at a higher rate. They're what we call an anaerobic state. Then they look to lengthen out more of a high aerobic state. Now it is just well and truly about suffering. And it's about concentration. It's about trying to maintain good form, good technique, remembering what the coaches are telling you when you're under all sorts of physical and mental duress.
Yeah, as we just saw the Onslow Sculler look across, she's looking to see how much she needs to push up, how much she needs to gain to get herself in the lead. A really good battle here happening between Onslow and Cashmere. Of course, you mentioned it before, Mark, the winners do receive a single skull, so they'll all have their eyes on that.
Yeah, well, I can tell you here across the far side, Olivia Martin from Onslow College, she hasn't given up just yet. She is just now starting to climb her way back into this. Has she got that bow a little bit higher out of the water, inch by inch, stroke by stroke? There's still plenty to go here. Which one of these two remarkable or three remarkable athletes runs out of talent first? We're about to answer those questions as we start to approach that 1,500 metre mark and then the 1,750 metre mark.
Yeah, it's really awesome. You can see down here the race splits. You can see they're going along at about a 2:08 at the moment, really pushing up. The wind's a little bit difficult today, but it's not slowing down these scullers as they keep driving inside the final 500. Onslow with some momentum, but Cashmere pushing back every stroke.
You've found yourself in this position yourself, Meg, over the time. What are you thinking about? What are you concentrating on? What is going through the head of these athletes?
Just keep going, really.
Just suffer?
Yeah, like you couldn't hurt anymore, so you may as well push harder.
Yeah, and they are used to hurting. Let's not kid ourselves. This is not something new to them, but it has been a tough week. You've got to get yourself up each time. Go, man, I've got to go to that dark place again. It's not a particularly pleasant place. We've got bonfires in the arms, in the legs. The lungs are literally burning here. But it is still Ellery Clear out of Cashmere High School. Coaches Matt Allen, Joe Young, fingers crossed. 750 metres, so we've got just over 200 metres left to remain in this girls under 17 single sculls.
Yeah, you're seeing a great move there again from Onslow. She keeps pushing, but Cashmere, she just comes back every time and keeps herself in the lead as we're seeing St Margaret's really start to wind. Seen many crews today from St Margaret's with fast winds, and this one is no different. She is just driving up, but it is still with Cashmere. She stretches out to a length lead as the race pace increases. She just keeps pushing it out. Look at those splits. Oh, it's incredible. Great work, Cashmere, as we enter the final 100 metres. Cashmere driving away, but it is St Margaret's pushing up on Olivia Martin from Onslow. Onslow did such good work early on, but St Margaret's is pushing up into second. It's still with the lead with Cashmere. Cashmere driving hard. Here's St Margaret's. Look at her go. Scout really pushing out to a half a boat length lead as we come down to the finish line, and it is Cashmere to win the girls under 17 single sculls. Silver medal to St Margaret's with a flyover finish, and bronze to Onslow. Fourth Kings, and fifth Gisborne girls. Then we go to St Paul's Collegiate, Wakatipu and John Paul College.
Well, folks, a really exciting race for second and third there, but really in the finish, a wonderful exhibition. Guts, courage, Ellery Clear. And to tell you what, I'm not sure that mental fortitude is something you can coach. I do wonder if it's just an inherent quality. Well, folks, still plenty of racing to come. We've got the girls under 15 Coxed Octuple Sculls. That will be the next race. That will be a radio commentary, because with the agreements and regulations we have, we cannot show under 15 races, so we will bring you a radio commentary of that. And of course, we are then counting down to the Dawn Cup, one of the, well, arguably the biggest race behind the Levin Jubilee Cup for the girls, and then of course the Springbok Shield will come first for the boys. Looking forward to that. They will be the last two races of the day here on day 5.
Such a good finish, St Margaret's, eh?
We're here at the Rowing New Zealand Maadi Regatta. It's such a wonderful event for the young people of New Zealand. At the foundation, we're passionate about the youth and trying to give them a better start. We're sponsoring the Emerging School Rowing Scholarship. So it's $10,000 for an emerging school just to help them get into sport, and particularly rowing.
A recipient of the Emerging School Scholarship is Taupo Nui Atia, and how do we feel it helped?
It helped us all coming and starting rowing because they never had such a big group of novices before the scholarship.
Rowing's one of those special sports. I mean, all sports are great, but rowing, if you look around here, you just see what it means to these families, these communities, and for all the young people out there just enjoying it.
It's a fantastic initiative by Milford Foundation. They have picked up the Emerging Scholarship for rowing, and the amount has doubled from 5,000 to 10,000. As a coach myself, I would have loved to have that kind of money to be able to smooth the wheels and make sure things can happen, especially in a new program or a small school or new school.
And then what would you hope for the recipient of that scholarship?
The next Emma Twigg, the next Rob Liddell, who knows? It could be anyone. We just want you to be involved in a sport. We want you to be involved in a sport that you're passionate about and the school's passionate about and has some pride in. Any schools out there that would like to, just get on to rowinghub.co.nz, fill in the application form, get into it. This is a great sport. You need to be here next year and you'll have so much fun.
Mascot dance off. So much fun. I'm loving the look of those, what are those, St. John's chefs or something? And we've got a great crocodile there. We've got the Auckland Dio bear. Oh, the St. Thomas's though, they've put a lot of effort into that. I quite like that St. Thomas's sort of superhero there. Any favourites you're seeing, Mark?
Well, Captain America, there's the Where's Wally one. Can I say that about St. Margaret's? Because it's the red and white. I'm assuming that's the St. Margaret's one. Is it red and white?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I shouldn't really say Where's Wally, but...
Blue's Clues? Is that Blue's Clues in the background, you know?
Yeah, I always like a good frog too.
Well, a good frog, but where's that bumblebee from St. Paul's we saw earlier hanging about on the banks? I don't see that here.
Yeah, no, I tell you what, it's a bit of time and effort gone into these, isn't there?
There definitely
dinosaur?
is.
Who's the dinosaur? Who represents the raptors?
Yeah, the dinosaur and the
I've
shark.
never seen that as a school logo.
No, neither. I would love to see the
I want to know how the raptor... Because it'd have to be a pretty new school, wouldn't it? Like since Jurassic Park came out. Like most of the schools here have probably got a... Yeah, certainly go back a lot further than those particular movies. Anyway, that is what it is.
I'm looking
what
to see
about these
some
two
better
over here,
dance
the
moves.
clouds?
Yeah, the clouds. What kind of Smurf clouds, aren't they? Oh, and there's a Mount Albert Grammar. Is that a
the
lion there?
the Mount Albert Grammar Mighty Lion, they get my vote.
Yeah.
Brilliant to Mount Albert Grammar School. Look at that. That's artistry.
Sinking
Oh, that's
spear.
perfection, that Mount Albert Grammar one.
Oh,
Look at that.
The
Wow.
shark. The shark. He's taken a stage dive, but there was no one to catch him. But luckily, he landed on his feet. Oh, there's a bumblebee. But was that the same bumblebee? Maybe there's two
that's the
bees.
official one.
Oh, there's the.
And
There
that's
it is.
That's the. Was it the cheaper version? Did they get that off Temu, perhaps?
I like that one. I like that one. I think that one's St. Paul's, maybe. I like that one though. I like that blow up bee. It's good fun there.
So
It
who
looks
wins
like
it?
they're getting ready. I don't know.
Who wins it?
Look,
Last year, I think it was the shark, if I remember correctly.
Well, I mean, I'm making stuff up here, but are they getting ready for a run or something? What are they getting ready for? Or are there ones out the front there?
I think it's just a podium presentation, isn't it? I think
It
it's
is
just
so
a
much.
podium
And there's Mike
presentation.
Brake. Mike Brake, of
Well-
course, he'd be down here with the mascots. Oh, there's the dance off between a Zeta St. Mark's bear and a panda. They must be in the lead for this.
Well, you could almost break into commentary for you, couldn't it? But I don't think breakdancing, particularly in Australia, is particularly popular at the moment. Anyway, while that is going on, we are going to bring you the girls under 15 Coxed Octuple Skulls. We're not going to give you live coverage in terms of the streaming side of it. We will bring you a radio commentary as such, and of course the big screen down here in Karapiro for those people that are watching it. So I'll run through the schools for you in this. It is St Margaret's College in 1, St Peter's College in 2. Whakatipu High School in 3, Whangarei Girls High School in 4, Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland in 5, Waikato Diocesan in 6, Marlborough Girls College in 7, Queen's Margaret's College in 8. Meg Glenn, you've been following the progress of these schools throughout the week, and some of these schools, a school that maybe people don't necessarily associate with rowing, arguably going as favourites.
Whangarei Girls, they have been really going very fast in the Octi all season up here in the North Island. Whangarei Girls, the last couple of years, have had a really good crop of novices, under 15s, under 16s for about 3 years now. So Whangarei Girls are certainly a hot favourite. They did win their heat in the time of 7:41, but the other heat winners right next to them is Diocesan School for Girls in a time of 7:42. So a great race in the middle, and of course on the inside of them is Wakatipu High School, who are the South Island winners.
Now we should mention too, we've got Diocesan School for Girls based in Auckland, and we've got Waikato Diocesan, clearly based in the Waikato Hamilton region. Of course, that is the school that you are currently coaching for, and so that'll be interesting to see the battle between the two diocesan schools, Whangarei Girls High School, and mention Wakatipu. I keep mentioning Wakatipu, but they are very strategic in their approach. They are very good tactically. So set for a start, 16 oars, 8 rowers, so 2 oars each, which is different to what you see in the traditional 8s. So I'm going to do my maths again. 8 10s are 80, 8 6s are 48, 128 blades going through the water in unison. It's one of the great spectacles you will see in all of sport.
Yeah, it's a lot. There's the off now, and that's Whangarei getting to a very fast start. So we are about 30 metres in. It's a very fast race here, fast race, lots of oars in the girls under 15 octuple sculls. I would like to say who's in the lead, but there's more or less a lot of boats together, but it would be Whangarei is moving out just ahead of Wakatipu and Diocesan School for Girls either side. Then we're also having a fast starting Queen Margaret out in lane 8.
Yeah, good even starters. That's what we do want to see as well as we look at St Peter's College there in lane 2. Up there in the top of the screen, lane 4 as well, as mentioned, getting out really nicely, Whangarei Girls High School, and it's Whangarei Girls High School who have the smallest of leads at the moment. Challenge coming on their outside from Diocesan School for Girls for Auckland. That is where, I guess, the pre-race hype was. That was where the discussion was between those two crews, but still across the far side, hanging tough, St Peter's School of Cambridge, St Margaret's College, right at there at the top of your screen, still in the fight as well.
Yeah, it's really good to see. At the moment, though, it is the crew from Whangarei Girls who are in the lead by half a canvas over Diocesan School for Girls. Third would be sitting with would be tied really between Wakatipu and Waikato Diocesan, and then back to St Peter's School for 5th. St Margaret's sitting in 6th, 7th with Marlborough Girls, 8th with Queen Margaret, as we're about 400 metres into the 8th final with the girls under 15 Cox octuple sculls.
Yeah, well, Whangarei, this would be a wonderful moment for them if they could win themselves a gold medal at this Maadi Regatta against some, I guess, the more traditional rowing schools, and doing a really nice job at the moment. About a third of a boat length lead on their on the outside. It is Diocesan School for Girls here in Auckland, but also the second of the Dio crews, the one out of Waikato, doing very well in lane 6, still hanging in there. Again, the bigger boats, a lot harder to accelerate. You want to get them up to full speed and then just trying to hang on or hold on. So if we do see boats starting to come back, it's probably more through fatigue rather than necessarily a massive increase in speed from the other boats. But it's still Whangarei Girls doing a nice job, in control, looking nice and balanced.
Yeah, Whangarei Girls holding on to the lead there, about half boat length over Diocesan School for Girls, and Wakatipu have just pushed themselves firmly up into 3rd place, with Waikato Diocesan sitting in 4th. St Margaret's just pushed up and over St Peter's, so St Margaret's now sitting in 5th, St Peter's in 6th, and then we go back to Marlborough Girls and Queen Margaret College as we are now approaching the 750 metre marker. So it is Whangarei Girls, then Diocesan School for Girls, Wakatipu, Waikato Diocesan, St Margaret's, St Peter's, Marlborough Girls and Queen Margaret through that buoy line.
Yeah, and the Whangarei Girls team of Molly Dennis, Arabella Monteith, Billy McCassie, Sienna Southall, Tia Cook, Cameron Collinson, Pippa Ryder, Sophia Candy, Sophie Patton as the cox. The coaches are Chris Williams and Stuart Widger. But again, now just starting to get squeezed either side, aren't they? We just start to see a little bit of lift here coming from the Diocesan School for Girls team of Amelia McKenzie, Lucia Bartle, Isabella Turner, Pippa Foreman, Mika James, Elizabeth Hawksby. We've got Victoria Broadhurst, Sophia Glass and Florence Struthers is their cocks. Ella Ryan, Casper Hammond are the two coaches. So certainly, as they come up to the 1,000 metre mark, it is a very, very good race that is beginning to develop between the two pre-race favourites, Whangarei Girls High School and Diocesan School for Girls out of Auckland.
But we are seeing that Wakatipu crew, their bow is just starting to push up a little bit there. So still sitting in third, and so is the St. Margaret's. St. Margaret's really pushing up as well. So I think we are going to have a great battle on our hands for third, but also actually gold and silver.
Well, the thing is too, this is where, because we are dealing with 16 oars and obviously placement, the ability to catch a crab, fatigue starts to kick in. It is certainly not over. This is the one boat where things can change very quickly, just a little bit of a mistake in your timing and suddenly the handbrake goes on. So you just want to be in the fight as you get through to that 1,500 metre mark where the real fatigue levels do kick in and maybe rowers just start to lose a little bit of their form.
Yeah, but these under-15s here are doing a fantastic job at holding their form, particularly this Wakatipu crew, as they start to really push up, now only about a canvas down from Dyson School for Girls. So it is Whangarei in the lead, about 3/4 of boat length over Dyson School for Girls. Then it's back to Wakatipu, who's right there, and St. Margaret's on the inside are making a really good push, sitting in fourth. St. Peter's School sitting in fifth. Then we go over to the outside, Waikato Diocesan for sixth, Marlborough Girls holding on to seventh, and Queen Margaret in eighth.
Yeah, really nice display here from Whangarei. This is a really good performance from the Whangarei Girls High School team, and I just wonder whether this is a catalyst for their rowing program as well, showing it can be done. The school up there in the upper North Island, and looking back, they've got now the advantage of being able to look at Diocesan School for Girls, be able to look at them in the eye. They'll be able to see what Wakatipu are doing. They have that ability to respond. They have a visual on them. These other crews, well, there's no rear vision mirror. They're relying very much on their coxswain for instructions, and it's still Whangarei Girls High School who do lead about a boat length over Diocesan School for Girls in lane 5, and then still in third place, about 2 lengths back on our leaders, it is Wakatipu, and that team of Jess Bates, Mimi Blundell, Annie Clark, Liberty Hyde, Cinnamon Williams, Scarlett Kavanagh, Kiera Lightford, Caitlin Julia and Bella Noten are the cocks. I've got to say, I do like the name Cinnamon.
So here we are, well within the final 500 metres of the A final of the girls under 15 cocks and Tuple Skulls. Whangarei holding on to the lead, 1 length out ahead of Diocesan School for Girls, in about 3/4 of boat length back to Wakatipu. St. Margaret's College really pushing up into a firm 4th position, with St. Peter's holding on to 6th. Then we go back to Waikato Diocesan, Marlborough Girls and Queen Margaret. As our leaders, Whangarei Girls, now enter the final 250 metres, and they are just stretching out their lead every stroke. They're now getting clear water over Diocesan School for Girls, as we are seeing a fast finishing Wakatipu pushing up but still holding on to 3rd.
Yeah, Sophie Patton there, the cocks for Whangarei Girls, doing a really nice job now, just controlling this here, controlling the emotions, focusing a lot more just on the technical side of it. They're not going to be stopped here. They're going to come down. This is a really good victory for Whangarei Girls, and that is going to be a special moment for their school, for their sporting history, picking up a gold medal at the Maadi Regatta in 2025. Good race still for 2nd and 3rd, but it is going to go the way of Diocesan School for Girls in Auckland. It'll be 1st and 2nd to those two crews, and well done to Whangarei. That is a really good performance, and just reflecting this regatta, the fact that so many different schools are winning. It's not 1 or 2 schools that are dominating, and now coming down Waikato Dio out of Auckland, and then on the other side Wakatipu High School, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Looking like 4th place. I don't want to have to call this one. And
we had a late surge.
Yeah, late surge. I think it's the outside lane, isn't it? Possibly Marlborough Girls College, is it?
Waikato Dio there, I think.
Waikato Dio, your crew. There you go. You'd know, wouldn't you? There you go. I do apologise.
No, I don't take the lead on that one. That's all Martin. Simon Sally, a fantastic sculling coach. But it is the coaches from the Whangarei crew, Chris Williams and Stuart Widger, that have done just a superb job with that group of girls. And they really executed that race beautifully to win the girls under 15 cocks or Tuple Skulls.
No, okay, folks. So don't go away. Of course, we are counting down to 2 of the big events at any Maadi Regatta. We will have the Springbok Shield final for you. Looking forward to this. This is for the under 18 Coxed Fours, and then the last race of the day, and deservedly so, it is the Dawn Cup which again is the girls under 18 Cox 4. Rangiruru come in with 16 titles previously. The next best is then Westlake. A lot of schools have won it, but it is one of the events they all want to try and win. So those two finals still to come here on day 5.
And just a reminder, this is the live stream for the A finals. If you're looking to watch the B finals, you want to jump back on Rowing Hub and you'll find a separate stream for the B finals. But we will be back in a few moments. You know this is a bit of me if you want to chuck me on to kill some time. Oh no, I don't think they can hear me though. They know I love talking to the crowd randomly.
With the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Champs around the corner in April at Orewa, we speak to David Ballance about the new sport that's creating such a buzz.
There's running, there's sprinting on the beach, there's turning around, there's a lot going on, so it just makes it really fun. Keep going! Yeah, it's really just growing. Every time we do an event, we get more participants and more participants. It's really building momentum.
If you look around here today, there's people of all different shapes and sizes, ages, juniors through to masters, and that's the exciting part about coastal, the accessibility. As you show up to the beach, the boats are all here for you and you get going.
Okay guys, so when the flag drops, the run is going to start from the beach.
Yeah, the waves just make it a lot of fun, especially, and then there's that whole thing, how do you punch through the wave going out, and then how do you perhaps wait a little bit and pick up a wave and then accelerate to try and stay on the wave to surf into the beach. The New Zealand National Beach Sprints Champs is on the 5th and 6th of April. The details on Row It. A lot of fun, some great competition, some close racing, and a lot of tired but very happy rowers at the end of it.
Welcome back into day 5 of the Maadi Regatta, counting down to the 60th edition of the Springbok Shield and of course the 45th edition of the Dawn Cup, the two premier events for the under-18 Cox 4 for both the boys and the girls. But coming up next, and it'll be a radio commentary due to our agreement of not providing live visual events of under 15 events, we'll have the boys under 15 Cox 8, and all the traditional rowing schools feature in this. As we just go through that start list, in lane 1 it'll be Otago Boys High School, St Bede's College in 2, Christchurch Boys High School in 3, Hamilton Boys High School in 4, King's College out of Auckland in 5, Westlake in 6, Wellington College in 7, and Shirley Boys High School out of Christchurch in 8. And joining me in commentary is Meg Glenn. Meg, again, this is a real, I guess, a demonstration of the schools that are ultimately looking to try and win Maadi Cups. This is a demonstration of the depth they have in their programs.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to start developing from the bottom and bring that all the way up through, which is what these schools here are doing. And we're certainly going to see a fast race, of course, from all of them. But we did have a fast time in the heat from Hamilton Boys of lane 4. They were 6:53. Hot on their heels, though, the winners of the other heat was King's College, 6:55, and King's College were the North Island champions.
Yeah, real resurgence with the King's program. Again, they'll take part in the Maadi Cup final tomorrow. King's College haven't won it since 1960, looking to try and break that particular drought as we do not too far away from a start. I guess the thing with the under 15s, it's still a little bit of guesswork. They still are relatively in their infancy when it comes to rowing. Some kids will develop physically earlier than others, and then it's trying to set these boats up so that you've got that equity in terms of distributing the power and the strength of the different rowers across the 8 seats.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're seeing them just sit ready there, they look very ready They're sitting at the front of the slide, so closest to the coxswain, with their knees all bent and their oars closest to the bows. That's where the crews are currently sitting as they await the start. Yes, we don't look too far away from the start. Some crews looking a little bit more ready than others.
I think Dunstan High School have created a revolution, haven't they? We suddenly see more and more schools with the old bucket hats on, the old traditional sort of floppy.
Well, on a day like this, you do need a slip, slop, slap and wrap, so it's very sun smart to have a
Slip,
bucket
slop,
hat.
slap and wrap, hey? We're going to throw that bad boy in. That's a nice piece of commentary, actually. Slip, slop, slap and wrap. There we go. Anyway, folks, not too far away. Gain radio commentary for this one. I can tell you really idyllic conditions here in Lake Karapiro. It's been good all week. No real environmental factors, no sort of weather that they need to factor into this race. It's going to be pretty even. Speaking to the crews, there doesn't seem to be any real advantage whether you're in lane 1 or lane 8. Obviously, the crews that come in as the top seeds traditionally do take those middle lanes, but we have seen crews on the outside lanes, the inside lanes, take out medals, take out victories over the last few days, and so things can change very quickly. So, all the big schools vying for this under 15 Coxed 8, prestigious title in itself, but also a real representation of just how much depth they've got in their future programs.
We do like a good lane 8 sneak through. As we're away there in the A final with the boys under 15 Cox 8, we watch the Hamilton boys crew get a very, very, very fast start. But the fastest start is coming from the crew in lane 6, Westlake. So Westlake out to an early lead, just a nose ahead of King's College, and Hamilton boys are the top 3 about 100 metres in, with Christchurch boys sitting in 4th. 5th would be going to the inside to Otago boys, and 6th is a 3-way tie with Sabeeds, Wellington and Shirley boys.
Yeah, the red sled of Hamilton Boys High School in lane 4, the famous red boat of that mighty rowing school, now currently sitting almost tied for second place, smallest of leads. It is King's College who sit between the might of Westlake and Hamilton, and that King's College crew of Jack Morris, Hamish Edmonds, Jack Pitkin, Oscar Erickson, James Yeoman, Patrick Sandlin, Lucas Crawford, Benson Edwards, their cox is Sammy Richardson, so doing a really nice job at King's College. And now we start to see King's College in 5. Across there in lane 3 is the crowd of Christchurch Boys High School.
Yeah, and we're about 450 metres into this race, and Hamilton Boys is pushing out to a canvas lead over both Christchurch Boys and King's College, tying in second at the moment. A very, very fast start from all crews in the boys under 15 Cox 8. Lane 6 Westlake Boys currently sitting in 4th, just stalking the rest of the crews as we move through that first 500 metre marker.
Yeah, we don't want to be stalking too much now from a camera angle. You can't see this clearly. We can tell you as we do straighten out, but it's still Hamilton Boys. They've got only about a canvas lead, though, over Christchurch Boys High School, who are out to their right-hand side or in lane 3. Now we're just starting to see the bow begin to lift again of King's College. They're starting to make their move, but the big move is here. They won't want to get too far back. They'll be strategic, and that is Westlake Boys. They're coached brilliantly by Joe Shotter and Meg Ashford, and they are a school very much on the rise, one of the real favourites heading into tomorrow night's Maadi Cup final.
But it is still Hamilton Boys in the lead here, only just though, because those Christchurch Boys, once they strided onto their rhythm, are really driving away. Christchurch Boys pushing away from the likes of Kings and Westlake. So it is Hamilton Boys in the lead, about 3 feet over Christchurch Boys as we move through the 750 metre marker, with Kings sitting in 3rd, about half a boat length back, another half boat length back to Westlake, then to St Beeds, Otago, Wellington and Shirley Boys.
Now we do start to get to that point on the course where we start to see whether the tactics can play out. If in fact we're going to see an increase in rating, if we are going to see just a bit of a power pick up from one of these crews. We always talk about the importance of you need to get these 8s up quickly. There used to be saying if you're leading at 500 you're probably going to win the race. That has changed to a little bit more, but not too much. They're not a boat that you can just suddenly turn up on a dial. You've got to have speed early. We're seeing Hamilton Boys High School here. They're not having it their own way, because we just see Christchurch Boys High School just starting to squeeze them. That is Lockie Honeywell, Alex Cosgrove, Albie Simpson, Raph Hawes, Jonty Mason, Andrew Ryan, Freddie Cairns, Oliver Parnham, Angus Mackey, their cox. Of course, the coaches are Tom Fraser, Claudia Kinder.
Yeah, and they're doing a great job here as Kings is responding to the early charge that Christchurch boys have done. So moving through the 1K, it is still Hamilton boys in the lead. Christchurch boys in second, but only just over Kings, because as I say that, Kings pulls their bow ball up yet again. Those three boats moving out now to a bit of clear water over Westlake, sitting in fourth. It's Wellington College fifth, Otago boys sixth, St Bede's seventh, and Shirley boys eighth. As we're now moving firmly into the third 500. Hamilton boys rowing very strongly to just keep their bow ahead, but the King's College crew is really pushing up. King's College is really giving Ham boys a run for their money.
Yeah, we talk about the importance of that third 500. This is the big tactical move now coming from King's College. Equally, though, we are now just starting to see Christchurch Boys High School make their move. Is this a case of them making their move, or possibly Hamilton Boys High School just starting to fall apart a little bit? We'll have to look at the form. Very, very good race. It is Westlake, it is Hamilton Boys, it is Christchurch Boys, three of the big schools when it comes to the big boats at secondary school rowing. This is the under 15s. It is a very, very good race that is developing. It's less than half a canvas now. It is Hamilton Boys High School narrowly over King's College across the far side. Christchurch, settle back folks, here we go, not too far away from preaching that 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, as we just come up to the 1500 metre now, who's going to be first through? It does look like it is going to be King's College. The King's College bow there just ahead of the Hamilton Boys bow, and then that only just ahead of Christchurch Boys. So King's College with a very strong 1K move, and they kept that momentum going into the third 500 as we now are well within the final 500. It's King's College holding about a canvas lead over Hamilton Boys, who have about a third of a boat length over Christchurch Boys. Then back to Westlake, Wellington, Otago, St Bede's and Shirley Boys. But what a race we are seeing here from the King's College crew in their white bucket hats as we row down in front of Rowing New Zealand.
Yeah, now it is. Now it's King's College. We know Hamilton, though, very good over the back end. We still know they've probably got another gear to go to. Can they dial it up? King's College out of Auckland, really desperately wanting this one. They want to set the platform for future eights. They want to know they've got that depth. They've got a very good eight in the Maadi Cup tomorrow. Does that run right through their program? It appears so. So King's College with a bucket hats now moving out to half a boat length lead over Hamilton Boys High School, looking to try and take control. Hamilton hanging strong, coming down there in third across the far side. Christchurch Boys High School settle back. King's College, though, not too far away from reaching that 250 metre mark. And then a simple case of just hanging on, counting down the strokes, listening to the instructions coming from their coxswain.
Yeah, so King's College, they're really stretching out. We're now 100 metres from the line. King's College now 3/4 of a boat length over Hamilton Boys, who have about 3/4 of a boat length over Christchurch Boys. As we come down to the line in the A final with the boys under 15 Cox 8. So many people on the bank supporting them. On the finish line, though, it is going to be King's College. There they are through the line in first. Second place crossing the line. Now it's Hamilton Boys. Third place approaching the line. There they are. It's Christchurch Boys. That is your podium in the boys under 15 Cox 8. They absolutely rode away from the rest of the field, because here comes fourth place. It is Westlake, fifth to Wellington College now, and then we see over on the inside Otago Boys, St Bede's across the line, and Shirley Boys in eighth. What a race that was from the boys under 15 Cox 8. The Walmsley Cup, though, goes to King's College.
A wonderful performance from Kings, but boy, what a wonderful rivalry that is going to develop over the next few years too, between the more traditional rowing schools, and there are the Red Swans of Westlake, who will certainly come in tomorrow for the 78th running of the Maadi Cup as one of the real race favourites. Well, don't go away, folks, because coming up next we have arguably the second biggest prize at the Maadi Regatta. It will be the 60th running of the Springbok Shield. It'll be the boys under 18 Coxed 4, presented back in 1964, first raced for in 1965. That is up next.
we try to just follow the swell, but I'll never find this anywhere else.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Well, welcome back, folks. Looking forward to this one. It is arguably the second biggest prize at a Maadi Regatta for the boys. It is simply known as the Springbok Shield. It has a rich history. It goes back to 1965, so this is the 60th edition. It was instigated in 1964 by Mr. Cecil Purvis, who was visiting South Africa at the time and met members of the Johannesburg youth rowing community. And after much discussion, the Springbok Shield eventuated. The first ever winners were Hamilton Boys High School, and they will start in this final yet again. In fact, they are the defending champions. Joining me in commentary before we do introduce the crews officially, we do have Meg Glenn with us. And Meg, following this, of course, we'll have the Dawn Cup, which is the equivalent for the girls, and so much history, so much tradition, and this is one of those races where all schools will come to the fore to watch this. They realise what's at stake here.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be quite an interesting race. We've got Westlake Boys, the North Island winners, and Christchurch Boys, the South Island winners. Westlake Boys laid down a very fast time in the heat, a 6:46, 10 seconds clear of the next best heat winner, Hamilton Boys.
So here we go. And the big question is, a lot of these rowers will be involved in the Maadi Cup. There's always been that discussion over the years. You want them in the Maadi Cup. How much do you push in the Springbok Shield? Can you win the double? It is a short turnaround, and that is the decision all the coaches have to make. That comes down to depth in your program. We've seen Hamilton Boys High School do it over the years. We've seen a number of the schools have managed to do it, but it is tough. So the likes of Mount Albert Grammar School, with such a rich history, first ever winners of the Maadi Cup, have only ever won this race once, and that was back in 2022, and that's the only time they've won it. So it's not an easy race to win. Some of the big schools have never featured, and some of the schools that you expect to have won it multiple times, you'll be surprised at how few times they have won it. But certainly Hamilton Boys High School have won it on 17 occasions. As mentioned, they won it back in 1965. They are the defending champions. They won it in 1969, 71, 72, 73, 74, 76. Then a bit of a hiatus throughout the 1980s. Won it just the once in the 1990s. And then 2005, 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 18 and 24. Eh? There you go. Wonderful rowing school as the crews do start to come into the starting gates.
Yeah, I love this shot here when we just see them all paddle across, and it gives you a little bit of time to look at the rigs on the different boats. Some have a standard rig, some have what we call a bucket rig, some have a bow stroke, many different options. It's all just about what works best for the crew, and I'm sure they've tried every option, but of course they've landed on the top, landed on the rig, that works best for them.
And that's right, it's not necessarily a right or wrong, it just comes down to the individual, the physiology and a lot of timing, as we'll bring you that official start list for the 60th edition of the Springbok Shield. It'll be Christchurch Boys High School will start in 1, Marlborough Boys College in 2, Westlake, the Red Swans in 3, the Mitre St Bede's in 4, The legend that is Hamilton Boys High School in 5. Westlake, their second team in 6. Sacred Heart College out of Auckland. Second ever winners of the Maadi Cup will start in lane 7. Christ College will start in lane 8. We will bring you a visual of each of the teams here, folks. And what a wonderful occasion it will be. Here is lane 1, Christchurch Boys High School. They won this race back in 1999 and 2019, just twice in the 6-year history of the event. In fact, it is Marlborough College in lane 2. Never won. In fact, they won this race back in 2012. So the school out of the Nelson region looking to try and add a second. They'll start in lane 2. Incredibly well coached by Sam Jackson and Cameron Patton. Lane 3, one of 2 Westlake crews in this race. And they've got a rich history, do Westlake. They have won this event back in 1982, 1991, 1993, but it's been 22 years since they won it last, the last time coming in 2002. Alongside of them, it will be the might, and I say that, the might of St. Bede's. They have won the double previously. They will start in lane 4. And St. Bede's, well, you've only got to look back. They won it back in 2023, in fact, the only time they have won it. And it was in 2023. They ended up winning the Maadi Cup as well in the most dramatic of fashion, beating Hamilton Boys High School by just 1/500th of a second. Next to them, you can see it from a distance, is the big red sled. That is the might of Hamilton Boys High School. 17-time winners, the very first winners, the defending champions. Can they go back to back? Can they add an 18th crown to what is just simply a remarkable legacy? And again, the second of the Westlake crews, just demonstrating the depth they've got. As mentioned earlier, 4-time winners. Can they add a 5th? One of the real race favourites for tomorrow's Maadi Cup. They won the Maadi Cup back in 76, 1983 and 1984. And there is Sacred Heart out of Auckland. Sacred Heart have never won the Springbok Shield. Have won the Maadi Cup once. That was back in 1948. And now one of the great traditional rowing schools, Christ College. They have won it on 6 occasions, 1988, 1989, 1990, 96, 98. The last time they won was 8 years ago, back in 2016. Lane 4, St. Bede's College. We are set for a start in the 60th running of the Springbok Shield, one of the real blue ribbon events. The Maadi Regatta for 2025, and we are underway. And so, this remarkable race, the under 18 Cox 4 gets away, and it's a very, very even start. Good start coming from Westlake Boys High School, number 1 team there in lane 3. Also across in lane 6, getting away nicely is the second of the Westlake Boys High School team. So it's Westlake 1 and 2. Really good start coming from Christchurch Boys High School at the top of your screen in lane 1.
Yeah, we're having some fantastic fast starts here, certainly from those 2 Westlakes, as you say, and Christchurch Boys, as we just see the crew down here from Christ College start to inch up as well, and Hamilton Boys are going with everyone too.
Yeah, well, Westlake Boys trying to make a little bit of history, trying to add a 4th title to their wins in 76, 83 and 84. The fact they've got 2 crews says they do come in as real favourites. They've got depth. They've got that difficult decision of who are the 2 fastest, which combination works best. Hamilton Boys High School in the famous red boat there. And also St. Bede's sitting there in lane 4. St. Bede's at the moment about a boat length down on Westlake. Coming across in lane 6, we've got Westlake Boys High School.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job. They certainly do have fast starts. It is Westlake Boys High number 1 in the lead, rowing very nicely, and Westlake 2 currently in second. Oh no, it's not, sorry, it's Christ down on the bottom, currently in second, and Westlake 2 holding on to third. But their crew from St Bede's is really pushing up, and Christchurch Boys. Well, everyone's just going so fast, aren't they, Mark?
Oh, this is remarkable, isn't it? Look, I love what Westlake are doing here. They just want to put the hammer down. They just want to set themselves up. They just want this to be their weekend. They want to win the double. They're just so desperate for this. They've been a long-time player in secondary school rowing, known as the famous Red Swans, but they've always been, I guess, upstaged by the likes of Hamilton Boys High School and the likes of St Bede's in more recent times, clearly Christ College. Wouldn't they love to get this done? Wouldn't they love their second of their crews also to feature as well, saying, hey, look at the depth we've got. Let's send a message. Let's send a little bit of a psychological marker to our opponents tomorrow when we do line up in that 78th running of the Maadi Cup. So it's at Westlake at the top in lane 3 there. Donovan Pivac, Jack Buckley, Samuel Bird, George Langley, and we've got Flynn Wigglesworth as their cocks, Andy Hay, Jordan Stanley. Remarkable coaching duo in control.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, is this Westlake crew. And earlier in the day, we did see the pair of Jack Buckley and George Langley from this crew take out the under-18 boys pair. So potentially they're looking for the triple as we see this forward just so beautifully row away from the rest of the field. Westlake boys now stretching out to a length lead over Christ College, who have about a canvas over Christchurch boys.
Well, Mike Stanley was a member of the New Zealand 8 that won the World Championships in 1982-83. He won Westlake's first ever Maadi Cup in 1976. He was a member of that crew. It's now his son, and it's a great story, isn't it? Jordan Stanley, who's in control of this program. We always talk about good coaching. Now it is this Westlake team. They've got a boat length lead over Christchurch Boys High School. Christchurch Boys High School in lane 1 at the top of your screen. Down here, book ending, it's Christ College, Max Erie, George Young, Geordie Pavey, Will Richards and Daniel Wilson, who continue to put the pressure on, currently moving to second place.
Yeah, and we're seeing a great move at the moment happening from the St Bede's crew. St Bede's is pushing up into fourth, battling up fourth with Westlake number 2. But it is this crew here, the crew from Westlake number 1, with a beautiful painting on the front of their bow there. That is just so beautifully displayed by our drone footage. Westlake really stretching out, getting plenty of clear water as we get a great view of Flynn Wigglesworth, the coxswain, as he expertly steers and encourages his crew.
Well, we talked about Mike Stanley being a member of that 1982-83-8 that stopped the nation when they won those back-to-back titles. Well, Andy Hay was the coxswain for that. Now he's heavily involved now in the coaching of Westlake. They've got another coxswain, a bronze medalist from 1984, and Brett Hollister involved at the school as well. So rowing is strong. You go back to the likes of the Eric Verdonks, etc. It is Westlake. They have made an absolute statement so far. They are just putting an exhibition on here. They're out by 2 boat lengths and looking very, very comfortable indeed. And it's bookended by those 2 teams that are still challenging, Christchurch Boys High School, Christ College. The big question is, where is Hamilton Boys? Where's St Bede's College?
St Bede's is doing a great move. That's what they're doing. St Bede's is really pushing up, and they're bringing with them Sacred Heart of Auckland. So those 2 are really pushing up. They're now up and over Christchurch Boys. So it is Westlake Boys sitting in 1, a nice clear lead. Christ sitting in 2, and it is Sacred Heart Auckland and St Bede's battling it out for that bronze medal at the moment. But we are starting to see the wind happen from Hamilton Boys.
Oh, remarkable Hamilton Boys. No, we know how good they are. We know how their ability, they can be strategic. They would have practiced this. They would have said, look, based on our physiology, yes, we're good through 1,500 metres. We need to be strong, but we're very good at bringing it home. We know how to dial it up. But I just tell you what, out of sight, out of mind, this Westlake Boys High School team, winners in 82, 91, 93, 2002. It's been a 23-year wait. Have they ever won the Shield with such emphatic victory as we're possibly starting to see now? This is unbelievable.
And what we're seeing here is Hamilton Boys sprint really pushing them up. So Hamilton Boys now sprinting up. It is still Westlake well out in the lead, but the race is on here for silver, bronze, 4th and 5th, because we've got Christ sitting in 2nd. We've got Sacred Heart Auckland just behind them, but Hamilton Boys, that bow is really moving. They've got some momentum behind them as we enter the final 250 metres.
Yeah, well, we're asking now the schools on the banks of Karapiro to lift, to bring their crews home, give them that little bit of a pick-up. But ladies and gentlemen, what a proud moment it will be for the Red Swans of Westlake on Auckland's North Shore. They want to win the Maadi Cup. They want to win their 4th Maadi Cup tomorrow. They want to start today by winning the Springbok Shield, do the double, do what few schools have done. Hamilton Boys High School, the last to do it, and looking like they're going to complete the first part of that puzzle because they are in control. But it is lane 8 now. Christ College starting to push hard. We've got lane 5, Hamilton Boys High School. Hamilton Boys High School are lifting. Hamilton Boys High School are starting to surge, but stand up the Red Swans. You win the Springbok Shield for the 5th time in your history. What a remarkable performance from them. That is unbelievable. Coming down, Hamilton Boys High School will pick up the silver medal, and then it will be the brilliance of Sacred Heart College, is it, who pick up 3rd place. In fact, Christ College, my apologies, Christ College the bronze medal. But Westlake Boys, Donovan Pivac, Jack Buckley, Samuel Burge, George Langley, Flynn Wigglesworth. For this moment on, you will forever have your name etched on one of the great trophies in New Zealand rowing. You are the Springbok Shield champions for 2024.
Oh, what a race that was. It was so exciting. They just led that start to finish, didn't they? As you say, it's beautifully executed. So just a moment, folks, we'll have the girls under 18 Coxed 4. That'll be starting at 4:50, so in about 13 minutes back here. If you're looking for the B final of that, you need to find the other stream through Rowing Hub.
Yeah, now I'll just mention those schools too, because if you're not aware of it and you want to watch it, I'll just tell you who is going to come. We'll do the formal introductions very shortly, but for that Dawn Cup, which really is just one of the great events, we've got Marlborough Girls College, Rangiruru, St Margaret's, Waikato Diocesan, Westlake Girls, Wanganui Collegiate, Rangiruru and Epsom Girls Grammar. So that to go at 10 minutes to 5, the last race here on day 5 of the Maadi Regatta.
Oh, that sprint from Hamilton Boys.
Yeah, I can tell you what, man, a few years ago.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Official Livestream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
With the 2025 Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Champs around the corner in April at Orewa, we speak to David Ballance about the new sport that's creating such a buzz.
There's running, there's sprinting on the beach, there's turning around, there's a lot going on, so it just makes it really fun. Keep going! Yeah, it's really just growing. Every time we do an event, we get more participants and more participants. It's really building momentum.
If you look around here today, there's people of all different shapes and sizes, ages, juniors through to masters, and that's the exciting part about coastal, the accessibility. As you show up to the beach, the boats are all here for you and you get going.
Okay guys, so when the flag drops, the runner's going to start from the beach.
Yeah, the waves just make it a lot of fun, especially, and then there's that whole thing, how do you punch through the wave going out, and then how do you perhaps wait a little bit and pick up a wave and then accelerate to try and stay on the wave to surf into the beach. The New Zealand National Beach Sprint Champs is on the 5th and 6th of April. The details on Row It. A lot of fun, some great competition, some close racing, and a lot of tired but very happy rowers at the end of it.
And welcome back. We are just lining up at the moment for the girls under 18 Coxed 4. This event, of course, sponsored by CrewLab, your all-in-one team management. This is the Dawn Cup. This will be our final race for day 5 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. That'll be halfway through the finals. So let's see who we've got in this race. In lane 1, we have Marlborough Girls College. In 2, Rangiruru Girls School. In 3, St Margaret's College. In 4, Waikato Diocesan School. In 5, Westlake Girls High School. In 6, Wanganui Collegiate School. In 7, Rangiruru Girls School number 1. And in 8, Epsom Girls Grammar. So all the crews, the last one there is just backing down into the blocks. Of course, our most experienced athletes, so they do it expertly. But here's the crew in lane 1. It is Marlborough Girls College. Marlborough Girls, of course, one of the strong schools from the South Island. We've got Iris, Lily, Anna, Eliza and Molly in that crew. A little barge down the bottom left there, I believe, might be the camera barge, so we might get some from that. Here is lane 2, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, and we have got Georgie, Lucy, Samantha, Alice, and their coxswain Charlie, their coach Patrick. And I just love looking at the boats from the top. They look so uniform and well placed. They really do know what they're doing as they get into the blocks. Here is lane 3, St Margaret's College. They were, of course, the South Island winners, and they had a very fast time in the heats of 7:46. That's Bronnie, Belize, Annie, Coco, and their coxswain Ellie. As we get another nice look there. And the umpire boats you see just moving in, ready for position. They're all excited to follow the race down. Of course, here is lane 4, Waikato Diocesan School, the current North Island champions and current holders of the Dawn Cup, looking to defend their title. Again, another fast time from the heats, 7:44. We did see this whole crew earlier today win the under 17 4. Can they do it again? We will find out in around about 3 minutes. Here is lane 5, Westlake Girls High School number 1. Again, another fast time from the heats, 7:54. We've got Isabella, Charlotte, Maeve, Talia, Delilah, their coxswain, coached, of course, by Ash Bright. And next we'll be going to lane 6. There they are, Wanganui Collegiate. We've got Eva, Elizabeth, Olive, Ottilie, their coxswain Harry, coaches Tyler Scott and Hunter Rowland. Of course, Wanganui Collegiate always had many fast crews across the years. And in lane 7, it's Rangiruru Girls School number 1. That's Charlotte, Izzy, Tallulah and Brooke, their coxswain Grace, coached by Adam Ling, who is of course an ex-New Zealand lightweight rower. But Rangiruru, how good having 2 crews in this A final. And the final crew here, Epsom Girls Grammar. That's Ruth, Eden, Madeline, Emily and their coxswain Emma, coaches Brendan and Charlotte Spence, another ex-New Zealand rower. So of course, all of these crews here in the A final, they're very fast. That's why they're here. And many of them under the guise of very much expert rowers. The crew's looking very relaxed. There's that Waikato Dio crew. That's McLean, Georgia, Ellie and Kate. And their coxswain, Rosie Savage, is tucked nicely down in the bow, but they look to be getting a little more ready. So it looks like we are getting very close to the start here of the girls under 18 Cox 4. That is the Dawn Cup. As we just see the coxswain there raise her hand, that means she's not quite happy with her line, and she's just getting Ellie there in 2-seat just to give it a little touch. But now they seem to be happy, so we can't be far away from the start of the Dawn Cup. Of course, the first winners were Queen Charlotte College in Picton. And my friend that I had in commentary with me earlier, Robbie, his mother, was part of that very first winning crew. But who is going to win it in 2025? Still a few moments away. And here we are. We're off to a fast start from Waikato Diocesan there in lane 4, but all 8 crews travelling very fast. Epsom Girls Grammar have a very fast start, don't they, Mark?
Yeah, indeed. Really good start coming from St Margaret's College of Well. Bronnie O'Sullivan, Belize Macquarie, Ain Leeson and Coco Flood. So just trying to get that early ascendancy, just trying to get the boat speed up quickly, maybe just sort of psychologically look to just put a dent in the hopes of those other crews, but a really good even start in this Dawn Cup, which is what we expected, but it is still lane 3 at the moment. St Margaret's College with the early lead.
Yes, St Margaret's there having a fantastic start, and going with them is Rangiruru number 1 out in 7. They're just pushing up now into the lead. Rangiruru moving into the lead, St Margaret's into second, but going with them is Waikato Diocesan, currently sitting in third. We're having a good battle with the Wanganui Collegiate for that third place.
Yeah, and this is so important here, isn't it? It's early on. They would have been incredibly nervous. Some of them would have been really busy weeks. So warm-up protocols, warming down, just making sure that they stayed relaxed throughout the day, staying hydrated, getting the nutritional things. It's all of those little details that can make a difference at the end of the day. But I do like the look of Rangiruru here. Second to bottom from screen there in lane 7. That crew of Charlotte Gorman, Izzy Jones, Tallulah Nelson, Brooke Harper and Grace O'Connor, their cocks. Adam Lang, their coach, will be sitting there. Adam Lang will be sitting there, a little bit nervous.
Yeah, they're doing a great job as they just stretch out to about a third of a boat length lead. But here we're going to get a nice close-up on the St Margaret's crew, and their bow is just surging forward. So St Margaret's here with a nice high rate. St Margaret's currently sitting in second place of the Dawn Cup. Rangiruru sitting in the lead, and Waikato Diocesan just stalking there in third. And as we move through the 500 metre mark, it does look like Waikato Diocesan has moved up and over St Margaret. So Waikato Diocesan in second, only about half a canvas behind Rangiruru number 1.
Yeah, well, St Margaret's, as mentioned, have won this back in 2004, 2006, 2013, so it's been a long time in drinks. What I like too is these little inter-school rivalries, and it's done with the greatest of respect at all. You've got St Margaret's, you've got Rangiruru, and the reason why they train as hard as they do is because they are so aware of each other. Then you throw in the North Island schools, and that's why we end up having these wonderful races in this Dawn Cup, and it's starting to develop into an absolute beauty. Has been the history over the 40 years this race has been going, 45 years.
Yeah, so certainly that Rangiruru crew had a very, very fast start and they're travelling well, but Waikato Diocesan has got up onto their pace now as we move through the 750 metre marker. Waikato is really pushing for it, but it's still with Rangiruru. They certainly know how to row fast. St Margaret's going very well there in third, but we are seeing lane 1 Marlborough Girls make a good push as well.
Well, it's just setting itself up, isn't it, for that ever-important third 500. Where are we going to see the tactics? Where are we going to see the increase from stroke rating? But you do have to look, I really do like the look of this Waikato Dio team. They looked nice and poised on the start line, didn't they? They looked relaxed. They looked incredibly focused. We talk about coming through the heats, the repecharges, semi-finals. It's the shoulders down. When you get to this level, yes, all of those things, but it's very much the shoulders up. It's about belief. It's about mental fortitude.
It absolutely is, and we're seeing some good fortitude coming from this St Margaret's crew and this Waikato Diocesan crew as they are just now battling it out with Rangiruru for the lead in the Dawn Cup. But it is very close between all of these crews. St Margaret's there rowing beautifully. St Margaret's sitting nice and tall, driving strong. We just see their coxswain look across to see where they are. But it is now Waikato Diocesan as we move through the 1K marker. Waikato Diocesan and Rangiruru. It's stroke for stroke between these two, to be honest. The two coxswains keep looking over at each other, making calls for their crews, and then battling it out for third. It is St Margaret's and Marlborough at the moment.
Yeah, well, it is now very much psychological warfare between the coxswains. They will be looking at each other. They'll be barking out their instructions. They'll want to stay in touch. We know how important that last 250 metres is. But as we mentioned too, Waikato Diocesan, Kate Slyfield, Alexandra Hull, Georgia Treblico, McLean Stewart, and a big responsibility sitting on the shoulder of Rosie Savage, their cox. So it is a street fight between two of the great schools in this 45th running of the Dawn Cup, and it is still anybody's race. There is still a long way of this journey to go. Which one of these two crews runs out of talent first?
As we're just seeing Rangiruru there respond beautifully through the 1250. They really put in a good move there to respond to the momentum that is with Waikato Diocesan. So but it is still bell ball for bell ball between these two crews. 5 strokes, Rangiruru will have the lead. 5 strokes, Waikato Diocesan will have the lead. As we see the race pace there just heating up. The splits moving down into the 150s.
This is the importance of base work. This is the importance of that endurance training. You know, it's not often how well you do a session, it's how well you recover from it. And recovery is such a key part here. Who's got the strength over the back end? We've all got basic speed. How do you maintain speed? Well, it's about through strength. It's about through endurance. And both these crews demonstrating it. There is still nothing in it, folks. It could come down to a lapse in concentration. It could just come down to the right call from the cox at the right time. Settle backs. This is an absolute beauty.
It is really shaping up, is this race, isn't it? As we're just about to row through the 1500 metre mark, whose bell's going to be in the front? It is Rangiruru, only just over Waikato Diocesan. Both of these crews stretching out, only about 3/4 of a boat length lead over St Margaret's, currently sitting in third, and a good battle fourth between Marlborough Girls and Wanganui Collegiate.
Well, I tell you what, if it finished right now, you'd have to go to the photo, wouldn't you? This is how close it is now. We are just starting to see Rangiruru, maybe for the first time, just starting to edge ahead, maybe a canvas length now over this Waikato Dio crew. So asking some questions, they've turned it up a notch, they've dialed it up, and they're starting to put the Dio crew in a world of hurt. They are locked in the hurt box, folks. It is not a particularly pleasant place. Razor blades attacking the lungs, and I often say this, Megs, when you can't get enough oxygen in, you're literally trying to get it in through any way you can, and you're breathing through your eyelids.
Yeah, but Rangiruru there is doing a fantastic move. Their wind, when it started at the 1500, about 500 metres to go, just really started pushing them up. As we move through the final 250 metres there, Rangiruru with a good half a boat length lead over Waikato Diocesan, and we are seeing a fast finishing St Margaret's pushing up. They're only a canvas behind Waikato Diocesan, so it's really good. It is going to be an awesome race here as we come down in front of the spectator bank. Those teams are empty because everyone is on the finish line cheering on their teammates as we see Rangiruru holding on to the lead, but we are seeing St Margaret's really push up. St Margaret's holding on to third, Waikato Diocesan holding on to second only by a canvas as we now enter the final 100 metres of the 2025 Dawn Cup. This is the girls under 18 Cox 4. Rangiruru have stretched out to a length. What a sprint we're seeing from Rangiruru as we see Waikato Diocesan holding on to second, but what a sprint from St Marg's as we come down to the line. Who's going to cross first? It's going to be that Rangiruru crew. They hold on. Well done, Rangiruru, winning the Dawn Cup in 2025. This is their 17th win for the school. Second place to Waikato Diocesan. Third place to round out the podium is St Margaret's.
Oh, wonderful race. Well done to Rangiruru. They are just a class act when it comes to secondary school rowing. Well done to Charlotte Gorman, Izzy Jones, Tallulah Nelson, Brooke Harper, Grace O'Connor, their cox, and of course their coach, Adam Ling. And let's not underestimate the coaching. And look what it means to them. Yes, this is their 17th. You can say there's a level of complacency, but not for every year that comes through. It's not an easy race to win. They haven't got here by luck. They've got here through sheer hard work, great coaching, determination, and having just utter mental fortitude. Brilliantly done, Rangiruru. Again, setting the tone, setting the benchmark.
Yeah, what a race that was. That was an epic way to finish day 5 of the 2025 Maadi Regatta. Be back with us here tomorrow. Remember, find us through Rowing Hub for day 6.
Yeah, and of course it culminates, doesn't it, with the Levin Jubilee Cup, the girls under 18 8, and then of course the 78th running of the great race, the Maadi Cup, set to go at 5 o'clock. Plenty of other finals throughout the day. We look forward to having your coverage. On behalf of myself and Meg and the team here at Altitude HD and all of those involved, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure. Congratulations to all the athletes, to all the schools on making yet again another remarkable day in the history of the Maadi Regatta.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.